All right, looks like we're live. Congratulations, Aaron. You are indeed first.
And so the first...
What's up, guys? Hope you all are doing well. Today, I've got Nick Best, yes, sir, in town, and behind me, we have got a massive squat apparatus.
Yes, we do.
And we are testing the squat today. This has been a crazy build. So much going into this. So much still going into this.
Range of motion.
You're definitely right.
Yeah, that's not
And
good.
Terry was all over. That was okay. Fullest clip in there. It's much better.
No,
much better.
On the drop, so on that last one it hit red.
Yep.
Would you consider that sloppy? Or
Yeah, 100%.
I like it so far. This is gonna be fun.
That looks hard.
It's all
shit too, and it's so funny. They'll be like, oh, like your teeth are, they're pretty yellow. Are you sure you don't want to do like the fluoride treatment, or we can do bleaching? And I'm like, they're fine. No cavities, right? Like, yeah, no, you're fine. Okay, and everything's healthy, right? Like, yeah, it's like, okay, I'm good. I don't need to hydrogen peroxide bleach destroy the fuck out of my enamel to make them. I'm good, thank you. Every single time I go in though, it's like, oh, with the Invisalign, it's only like $200 more. It's like, I'm okay. Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, my God, it's been an adventure. Teeth grow back. This is a common known fact without the dental academy community. The only teeth that grow back are your canines. All of your other teeth are permanent. You have them from birth. You can't grow back any of the molars or any of your, are these incisors?
The sort of person who will cover up other stuff as well. And that answer led, obviously, to the second question.
Yeah, Jinx debating, what's his name in about 20 minutes. I'm looking forward to that.
First thing I notice is creatinine levels are through the roof. And so if you have elevated creatinine levels, there's a good chance that you have experienced some form of damage, and it's from taking steroids. Creatine kinase, we can see it's through the roof. Warning sign, what is going on? What were his testosterone levels? 24, he's crashed, he's a fake natty. Coach Greg, in today's video, we're going to be going over Hussein Farhat's blood work in order to determine, is the guy a fake natty after all? But before we get into that, we're going to go over some of the stats were just a little bit off. When I first did the natty or not, the stats are based on this. The guy weighed just over 120 pounds. He started training at about 19, and
It's clearly not natural.
so by 19, I certainly think the guy's finished puberty. And by the end of it, he was 182 pounds. And so that's approximately 60 pounds of muscle that he added in 2.5 years. Not his entire life, but 2.5 years.
And I'm telling you, there's no way any natural in the world is going to gain that much muscle in 2.5 years, unless perhaps they just got out of the hospital, they had muscle memory, they were in a coma or something. It just ain't happening. But upon watching his natty or not response and watching his
He's just clearly not natural. There's like a weird roundness and fullness that steroid users have in their muscle, and I think it's because of the additional red blood cells that are produced when you take steroids, and like you can just obviously tell. He also started getting a bit of gynecomastia there too.
brand new transformation of which he posted, the starting weight, it wasn't 122 pounds. It was 139 pounds. And so the total weight gain in all after 2.5 years went from about 60 to 43. Still a far cry, and almost no one in the world is going to do this, but it makes it a little bit more possible. And so looking at his chart, he's literally got it all laid out for us. Every month he shows his weight. Very consistent progress. But remember, he does in fact have newbie gains. That is the time when he's going to gain the most muscle. And so perhaps this guy was a gamer. Perhaps he sat in a chair and all he did was this all day long. And so the muscles, they had no stimulus for muscle growth to occur. Most guys with a physique like this, when they were kids, they were athletes. They were perhaps gymnasts playing with kids on the monkey bars, run around and so on. And so the muscles that they have, they're already kind of pre-developed. By the time I was 19, I was already a competitive bodybuilder. I'd been lifting weights, playing around, doing gymnastics, push-ups, sit-ups, and so on. And so you end up having that muscle. But for him, perhaps his muscles were simply atrophied. And so once he attacked the weights, it was as if his muscles were screaming for the attention. And so as soon as he picked up a weight, although training at home during COVID, the guy put on more muscle than last time. And so consider this. He would have been cooped up at home during COVID. It's a lot harder to go and buy steroids when you're cooped up at home. And most people, at least in general, don't use steroids on day one of their fitness journey. Not saying it's not possible. Clearly, perhaps he just went on steroids on day one. I'm going to do a physique transformation. The first day I go into the gym, I'm going to use SARM's MK677 steroids. You name it, I'm on it. And based on the results that I'm seeing, it's quite possible. Think of it, 42 pounds in...
Dode donated $2. Thoughts, is this vegan?
Tiny gold medal for a 5-year career of life-saving work in Cambodia. Magawa was trained by non-profit Apopo to detect landmines left behind from former conflicts. All African giant pouched rats are known for being intelligent and happiest when given lots of mental stimulation, but Magawa was always exceptional. At only 2.6 pounds, he was perfect for landmine detection since he was too small to set them off himself. He graduated at the top of his class from a year-long training program and could sniff and search an area the size of a tennis court in just 20 minutes. Plus, unlike metal detectors, Magawa could ignore harmless scraps of metal, making him much more efficient for the job. During his career, he found a total of 71 landmines and 38 other dangerous items, making over 56 acres of land safe for farming, housing development, and recreation. In 2020, Magawa's work led him to become the first rat to ever receive the PDSA Gold Medal, a highly regarded award for animal bravery. Throughout his career, Magawa lived among friends in a high-enrichment environment, with a weekly check.
Is eating a large amount of avocado and olive oil okay for your health, assuming you are maintaining a healthy body fat?
Yes. Olive oil and avocados are very good for you. So you can consume a high amount of them as a percentage of your daily calories, and it's still good for you. Thanks for the donation, Rayo. Yeah, so I wouldn't necessarily consider this animal exploitation. The job they're doing with detecting mines is not dangerous for them because they don't weigh enough to set off any mines. They also get personal enjoyment out of that type of enrichment work. The only way in which you could maybe consider it being exploitative is if these rats are being, like, selectively bred. But I mean, the work itself, I wouldn't say it's exploitative.
Why hasn't I...
2826 Let the retardation start from Dinklestwin. Honestly, what the fuck is wrong with this retard? Is he like fully brain dead?
Like, I don't know, man. Is it really worth going through this? He's just gonna, like, do bullshit moralizing about how, oh, you're okay with children dying? You want to dig up children under rubble? Like that's all he's gonna do, and then he's gonna say ahistorical bullshit about how Jews are always evil. Like, it's always the same thing. Thanks for the donation, though, Booty Cam.
So he's clarified he doesn't mean dropping big nuclear weapons into civilian areas. He's talking about using tactical nuclear weapons to eliminate nuclear plants. What do you say to that?
What I say to that is actually quite simple. For many, many years, there has been the advocacy of a nuclear weapons-free zone in the Middle East. In case your listeners are unaware, there's a nuclear weapon-free zone in Latin America. There's a nuclear weapons-free zone in Africa. There's a nuclear weapons-free zone in the South Pacific. And there has been a strong advocacy because of the dangers of a nuclear war in the Middle East to turn the Middle East into a nuclear.
Yeah, and that's why Israel destroyed Iran's nuclear weapons program. They used espionage. They ended up finding the nuclear facility, blowing it the fuck up, destroying all of their data, equipment, preventing them from having any nuclear weapons. So what the fuck is he talking about?
Nuclear weapons-free zone. The last vote was taken in the UN General Assembly in December 2022. It was a very close vote, very close. The vote was 175 states, including Iran, in favor of a nuclear weapons-free zone in the Middle East, 1 against, Israel, and 2 abstentions, Singapore and the United States.
Yeah, so tell me, what interest does Israel have to, not possess nuclear weapons? Like no shit, they would want to have nuclear weapons.
So, I think...
Like, by the way, he's mentioning Iran said having a nuclear weapon-free zone. They were developing nuclear weapons. Israel destroyed their nuclear weapons program.
I think there's a very real danger of a nuclear escalation in the Middle East because Israel is, as the New York Times called it this past week, they called Israel a rogue state. That's the...
Yes, they're a rogue state. They're surrounded by Muslim jihadist terrorists that want to kill them, who are funded by Iran. And they're just trying to defend themselves, which of course makes them a rogue state.
The euphemism for a lunatic state. Israel is a lunatic state.
Yeah, they're a lunatic state. That's why they're the only country in the Middle East that has human rights. That's why it's the only country in the Middle East where you're not executed if you're gay. Riley donated $2. Can you have a look at these and this channel and check out their other vids as well?
Gaza might be small, but it generates...
Not interested in watching that.
Gaza has been in the news lately.
Not interested in watching that. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
It has Iran in its crosshairs. It's determined to escalate, ratchet up the provocations until it could force the U.S. into the war with Iran or in...
Yeah, because the U.S. doesn't have an interest in defeating Iran. That's why they had so many fucking sanctions against Iran, preventing them from selling any of their oil. That's why the U.S. itself has directly assassinated some of Iran's political leaders. You're a fucking idiot.
Benny Morris's alternative to use nuclear weapons, non-conventional weapons in Iran. So at this point, I think I can't speak for the immediate future because it may be too late. But certainly the prospect of a nuclear weapons-free Middle East would, I think, be the best option.
I swear he's so dumb.
He's absolutely deranged and completely and utterly fucktarded. And everything that comes out of his mouth is just inane nonsense. It is beyond, like, comprehension how fucking retarded Finkelstein is. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam.
The entire world supports it except Israel. That's what...
Like, again, Iran had a nuclear program that Israel destroyed. Iran doesn't have an interest in preventing nuclear proliferation.
The vote shows.
Can I say something now?
Okay, but
can I say
yes,
something?
Yes, you can. But Benny Morris, your chance to respond.
Yeah, I actually agree with Norman that the Middle East should be and should become a nuclear-free zone. The problem is that assuring that Iran would abide by anything it committed itself to would be a real problem. Iran has cheated every UN body which has looked at its nuclear project. It's cheated about almost everything it does. It's a regime of lies which one cannot expect to tell the truth, and therefore Israel can't depend on a promise by Iran that it won't develop nuclear weapons when Iran is so big it could do it in a dark corner somewhere in any corner of Iran and get away with it. So Israel is probably not going to demilitarize in terms of nuclear weapons on the say-so of Iran. But the whole idea of a rogue state, I don't remember reading anything in the New York Times about calling Israel a rogue state. But if there is a rogue state, let me finish. But if there is a rogue state in the Middle East, it's definitely Iran, at least in the eyes of most Western governments and intelligence services, because Iran has been a producer and creator and propagator and promoter of
I just ate a rotten piece of broccoli.
Terrorism and everything it does in connection with North Korea, in connection with Russia, in connection with every awful regime in this planet to prove that it is a rogue state. There is one rogue state, one pariah state, and hopefully its regime will vanish in the near future.
Okay, Norman Finkelstein, let me just ask you, I mean, you seem
I would like to,
oddly... hang on, let me just put a question.
Comment.
I want to put a question to you, then you can comment as much as you want.
One brief comment. Comment.
Hang on, let me just put you can respond, Norman. Let me put it. I'm allowed to ask questions. So let me just ask a question. You do seem oddly keen to defend Iran, to paint a picture of...
Benny based.
He definitely is. Thanks for the donation, Bootycam. Just watched your debate with Mr. 100K a day. You got utterly destroyed. Yeah, right. Glad you enjoyed the debate, dipshit.
Of this poor country which is being constantly provoked and therefore has no option but to do what it does in terms of helping proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah and so on. Why are you so defensive of Iran when really most independent people who've looked at the situation, they may have just as many criticisms as you do of Israel and the way its government has been behaving, but nobody races to defend Iran. Why are you so keen to defend them?
Because he hates Jews. Iran hates Jews. So, obviously, he is going to be friendly and warm towards Iran because Iran hates Jews just like Finkelstein does.
I look at the documentary record, I look at the historical record, and I base my judgments on it. Let's just take the last point that Benny Morris made, and then I'll return to your major point.
So he won't answer the question. He just won't answer.
The last point Benny Morris made, for a surprising change, we agreed on the point. He said he too supports a nuclear weapons-free zone in the Middle East. However, he said that we can't trust Iran, that it's a conniving, cheating, deceptive, and so forth regime. So we can't trust it that it won't build.
Yeah, I mean, they support Hamas and Hezbollah and ISIS, so yeah, gee, we could trust Iran.
The nuclear weapon. Now, I find that coming from an Israeli a very odd statement, because Professor Morris must know that it was through deception, conniving, deceiving, espionage, spying, and all sorts of other things that Israel created its nuclear weapons force.
Yeah, so stupid. Iran actually gets some of its fucking agents to go to all over the world. Canada, the United States, China, Israel, you name it, all over the world. And they will attack political dissenters. They mostly attack ex-Iranian citizens who have gotten asylum in other countries and are speaking out against the regime. But they will even attack just political opponents who have no actual ties to Iran. They're not ex-citizens or anything. And they will send out fucking death squads. This is the country that you think will hold some kind of promise to not make any nuclear weapons. You're fucking retarded.
He has for sure read Avner Cohen's book on how the bomb was created, how Israel acquired nuclear weapons. Professor Morris.
Who cares how Israel required nuclear weapons? They have nuclear weapons. Get fucked. Fuck with Israel, find out. They got nukes. You're a bitch.
According to Avner Cohen, was it by being honest? Was it by being above board? Was it by allowing inspectors to see what Israel was doing in Dimona? Is that what happened, Professor Morris?
Who cares? This is a just red herring. It is a fact that you cannot trust Iran to not make nuclear weapons and abide by some agreement to, not make nukes. Who the fuck cares if Israel used espionage and spying and hid their nuclear weapons program? That is completely besides the point. The point is, you cannot trust Iran to not make nuclear weapons. Now he's just spouting off some whataboutisms about how, oh, well, the Jews did it too. Like, that has nothing to fucking do with anything. This guy is just a fucking mentally ill fucktard.
So isn't this a classic case of the kettle calling the coffee pot black? For you to say we can't trust Iran after Israel's record on nuclear weapons, as even you so shame.
Whataboutism, oh my god, I love how he's talking so slowly. This guy irritates me.
Shamefacedly and shamelessly say, I don't know if Israel has nuclear weapons. You really don't? You advocate Israel's use of them in the event that the U.S. doesn't join the attack on Iran, but then you don't know if Israel has nuclear weapons.
Behind in the stream. Do canines really grow back in humans? Did you watch Dexter? New stuff coming.
I've never heard of canine teeth growing back in human beings. So I don't think that's true. I've never watched Dexter. Oh, there we go. I've never watched Dexter. I know they're making a new season, but I've never watched it. Thanks for the donation, boopity bop.
Can you do an impression of Finkelstein saying Mr. Borelli multiple times?
Mr. Borelli, Mr. Borelli, if I may, Mr. Borelli, if I may, Mr. Borelli. There you go. Hope you enjoyed that impression. Thanks for the donation, Salen.
You're such a shameless liar, which is a sad fact. I spent many a week reading your books. I've spent many a month and a...
Some incendiary comments there about Benny Morris. Benny Morris, defend yourself.
I don't think I'm shameless. I think I've written truthful books about the history. That's why Norman quotes me all the time. About the nuclear weapons, my assumption is Israel has them, but I've never seen them. I've never seen it confirmed by Israel that it has them. So it's sort of up in the air, but we can assume...
Of hopelessness. We have Israel seeking to destroy Hamas. We have Hamas seeking to destroy Israel. And where does it go from there? If it is not going to end in an endless and escalating war where one side utterly destroys the other, how does resolution come about? It would have to involve both sides at some point.
Why do they have the
deciding to
gain
stop,
so fucking
deciding
low?
to negotiate, deciding to compromise. And how realistic a scenario is that? In this debate, that is the question we are going to explore. And we are phrasing it around this particular question. Can Israel make peace with Hamas? Let's meet our debaters. I first want to welcome Cenk Uygur. Cenk is the host, founder, and CEO of the Young Turks, which is one of the largest online news shows in the world. You were previously, Cenk, you were the host of MSNBC Live. You've also appeared as a commentator on CNN, ABC, NPR, Al Jazeera, and Fox. You've been a vocal advocate.
All right, well,
for
let's
ceasefire since
watch
early in the
Cenk
war.
take
You're gonna
another
be answering
hard
yes,
L.
that Israel can make peace with Hamas. Thanks so much for joining us on Open to Debate.
Thank you.
And I want to welcome on the other side, answering no to that question, Mossab Hassan Youssef. Mossab, you are the son of a Hamas co-founder. You grew up surrounded by the forces and the politics of Hamas before you started working with Israeli intelligence to help bring the organization down. Mossab, you are also the author of the New York Times bestseller, Son of Hamas, as well as the newly published memoir, From Hamas to America. Thanks so much for joining us on Open to Debate.
Thank you for having me.
All right, let's get to our opening statements and what we have in answer to our question, can Israel make peace with Hamas? Is one debater answering yes and the other answering no. Cenk, you're up first. Your answer is yes. Here's your chance, please, to tell us why.
Yep. So can Israel make peace with Hamas? Of course. That's who you make peace with, your enemies, not your allies. This is actually pretty elementary. No matter how bad the enemy is, at some point, if you want to get to peace, and that's a big if, then you're going to have to do it with your enemies and not allies. So if Israel wants to do a peace deal with Norway, that's not really going to help them. They can get there pretty quickly, but that's not the issue at hand. They're fighting Hamas. That's who they have to negotiate with, and that's who they have to get to an agreement with. And sometimes when you...
Okay, so we should have made peace with the Nazis. Good point.
Reject out of hand any discussions at all under the rubric of we don't talk to evil. It turns into a disaster. Why? We know it already happened. Dick Cheney said that after 9/11 and our invasion of Iraq, Iran actually offered to completely eradicate their uranium program and wanted to get to the negotiating table with us. And they had a terrific offer, according to the reporting at the time from mainstream media news sources. And we didn't even get to find out what it was because Dick Cheney had this insane idea that you don't negotiate with your enemies. Well, then who do you negotiate with? It's absurd. Honestly, this is one of the easiest questions of all time. If you say you don't want to negotiate with Hamas, all you're saying is, I don't want peace. I prefer permanent war. So when you...
that is a completely false dichotomy. This is like saying Ukraine should negotiate with Russia. If your negotiating partner is untrustworthy, they lie, they won't uphold their end of the bargain. Yeah, the only option is war and to force them to abide by your terms. So that's just a complete and utter false dichotomy. Cenk is a fucktard.
Look at the idea from a different perspective, and you say, well, okay, some things are so evil and terrible, and Hamas is, that you can't possibly negotiate with it. Well,
you can't negotiate with them because they're fucking liars. They're Muslim radicals. It's part of their religion to lie. Look up Taqiyya in the Quran. Muslims are instructed to lie in order to support their cause. You cannot trust anything fucking Hamas says. Any sort of deal you make with them, they're just gonna fucking break the deal.
Under that same rubric and logic, you could certainly argue that you should negotiate with Israel. They've killed 35 times the number of civilians that Hamas did.
No, they didn't. There is absolutely no evidence for that whatsoever. All he's doing is looking at the total death count, not militant deaths. So right off the bat, he's fucking lying. Great job, Jank. What a fucking idiot.
No, don't watch him take another hard L. Watch Dexter. It's amazing. BTW, what are your fav Guardian products?
The Gardein chicken strips are great. I also like their orange chicken, like the crispy orange chicken, and their Supreme Burger. Those are probably my 3 favorite. Thanks for the donation though, Boopity Bop.
Sing this as Sv3rige.
Alright, I will do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Chinkwigger. I know you're somewhere out there, somewhere far away. I want you back. I want you back. My neighbors think I'm crazy, but they are actually the ones that are mentally ill. But they don't understand. You're all I have. You're all I have. At night, when the stars light up my room, I sit by myself, talking to the moon, trying to get to you. So that I could kill you with acid, in hopes you're on the other side, talking to me too. Or am I a fool who sits alone, talking to the moon? Oh. I'm feeling like I'm famous, the talk of the town. They say I've gone mad. Yeah, I have gone mad. It is because I am lacking in vitamin A. But they don't know what I know, 'cause when the sun goes down, someone's talking back. Yeah, they're talking back. Oh, at night, when the stars light up my room, on the flat earth, I sit by myself, talking to the moon, which doesn't actually exist and it's just a hologram. Trying to get to you so that I can bite your face in hopes you're on the other side, talking to me too. Or am I a fool who sits alone, talking to the fake moon? Do you hear me calling? Die, bitch. Die, bitch. You took my son. I'm going to kill you and use the nutrients, 'cause every night I'm talking to the moon, still trying to get to you, so that I can burn you with acid. in hopes you're on the other side, talking to me too. Or am I a fool who sits alone, talking to the holographic fake moon? I know you're somewhere out there, somewhere far away, and I will find you and burn you with acid. Alright, hope you enjoyed that, Shinkwigger. Elias donated $2, let me see. Okay, well that's good for him. Thank you, Elias.
This conflict. Imagine if Hamas had killed 35 times the number of civilians Israel did. So that would be a giant number. What are we talking about? Nearly 1 million people if you took
This is a lie.
40,000 people that Israel has killed in Gaza and multiplied it by 35. And you...
The young turds are such brain rot, don't they? Reals nagtantic with tarosts is a not just bad but asterisk idea.
Well, look how it worked out for the US and Afghanistan. Donald Trump tried to negotiate with the Taliban. They didn't uphold any of the deals, and the US just pulled out like retards. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, they're Muslim terrorists. They're just going to lie. You can't trust anything they say, so what's the use of negotiating with them? It's just retarded. And again, Jank is just fucking lying. All he's doing is calculating total... he's just adding up total estimated deaths. He's not differentiating between militant deaths and civilian deaths. And again, by the way, Israel has the best militant to civilian casualty ratio out of any military. So if you're going to say what Israel's doing is a fucking genocide, that means the US is a genocidal regime. Russia definitely is a genocidal regime now. The UK is a genocidal regime. Canada is a genocidal regime. Every country who's ever gone to war is a genocidal regime.
You could say, oh my God, Israel, I can't believe how awful they are. And their civilian casualty rates are as bad as Hamas's. Hamas on October 7th was terrible.
That is not true. That is a complete lie.
Terrible. I condemn it 100%.
He can't qualify the statement with any fucking evidence, by the way. Hamas deliberately targeted civilians. He cannot show any evidence that Israel has ever deliberately targeted civilians.
My heart breaks for every civilian who's killed. I'm the one guy who's consistent on this. I don't want any Israelis killed. I don't want any Palestinians killed. And so, as terrible as that Hamas attack...
Well, that's nice, Jank. Why don't you sprinkle your little magical fairy dust all over the place and everyone will get along with each other, you fucking retard?
Well, their kill ratio was 71%. They killed 815 civilians and 1,139 people overall. They killed a lot of soldiers as well. Now, none of that excuses any of their actions. But when you...
They did not kill a lot of soldiers. The vast majority of deaths were civilians. I think where he's getting some of these numbers from is some of the civilians killed were reservists. So they're playing the stupid fucking game where because these people were reservists, but they were in civilian clothing at a civilian event, they're saying, oh, well, that's a legitimate military target.
When you look at Israel's kill ratio, if you assume that every man in Palestine that they killed is a terrorist, which is an absurd, unconscionable assumption, Israel still had a civilian kill ratio of 60%. So when you include the innocent men, that's going to be a higher kill ratio of civilians as a percentage than Hamas. So under this...
This is some of the worst, like, dumbass, back-of-the-hand calculating I've ever fucking seen in my goddamn life. Like, genuinely, absolute retardation. Eric Berg donated $2. Let me see.
All right, a little while ago, I got done.
So basically what he's doing is he's looking at the Hamas figures for total deaths, and he's assuming that he's assuming everyone in that death figure is a civilian. But then what he's doing is he's taking that same like data sheet, adding up the like male deaths, and I'm assuming like he didn't say adult males. He's just calculating total male deaths, and then saying, well, even if we assume they're all militants, like again, the Hamas figures have been proven to be unreliable, inaccurate. They just recently did a massive revision of their data. Who the fuck cares? If you look at any reputable sources, again, Israel has the best militant to civilian casualty ratio out of any military.
Yo, I'm going to be reviewing a video.
Now this video might get me banned.
Is Paul anti-vax?
What is up, you guys?
Yes, he is. I'm not watching that video because it's 4 years old.
Doing a little consultation with a gal who, you know, I guess she wanted to talk to me in hopes of being motivated to sort of get back to some level of health. Now, her story is somewhat tragic in that she was doing a carnivore diet, lifting weights, doing pretty well. And she's got lives up in South Dakota. And she's watching. She knows who she is. And tragically, you know, she lost her son to suicide. Her son was a Marine, committed suicide, which she still hasn't fully processed and grieved a few years back. And then during COVID, you know, they ended up losing their jobs because her and her husband, because they did not want to take a vaccine, basically. And so because the company.
All you had to do was get the vaccine, and these people are claiming, I lost my job. Yeah, because you chose not to get the vaccine. You literally fired yourself.
Working within a federal contract. So they lost her job, she lost her son, and lost a lot of motivation, and kind of fallen, I guess, you know, in some ways financially it was more difficult for her to die, and then just, you know, it's the general tragic situation made her sort of fall off on this, and she was just, you know, really struggling. I could tell she was still quite depressed and sad, and was looking maybe that I could somehow provide motivation for them. And I just can't do that. I mean, I can say, you know, things.
No shit, all these nations are all genocidal. They all need to be dismantled and give back land. Fuck America. Fuck Canada. Fuck the UK and fuck Israel and the Zionist settlers within them. And fuck you for spreading these lies. Free Palestine.
Gay. Thanks for the donation, dipshit.
I think might inspire people, but ultimately, you can't rely on motivation to make those changes that are going to be necessary. Now, you know, like this person, you know, I think she was in her early 50s, and, you know, 30, 40, maybe 50 years of life potentially left in her, and other children that would depend upon her. And so there's so many reasons to be around, to be present, to be healthy, and to be a valuable resource for all these other people around, now, husband and so on and so forth. So there's many, many reasons for you. I mean,
okay, I don't care.
Layne lifts. The video is called "A Perfect Day Living Alone in New York City."
Go watch this later.
React to this.
Israelis can't help themselves. They act like belligerent bullies everywhere they go. Israeli tourists in Tokyo verbally harass pro-Palestine. Okay, whatever. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Boopity Bop donated tellers, put in a room and forced to fight into the death with everyone from TYT and everyone from the Atheist Experience and all the shows that come to mind who, while forced to do so, would you end first and last? I don't know. Thanks for that donation, Boopity. I'll watch that later, too.
This logic, the Palestinians should say Israel is so evil that we cannot negotiate with them. All right, now we're at a standstill. Nobody's negotiating with anyone. This is absurd. This is not how you get to peace negotiations. And can peace negotiations work? Of course. You know who's it's worked for before? Israel, when they negotiated with Egypt. And at the time,
He's being told this, so now I know he's deliberately lying. The reason Egypt was willing to negotiate with Israel is because Israel completely and utterly destroyed Egypt militarily. They were fighting over, what was it, the Sinai Peninsula?
Yeah, like I care about protarosts being bullied.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Israel completely and utterly destroyed Egypt. They took over a large portion of Egyptian territory after Egypt realized they couldn't have a military victory against Israel. They ended up making a peace negotiation. So using this as an example of how Egypt can negotiate with Hamas is absolutely fucking retarded, because in order for that comparison to make any sense, Israel would have to completely and utterly destroy Hamas militarily.
The hardliners, just like today, said, oh, you can never trust Israel. Israel led the invasion of Israel. Egypt led the invasion of Israel twice. They were the leader of the Arab nations. They want to kill us. They're so anti-Semitic. They want to kill all the Jews. You can't negotiate with the Egyptians. They'll never follow through on any of their agreements. Well, it's been decades and decades, and they totally followed through. There was no bombing afterwards. Peace worked. It's actually very elementary. You make
Yes, you destroy somebody completely and utterly militarily, and then they'll negotiate with you.
peace with your enemies and then see if it holds. That is what has been done every single time.
Yeah, so, by the way, Destiny debated Jank when he brought up this point. Destiny explained to him that what he's saying makes absolutely no sense, because, again, Israel destroyed Egypt militarily before Egypt was willing to make any kind of peace negotiation. So he knows this. Now I know he just has a list of dumbass fucking talking points, doesn't care if they're true or not, and he will test out those stupid fucking talking points on each debate opponent he has in the hopes that they won't have the right answer, and he might be able to win a debate with, like, debate bro topics like, oh, gotcha, you didn't know the correct answer to that one. Just random vids, donate $2, let me see.
Find a single athlete in this year's Olympics who will win a medal who is vegan. I challenge you to find a single athlete in this year's Olympics who will win a medal who is vegan. I challenge you to find a single athlete in this year's Olympics who will win a medal who is vegan. I challenge you to find a single athlete in this year's Olympics who will win a medal who is vegan. I challenge you to find a single athlete.
Yep, that's Paul. There's no shit. Look at this big boy eating his watermelon.
Такой вкусный арбузик.
That is some really good munchin'. That bear's enjoying his melon.
And with scars. So I'm going to show you how you can give yourself a scar. I want you to take a look at this picture of Jason Momoa. He had an accident that left him with a minor scar in his eyebrow, which makes women go crazy for this guy. To do it, you just simply ask your barber to add an eyebrow slit. Or you could do it yourself using an electric razor by placing it at a 90-degree angle. Women love.
That is the gayest shit imaginable. Trying to make it seem as though you have a scar on your face to look tough. That is the most poser, bitch, gay-ass shit I have ever fucking heard. Like, my god. Thanks for the donation, Just Random Vids.
It's absurd to think otherwise.
Thank you, Cenk. And now, Musab, it is your turn again. You are answering no to the question, can Israel make peace with Hamas? Your chance to tell us why, please.
Well, absolutely not. Why? Because Hamas is not a political movement. Hamas is an ideological movement that wants to destroy Israel to build an Islamic state. And they don't stop there. Their political ambition, their religious ambition is beyond the river and the sea. They want a global khilafah. So how can you satisfy such ambition? The situation with Egypt, with Jordan was completely different. Israel has no problem negotiating and making peace with the Arab world. Since its establishment, Israel extended its hand to make peace with the Arab world, but the Arab world rejected. Then the foundation of the Palestinian narrative is sitting on air because, first of all, there was no such thing as Palestine. If you look at Palestine, it's only an ideology, a very violent ideology. And it took the PLO 40 years to try to destroy the state of Israel since 1948 until the early 90s, trying to destroy the state of Israel. Then they learned the lesson that violence was a dead end. And this is when Yasser Arafat came to negotiations, and Israel had no problem negotiating with Yasser Arafat. But what happened later? We had a new generation of Palestinians, Islamists this time, not the nationalists. And that's Hamas. And now they brought us back to square number one. And even Yasser Arafat and the other Palestinian first generation told Hamas, will it take you 40 years to realize that we're going nowhere? We cannot destroy Israel? And Hamas has been trying for the past 36 years, repeating the same mistakes of the PLO and Yasser Arafat. And Israel is caught up in this situation. Tomorrow we will have the communists coming. Then after that we will have more globalists and could be any other foreign entity using the Palestinian cause as a device to just keep trying to destroy the only Jewish state on earth. So bottom line.
Going Andrews, $20. Every time you get a pro-Palestinian dono, low start at 20.
The first test is the agreeability test. Before you are a member of the team, we have to make...
Yo, it's blazing, son. That shit is incredible, kid. I mean, it's high, but you know me, I would just turn up the bass a little higher in the monitor speakers.
Fuck you, hating ass nigga. Don't nobody give a fuck what your dumb ass think. Give me this motherfucker. Get your ass up out of here.
Yep. Thanks for the donation, Going Andrews.
Israel has no problem negotiating with Arabs, making peace with Arabs. Arabs are an ethnic group, and we have no problem. There are 2 million Arabs living in Israel. They are equal citizens, and they can get along with the Jewish people. But the problem that we're having, that Israel cannot coexist with destructive ideologies such as Palestine and Hamas, because those ideologies are black holes, and nobody can satisfy their ambitions.
Thank you very much, Mossab. We're going to come up to a break, but before we do, I want to pinpoint.
Boopity Bop doing tellers. Come on, if you fought a bunch of talk show hosts in a battle royale, you look for someone to fuck up. How many faces could you hit before your fists were too sore? Probably quite a few. Thanks for the donation, Boopity Bop.
Where you each see this disagreement lying, by just asking you very, very briefly in 1 or 2 sentences to tell me what you see as your opponent's weakest argument point. Cenk, why don't you go first?
Yeah, this idea that you can't negotiate with people whose ideology you don't agree with, or you might even hate.
That's a straw man. He never made that argument. He said you can't argue with somebody who has a radical ideology like Islam. He didn't say you can't negotiate with somebody who has an ideology you disagree with. That's a straw man.
So what? I don't care about their ambitions or ideology. I care about what do they agree to in a deal. And so
they would not agree to anything. They just lie to you. That's the whole point. They're Islamists. They won't agree to anything in a deal. They'll lie to you and then just do whatever the fuck they want.
Said it that way. Well, look, then I would say I'm going to eliminate the settlers. The settlers' ideology is that they own the land. God gave it to them. I think they're a bunch of lunatics, and I think that they've oppressed the Palestinians. I think their ideology is toxic. But of course I would negotiate with them.
All right,
Who else am I going to
let me
negotiate
stop you
with?
there, and same question to you, Mossab. What did you hear from your opponent that you think is his weakest point?
Look, he's representing Hamas as a resistance movement that can be negotiated with. And I say Hamas is a Nazi ideology, worse than a Nazi ideology. And the leagues, the allies, did not negotiate with the Nazis. They killed millions of the Nazis. They destroyed Germany. And this is how we got eventually for a global peace.
Okay, I'm going to break in so that we can take time for our break. When we come back, we're going to go further into our question, can Israel make peace with Hamas? And if you're enjoying this debate, I want to let you know you can listen to hundreds more at opentodebate.org. Recent topics that we've taken on include things like, should Trump's convictions stand? Is Islam anti-Semitic? And is it okay to pay for sex? Many, many more. Please take a listen. I'm John Donvan. This is Open to Debate, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Open to Debate. I'm John Donvan. We've got over 300 additional debates that you can dig into by going to our website, opentodebate.org. You can look at our special election series and many, many other topics. Today we're taking on the question, can Israel make peace with Hamas? Our debaters are Cenk Uygur, who is host of the news commentary show The Young Turks, and Mossab Hassan Youssef, who is author and son of a co-founder of Hamas turned Israeli informant. In listening to your opening arguments, what I'm hearing you say, Cenk, fundamentally is that, yes, you can make peace with your enemy because making peace with anybody else doesn't make sense, and that it has happened multiple times, including in the example of Israel having made peace with Egypt and additionally with Jordan and with the PLO in the 1990s. And you're saying that there's no reason that that can't happen again. Mossab, you're saying there's very much a reason that can't happen again. You're saying that Hamas is a different kind of organization, that its ideological motivations make it a distinctive kind of challenge for negotiation, unlike the PLO, which was a nationalist organization, that the Islamists are fired by religion and have aspirations.
No, this debate isn't live. It's a YouTube premiere.
That would not be satisfied by any kind of negotiation. And I want to take the question to you, Cenk. The fundamental point that Mossab is making is that Hamas is different. That it's not just that they have these goals of completely destroying Israel, is that they're fired by religion. That those things can't be moved. That it's an ideological, not a nationalist kind of organization. Yeah. What about that?
Yeah, it's as if we haven't lived in the world. There's been extremist ideologies throughout history, and we've eventually had to negotiate with all of them. And the reason we were at war or conflict, different.
Name one example where we were at war with an extremist ideology where we ended up negotiating. Like last I checked, we didn't negotiate with the Nazis.
Civilizations and nations is because they were extremists, and that's who usually sometimes creates conflict. So that's who you have to negotiate with. So I'll give you many examples. Shia and Sunni extremists in Iraq. We wound up negotiating with them at different times in our occupation of Iraq because that's who was bombing us. And so if you want to talk about extremist ideology, imagine if Hamas thought, hey, you know what? Not only should we capture...
What? So... The United States completely wiped out Al-Qaeda when they invaded Iraq. They immediately destroyed the Iraq military. Literally took days. There ended up, there were these different Sunni and Shia militant groups, but we weren't negotiating with them so much for the reason that they were attacking the U.S. It was more because they were causing instability in the region, and the U.S. was planning to leave eventually, and they didn't want to fucking leave a country in absolute fucking shambles with Sunni and Shia Muslims fighting for fucking power. So they're trying to make some sort of peaceful negotiations between Sunni and Shias, so that when America pulled out and left, you wouldn't have the same fucking problem pop up again.
For the Jews, but we should keep them. And every once in a while, if they don't obey us, we should rip their skin off them. And maybe we should hang them by a noose and then burn them and sell their babies. and raped their women, all their women. You know who believed in that ideology? The slave owners in the South, the Confederacy here in America believed in that. And that was so extreme that if somebody was doing it now, you would say, you can't possibly.
Northern states did not negotiate with southern states. The South ended up surrendering because they had a complete and utter military defeat. Abel donated, did you like Conan the Barbarian with Arnold Schwarzenegger? Yes, it's one of my favorite movies. Thanks for the donation, dude.
With those people, those are the worst people on earth.
Okay, let's see your response to
that. Like, again, why would Jank use that example? The North fought the South to get rid of slavery. There was no negotiating. The reason, there was no negotiating between the North and the South. The North just destroyed the Southern military, so they ended up staying in the Union and abolishing slavery.
Look, if somebody want to cancel my right to exist, I will never sit down on the table with them and give them any form of recognition. There is no dialogue with someone who wants me to cease to exist. End of the story. Hamas wants the destruction of Israel. They don't want the land. They don't care for the land. It's basically like someone entering the negotiating room and saying, let's negotiate. But after this, I'm going to shoot you in the head. So what's the point of the negotiations? If tomorrow you're going to kill my children, if the day after you're going to attempt to annihilate me, so then what's the point? Israel tried many times to extend their hand. For example, my father was one of those people in the prisons and outside the prisons, abroad, to find a common ground with Hamas. But Hamas totally rejected the existence of the State of Israel. The best they could offer to the negotiating table, a truce that is limited to 10 years. This is what they offered Israel, that we give you a truce for 10 or 15 years, but after that, we don't know what we will do. What kind of negotiations is this? What type of dialogue is this?
Okay, so first of all, the right to exist, I find this to be the most ironic point that the Israeli side makes. So they say...
Oh, here we go. He's going to say Israel's committing a genocide, so you're being a hypocrite. What a fucking asshole, dude. I just wish I could just kick his ass.
We are not allowing Palestine to exist. We've occupied them for 57 years, and now Netanyahu...
So again, this is a straw man argument. Mossab was, putting forward, the idea that Hamas wants to kill every single Jew. That's what he meant by the destruction of Israel. Kill every single Jew. Now Jank is saying, well, Israel doesn't want Palestine to exist because they won't give them statehood. Notice how these are two completely different things. On the one hand, you're talking about a fucking Holocaust. On the other hand, you're just talking about some sort of legal process that would officially recognize Palestine as a state. You are a fucking retard, dude.
Whose government says, I will never allow them to exist, and then turns around in the next sentence says, can you believe they don't want us to exist? I mean, that's patently absurd. You do exist.
He, again, he's not just stupid. This isn't just dumb think. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's deliberately being dishonest.
There's nothing they could do about your existence. You're backed by the largest military in the history of humanity. But meanwhile, you are literally preventing the state of Palestine from existing. And then you say that is such an evil concept that you cannot even negotiate with it. But that's the concept that you not only believe in.
So, sorry, I wish I could ask Jank this. Is Jank actually suggesting that he wants to officially make Palestine a state when they're run by a Islamic jihadist regime? That sounds like a good idea to you.
But you're in the middle of doing right now. And nevertheless, I would negotiate with Israel. Even though they have prevented the Palestinian state from existing, even though they have oppressed and occupied, and then this whole idea of, oh my God, these people are uniquely anti-Semitic. What did you think was going to happen? I hate that they're anti-Semitic, but if you occupy someone for 57 years, did you think they were going to love you? And then go, oh, yes, oh, after 57 years of brutal occupation and humiliation and endless slaughters, oh, I expect.
Maybe don't go to war with Israel if you don't like war. Maybe just lay down your weapons, don't try to kill Jews, and they wouldn't have to go to war with you. So, boo-hoo, poor Palestinians. Yes, I know it's hard for them not to kill Jews, but maybe if they want better living circumstances, they should make friends, not enemies.
Expected them to love the Jews. And if they don't, then I'm never going to speak to them. I'm never going to allow them to have a state. But my God, my feelings are hurt because the other side also doesn't want me to exist. It's patently absurd. The only reason you would say crazy things like that is if you never wanted a peace deal in the first place.
Well, so you're building.
I genuinely hate fucking Jank at this point, dude. He is an absolute fucking cunt.
Then your argument on the false narrative of occupation. Okay. So this whole story of occupation and the victim mentality and why they are entitled for revenge and inflicting pain on Israel and destruction on a peaceful communities because they have been occupied. But then we say, did Palestine ever exist? No, it didn't. It was not a country. It's not a people. It's not an ethnic group. It's not a race. It was just a colonial entity created by the British. Then it was terminated in 1948 when the Jews had the right to declare their independence. They did, but the Arabs refused. There weren't Palestinians at that time. The Palestinians were Jews, Arabs, Druze, Christians, everybody who lived in that territory during the colonial era. All of them were called Palestinians. It's created by the British. It was not a country. It was not like an ethnic country, an Arab country that was called Palestine. So if this is the truth of the situation, then there's no such thing as occupation. Yeah. And the entire tale that you are building on the occupation allegation is false.
So we're not strictly debating whether the occupation exists or is real as defined by most of the world, but I do think that the point requires comeback.
Yeah. So thank you for proving my point. So you said, well, we can't negotiate with Hamas. They don't even recognize our right to exist. And then you turn around and said the Palestinians don't exist anyway. Palestine doesn't exist.
I said Palestine
the occupation
as a country.
Doesn't exist. Nothing exists. Who cares? They're
Arabs
dirt.
exist.
Okay. So and by the way, you're wrong. You said that I think that the Hamas is allowed to inflict pain. I never said that. I've never said that. I don't think that's correct. I don't think that's the right strategy. I think the right strategy is diplomacy, civil disobedience, going to the United Nations just like Israel did. Right. But this idea that there is no occupation, it makes you guys sound like you live in an alternate reality. The rest of the planet realizes there's an brutal, horrible occupation of 5.5 million people. It's happened for 57 years. I don't know what version of the multiverse you guys live in.
There's occupied territories in the West Bank, but as far as Gaza, it's not being occupied. There is a border wall around Gaza, and for good reason. Egypt also has its own border wall to prevent fucking Palestinians from coming through. And guess why? It's because of fucking Hamas. They're fucking terrorists.
Where you think that's not an occupation. Are they having a picnic? Do they look like they're happy? What do we do with those 5.5 million people? Do we make them citizens of Israel? Okay, no problem. I don't like that idea because I think it would wipe away the Jewish state. I don't want that for Israel. I want it to be a safe haven for Jews. But if you either make them part of the state, or you give them their own state, or you say, no, you're my prisoners. You're my hostages.
Jank, they don't want their own state. They want the destruction of Israel, you fucking idiot. They just hate Jews. If you officially recognize Palestinian statehood, that would do absolutely nothing. Hamas would not be satisfied. They want to kill all the Jews. Exactly what would what would statehood give them? Nothing. That's not what they want. They want to kill all Jews, you idiot.
For the rest of time, and I'm just going to make sure you never have any democracy. I could bomb you anytime I want. I could cut off your water, power, electricity. I can make sure your children starve to death, but it's not an occupation. You have any idea?
So again, this is extremely misleading. You can look at energy and water imports from Israel into Gaza and the West Bank. I think like 20% of their water comes from Israel. Gaza has its own desalination facilities that, by the way, were given to them by Israel. They were also actually given the opportunity to upgrade their water infrastructure, but because they were controlled by Hamas, rather than actually upgrading their water system, they just turned a lot of the materials into fucking rockets to shoot into Israel. So, as far as energy, I think I could be wrong on some of these figures, but I think something like 60% of their electricity comes from Israel. Gas, I think the majority of that does come from Israel, something like 80%. So, like, claiming Israel can just shut off all their electricity, water, and they'd like literally just starve to death in a matter of days, that's misleading as fuck.
Did you see Trump is now waging war against Joe Rogan? Probably the most retarded thing he could possibly do campaign-wise.
Didn't Joe Rogan say he wasn't gonna vote for Trump anymore? Trump is urging UFC fans to boo Joe Rogan for endorsing RFK Jr. in case you want to know things are going for his campaign right now. It'll be interesting to see how loudly Joe Rogan gets booed the next time he enters the UFC ring. Mega 2024. Oh, that's not a good move. Literally everything... Yeah, the status of the Trump campaign. Literally everything he is doing is just shooting himself in the foot. Like, that's what you get when you're a fucking... Like, you're just a delusional narcissist. The guy is completely not self-aware, doesn't understand any of his fucking voting base. Like, he especially doesn't understand, like, these other communities that might have an interest in voting for him. He's kind of just making everybody not like him at this point, which is great. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Idea how absurd that sounds?
Well, I think your narrative is absurd because you choose to be in denial. I just told you that there was no country of Palestine. Excuse me, this is very important.
All right,
I admit that there are Arabs as ethnic group in that land, and Israel has no problem of negotiating and giving them independence. But the problem, every time they were offered a state, in 1948, in 1993, in 2000, they refused. There was no occupation in Gaza. There is no occupation in the West Bank. This occupation...
let me ask you to get us back on point. How does this point strengthen your argument?
I don't know how we could say there's no occupation in the West Bank. Either he'd have to explain what he means by that, or like he's just wrong. The West Bank absolutely is under occupation.
You meant that Israel cannot negotiate with Hamas.
Look, false narrative, and this is, by the way, just a war of narratives, will lead eventually to violence. And when people believe that they are Palestinians, and we ask them why are you a Palestinian? What makes you a Palestinian? But they don't know how to answer that. It's just a syndrome. It's a mental disease. It's a mental illness.
Can you imagine if I said being Jewish is a mental disease? I mean, that's so offensive.
Jewish
what
is
are you?
an
You're born
ethnic...
Palestinian.
Okay,
what are you?
Okay, Jewish is an ethnic group. It's a religion. It's a culture. It's a nation. Palestine and Palestinian is an ideology. It was born just yesterday. Judaism was born 5,000 years ago. It's the most ancient nation on the planet. What are you talking about? What is Palestine? What is Palestinian?
What are you?
I am an Arab. I was born in Judea, an Arab. This is my ethnicity. This is my language. Okay, Palestinian, this is something made up by Yasser Arafat, an Egyptian con artist.
Where do you want your brother to go? Where do you want 5.5 million people to go? Do you want them just to stay as prisoners? Do you want them to be ethnically cleansed into a different country? What do you want to happen to them?
Of course, we don't want this. Israel has 2 million Arabs, and Israel
what
did not.
What do you want them to do with the 5.5 million Palestinians?
As long as they carry this violent ideology, we're going nowhere. I would like for the Arabians to remember who they are and drop this Palestinian ideology so they are able to see things for what they are.
You call it Palestinian, you call it Arab, you can call it anything you like. But the bottom line is there's 5.5 million human beings there that believe that it's not that they believe, they do not control their own sovereignty. They don't have independence. They can't control their borders. They think they are occupied by their enemies, which is an empirical fact. What do you want to do with them if you don't want to do peace?
You need to ask what they need to do in order to achieve.
Oh, we have to so they have to please their occupiers.
No.
Okay, let me please you oppressors of mine. No. I'm begging you. I will pass all of your tests.
Jen,
okay, they need to drop violence.
One moment, because we're going a little bit both off point and in circles at the same time. But if Mossab is making the point that Hamas would have to do something, that goes back to negotiating with your enemy. There would be an expectation on Israel's part that Hamas would concede something, and vice versa. Is that not going directly to your argument that that's the way things have to go if it's not going to just be all-out war?
So first of all, this idea of preconditions, I don't agree with to begin with, but Israel's not even saying that. Israel's not saying, hey, here's precondition 1 and 2. They're saying, Netanyahu at this point is saying, I will never give the Palestinians a state. So he's not a partner for peace. If I believe the same thing Mossab did, I would say never negotiate with Israel. Just go straight to...
Why would you give Palestinians a state when they're radical jihadist terrorists? What would that do for you?
War and violence because they say they're never going to allow you to exist as a state. But I don't believe that. So, for example, I'm a progressive. I can't stand Donald Trump. But when Donald Trump went and talked with Kim Jong-un with no preconditions, I agreed. I said that is the correct thing to do. Now, that's a communist dictator who has concentration camps, the most oppressive nation on earth, even beating Bashar al-Assad and Benjamin Netanyahu. Nevertheless, I agree that you do negotiations with no preconditions because that's what you do with your enemies. And that's always the situation you're in. I don't have to negotiate with Finland because they're not my enemy.
The other thing you can do with your enemies is utterly destroy them.
That's right.
World War II ended with the enemy utterly destroyed. Is that the only outcome here in terms of Hamas? Mossab, does Israel have to destroy Hamas?
No, not just Hamas, all the Palestinians.
Well, no, my question right now is Hamas. And there is a distinction.
The what's so-called Palestinian people, as long as they adapt violence as a way to achieve their political agendas, they are going to suffer. They are going to make others suffer.
You're talking about Hamas?
And I'm talking about not only Hamas, I'm talking about Islamic Jihad, Public Front, and 10 other gang movements that have been adapting violence against the Jewish people only for being Jewish. And as long as we have this violent Palestinian ideology, that includes Hamas, the Islamists, and the communists, the war will continue. The moment Palestinians drop violence as a mean to achieve their goals, then I think coexistence is possible.
My question was if they don't, is the only alternative for Israel to attempt to destroy Hamas, and can it?
Well,
I mean, that's their stated.
This is where we're at right now. This is where we're at right now, and this is why Gaza been turned into rubble. And there is no way around destroying Hamas. And I think if there is going to be any other radical extremist Palestinian movement that will continue to adapt violence and pose a threat to the existence of the state of Israel, then they will be eliminated as well.
Same question to you. Can Hamas be destroyed? Is that an achievable, worthy goal?
Yeah. So first of all, Mossab just said that as long as they continue to do violence, there's such an anathema to the idea of peace that we shouldn't even talk to them. Again, by that logic, no one should ever talk to Israel. Israel's dropped 2,000-pound bombs over and over. They dropped over 100,000 bombs in an area.
Yep, that's because they're at war with a jihadist regime, you stupid fuck.
The size of Las Vegas. They have been way more violent than Hamas. If that hurts your feelings, I'm sorry.
I like why even debate this guy? He may in fact be more deranged than Norm Finkelstein. There is no point in communicating with this fucktard.
Sorry, but those are out clear facts, not even close. They are 10,000 times more violent than any Palestinian resistance.
Right, because Israel, make sure that they kill every man, woman, and child. Like, I remember reading in the Israeli Constitution that one day they will kill every single Arab on the face of the earth. Oh, no, wait. That was Hamas. In Hamas's charter, they said one day they will eradicate all Jews. Where the fuck is he getting this?
It's because, and I'm not saying that the Hamas wouldn't be just as violent, if not more violent. They just don't have the capacity for it. Israel does, and they execute that violence all the time. If we eliminate people based on that, you would literally never have any peace negotiations ever. And then the idea of Hamas has to be completely eradicated. That is a purposely unachievable objective. Who comes out and says, okay, Hamas is now officially done? There is no such thing. No one can ever say that. And you could see, we had America, Egypt, Qatar, Hamas, a huge portion of the Israeli cabinet, even the IDF leaking to the press saying, we're all ready for a ceasefire. The only people that held it up were Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Ben-Gvir. And so those people are saying, hey, you know what? I want to continue to do violence, so I'm going to make the standard that you can never, ever match. So how do we know if Hamas is all dead right now? We don't know anything. They keep making up numbers. They say, oh, we had killed 15,000 Hamas members. Then they went down to 9,000. Then they went back up to 14,000. So how do we know when they're all dead? And if you're trying to kill all of Hamas...
So Israel revises their data based on new evidence, and based on that, Cenk is saying you can't trust Israelis' data. Okay, well, I guess we can't trust any of these NGOs, including the Palestinian Health Authority, which is controlled by Hamas, because they've revised their numbers with a fucking death count. Jackass. Like, look at the fucking double standards this guy employs.
Well, you're going to have to kill a lot more than 40,000 Palestinians. Are we willing to do what we did in World War II, use nuclear weapons? Are we willing to firebomb as we did in Dresden and in Tokyo? That makes us monsters. Why would you want Israel to be monsters?
Is he, actually fucking retarded? He's arguing against things like the Dresden bombing and, the Tokyo bombings. Do you understand why those happened? Does your dumbass fucking realize that... over these bombing campaigns, civilians were warned to evacuate the area beforehand. There's just, oh my God.
Monsters. Why don't you want them to have beautiful independent state of Israel and a safe haven for Jews and a beautiful independent state of Palestinians. The idea that the Palestinians are the unique people on earth that cannot get to peace, that they are so violent, they have such a savage...
Update from Institute for Study of War yesterday on Iran. At least read the bullet point headlines in bold. Iran may be completely incapable of deterring Israel from future attacks.
Well, yeah, I mean, Iran can't do shit. I don't know why they're freaking out about Israel attacking Iran. Iran is a bunch of fucking losers. They have an extremely fucking weak military. They can't really effectively attack Israel. And if the United States even would have to get involved, which they probably wouldn't, the war would be over in a day. Like, that would be it for Iran. I don't know why anybody's freaking out about this. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Ideology they can't get to peace is both racist and absurd.
So I hear Mossab saying that Israel really doesn't have a choice, and you're saying Israel has a choice.
Of course they have a choice.
Does Israel have a choice?
Look, what Hamas did on October 7 was barbaric, was a genocide motivated by sick religion. They attempted to ethnically cleanse a race, a human race. And this is a capital crime that cannot be forgiven. The situation to legitimize such a movement, give them legitimacy, and after that, in fact, to sit down on the negotiating table, then reward them with a state and political gain and financial gain. This is exactly what they wanted. Hamas, on October 7 in the morning, they killed Jewish children for revenge. In the afternoon, they killed Arab children, their own children. And by the way, this is a Palestinian practice to sacrifice their own children for political and financial gain. This is the essence of their game. And I am a living example. If you look at me, when my father had to choose between his Hamas Palestinian ideology and his own son, he chose the non-existential. He chose Allah over his son. And this is a living example to show you how these people function. They are willing to sacrifice not only 40,000 Gazans, they are willing to sacrifice an entire region religiously for something that does not exist. So with that said, Israel has no choice.
I think your parody covers would be great content for your second channel. Please read out loud more often because we cannot see the teeny letters, Wally 100. Well, I didn't read out loud because it was a lot of crap to just skim through and it wasn't particularly important. But yeah, I might upload like parody videos to a second channel.
It's not only about the children and the civilians of Gaza. It's about also the future of an entire generation in the Middle East. And I don't think there is a way around eradicating Hamas and removing them from power. We may suffer right now, and the Gazans may suffer, but the future will be bright without, at least brighter without Hamas.
Yeah, I mean, he did this ode to children, and I agree. 34 kids were killed on October 7th. That's heartbreaking. 15,000 Palestinian children have been killed.
They killed.
Nope. There is no evidence that 15,000 Palestinian children are killed. Hamas, so he's getting these numbers from the Palestinian Health Authority, which is controlled by Hamas. They have been proven to be lying about the death toll of women and children. They have been artificially inflating child and female deaths, and undercounting adult male deaths, and they're doing that intentionally to make it seem as though Israel is like targeting civilians and not killing many militants.
Every child they found on October 7, if they found 10,000 children, they would have killed 10,000 children.
Okay.
It is not about head count.
Okay, so I'm not excusing a single child that Hamas killed, but it seems like you're saying, 15,000 Palestinian kids. So what? Israel had to do it. We have to eradicate Hamas.
Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. And don't think that you hold the higher moral ground. Those are my children. Those
Yep. Jank is bad faith as fuck.
are my brothers and my sisters, and you are not. Don't pose as the one you care more. You don't care more than I do for the Palestinian children or for the Arab children.
All right.
The reason why are
Yeah, by the way, so Hamas uses child suicide bombers. Hamas is well known for using children to use as human bombs. Children are much less, they're less likely to be suspected of carrying suicide bombs on their person, so they'll tell children to walk up to an Israeli guard post or something, and then they'll blow up their own children in order to kill Jews. So, yeah, Jank really cares about children. He wants Hamas to stay in power. He wants to give Hamas official statehood. And he doesn't seem to have any problem with Hamas using child suicide bombers, recruiting children into their fucking Nazi death cult. Yeah, right. Jank cares about the kids. That's why he wants Hamas in power. The people who force children to wear suicide vests.
Are they suffering? This is the most important thing.
What's up? And
You don't mind if Israel just murdered
one moment,
15,000
Jank, I'm going to pull moderator prerogative moment. Let's just take a breath and take it down 10 degrees. I understand you're both riled because you both care about this.
So there is no need to take the higher moral ground. You know, here I speak on behalf of the Arab and the Jewish children.
You've made your
They
point.
are
You've made your
very
point. You've made your
important to
point
me.
effectively and passionately.
I'm not being selective, and I don't need them to put words in my mouth.
15,000 children at a minimum are dead, and you're saying keep going.
Why? Why are they dead?
You're saying keep going.
Why are they dead?
So more children, thousands
Why
more
the
children
children
are
of Gaza are dead? Answer the question.
So it's not because of the Israeli bombs, right? the Hamas made the Israelis kill the Palestinian children. It's always the Palestinians' fault. Always, right? You said the Palestinians don't even exist, and you say that you were looking out for them. You were an Israeli spy, right?
I said Palestine does not exist. I did not say Arabs don't exist.
Okay, but I mean, you're claiming that you care about the Palestinians, but you were an Israeli spy. And you said your father sold you out. Didn't you sell out your dad? I'm not saying you shouldn't have. I get why you did it, but you sold him out. He didn't sell you out. You were the traitor.
So basically, right now, you're just going on a personal attack. Let me ask you this question.
No, because I'm addressing what you said.
I want to answer you.
Okay.
If you had information about a suicide bomber that is about to kill people indiscriminately, would you report them to the authorities?
I didn't blame you for what you did. I said, I understand
answer
what
the
you
question,
did.
yes or no. Would you report it?
Of course I would report a terrorist attack.
Would that make you a traitor?
Well, it depends on the situation. But when you
All right.
said that your dad sold you out, that's just not true.
I'm going to step in again because it has gotten personal.
Yeah, so he is being completely fucking bad faith.
I understand you're both feeling it, and that's just not what we do here. We want to keep it on the points. So I understand feelings have been hurt.
Yeah, but then I need to answer this question. I need to answer this question.
I want to move on from that question because we're going to keep going in that direction in circles. Fair enough.
Can I answer the?
No. I got to pull this and move on. Okay, very briefly, I want to go to a question that just comes out of the news, and it's the fact that Hamas has a new leader. Yahya Sinwar has taken over. He was the architect of the October 7th attacks, or certainly is given credit for that after the assassination of Hania. I just want to get your take on whether that changes in any way the dynamic for the possibility of any kind of negotiated settlement between Israel and Hamas, which you have been saying is theoretically possible, you're saying is impossible, but does that change the calculation whatsoever?
See, this is why I don't think, it's not that I don't think that Israel wants peace, and we should distinguish between the people of Israel and the government of Israel. I believe the people of Israel do want peace. I think that they're greatly misguided these days about how to get there. They believe that just killing more Palestinians might get them there. It's never, ever going to get them to peace. It's going to get them to more war. But their government is very clear. And one of the ways that they have prevented peace is they just killed Ismail Haniyeh, who was the moderate within Hamas. Now you can say, oh, no, Hamas has no moderates. They're all Nazis.
A lot of people say that.
Wow. Jank is saying it's bad to kill a terrorist because he's a moderate.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But every movement
Whoa.
who wants to get to peace, wants to do a negotiation, is more moderate relative to their movement, right? And Haniyeh was that guy, and Israel knew that. So they killed the moderate, leaving...
Dude, this is just absolutely insane. So now he's spreading, like, weird conspiracy theories about Israel deliberately targeting peaceful members of Hamas so that they'd be forced to carry on this war. Like, this is just insane. He cannot qualify any of this with fucking evidence. And again, the idea that this guy was moderate, like, oh my god, dude.
Did you know Ukraine took parts of Russia in return for Russia invading Ukraine? Lol, hilarious.
Yes, I saw that. They invaded about 10 kilometers within the Russian border. It's pretty hilarious. I saw the interview Putin made after that happened, and he is not happy. It's pretty hilarious. He's nervous as fuck. Thanks for the donation, Mola.
More extremists like Yahya Sinwar. And now Yahya
What
Sinwar...
What does Israel get out of that, tactically or strategically?
Because, we have to acknowledge the geopolitical circumstance as it stands today. Netanyahu is deeply unpopular in Israel, will almost certainly lose an election if it's called right now. He knows that, everyone is aware of that. That is why a lot of Israelis are frustrated with Netanyahu for not getting the hostages back home for his own political ambitions. So the only way that the election would be called now is if the far right-wing Ben Gvir and Smotrich pull out of the government. The only way that they would pull out of the government is if there's a ceasefire, and they have said that very clearly on the record. They have said if there's a ceasefire, we're going to end this government, and Netanyahu will lose probably this time forever. So Netanyahu has every incentive to kill the moderates inside Hamas so that the extremists take over, and he goes, oh, well, golly, gee, now I double can't get to a peace deal.
Okay, let me take the question also to you, Mossab, about Sinwar taking over. Does that change the calculation in any way for you?
Look, there is no difference between Sinwar and Haniya. They are both complicit in the crime. Both of them have blood on their hands. Both of them sacrificed children as a strategy to gain power. And they couldn't be more careless about the future of the Palestinian children. And I think both leaders must be brought to justice. And if it's not possible, and there is no way around it, then killing them is a virtue. Killing them, in fact, is a day of celebration because we know that heads of evil are being removed from power. Now, for those who dare to question Israel without addressing this evil practice of sacrificing children done by Haniya and Sinwar and all the Palestinian ideologists throughout the century, by the way, if they haven't already condemned this culture that targets children and put them in harm's way, then they don't have the authority to question what Israel is doing. If they want to question what Israel is doing, they first must address this evil practice. Otherwise, they are hypocrites, and they just pose as they are standing on a high moral ground, and they have the authority to question people and label this person this and that person that. This is not how it works. If you want to be truthful, then you have to be truthful all the way.
All right, we're going to take a break. I just want to say to those of you who are listening, there are many, many more debates that we've got on our website. Not all of them reach this level of intensity, but some of them do. But all of them end up shedding light, as I feel this one is as well. Recent topics we've taken on include: should Biden step down? Is wokeness killing comedy? Is the two-state solution still viable? All of that and more is at opentodebate.org. This is Open to Debate. I'm John Donvan, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to Open to Debate. I'm John Donvan. The question we're taking on: can Israel make peace with Hamas? Our guests are Cenk Uygur and Mossab Hassan Youssef. Let me say that again, and Mossab Hassan Youssef. What we like to do in our debates at this point is ask for people who are experts in the topic or following the topic to also submit questions that I'll read to you, and some of them have given a lot of thought to these. The first one I want to bring in it comes from Nicole Naraya, who's the senior politics reporter at Vox, who has covered the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict extensively and helped lead the organization's coverage of the Gaza war. Her question is this: the kind of regional escalation many experts warned of is now here. In the wake of the recent assassinations of top Hamas and Hezbollah leaders, Hezbollah and its Iranian allies are expected to retaliate harshly. The U.S. is moving military assets to the Middle East in preparation. Full-scale war.
Yeah, retaliate harshly. What that means is they're going to shoot a bunch of missiles that are going to get intercepted by Israel's Iron Dome system, and then they're not going to do shit.
Appears possible. Will that force Israel to turn its attention away from Hamas in Gaza, if only because it faces a more pressing threat along its northern border with Lebanon? To what extent might that force Netanyahu's hand in accepting a Gaza ceasefire deal and shift Israeli public opinion on continuing the war in Gaza? Would you like to take that first?
Sure. Nothing's going to force Netanyahu to take a ceasefire deal, because if he does, Ben Gvir and Smotrich leave the government, he loses power. He doesn't care about the Israeli people. He obviously doesn't care about the hostages. My God, he has no concern at all for the Palestinians or the giant war he's trying to start in the Middle East. He has no concern for the Americans who have to pay for it in both blood and treasure for the wars he's starting. All he cares about is me. And that's why 72% of Israelis say that he should leave, and he's deeply unpopular. And so that's why I say never say that all Israelis are this way or that way. Like any nation, there's great variety. And right now, like a lot of nations, they're like, we did not like Dick Cheney and George Bush when they executed the Iraq war. A lot of Israelis don't like Netanyahu. Is he agitating for more war? Of course. He bombed Tehran, Beirut, and Damascus. How much more of a warmonger can you be? So, I mean, you talk about sacrificing children. I keep saying I can't stand the 34 kids
Again, I guess like you could call Roosevelt a warmonger because he wanted to go to war with fucking Nazi Germany. Like it. Let's just ignore the motivation behind the war, whether or not it's justified, whether or not it was a good thing or morally righteous decision. If you go to war, you're just a warmonger. Doesn't like nothing else matters. This guy is so bad faith.
Killed in Israel. I can't stand that over 15,000 kids have been killed in the Palestinian areas. But how could you possibly say, can you believe Hamas killed those kids? But you won't say, can you believe Netanyahu killed the Palestinian kids? So many more, a stadium full of kids. Isn't that enough? Is anything ever enough? No. It's all Hamas's fault. They made us kill them. They made us do this. We're never going to get the peace with them because they're the violent ones. Well, when you kill 35 times as many civilians as they did, you don't get to say that they're the violent ones because you're 30 times as violent. But I'm never going to hold that against the Israeli people.
Well, I guess the United States is more violent than Nazi Germany. Like, this is just retarded. Yeah, dude, winners win. When you start shit with a more powerful country and you're the one who gets fucked over, you can't turn around and say they're the bad guys.
Just want to get the peace so we can have two beautiful nations. We've got to get there, and the way to get there is not more war, it's more peace.
Do you want me to repeat the question, or do you want to respond to Cenk's response?
Well, I think you're just a hypocrite.
Okay, now you're getting personal.
Yes, I am personal.
Well, let's not call each other hypocrites or other names, okay?
You have children. If you had to choose between your two children and other people's children, what do you choose? If you had no choice.
But you do have a choice. You have no choice but to murder 15,000
kids?
Their
children or your children, what would you choose?
I'm stepping in again because we're getting to very rhetorically obvious questions that are not helping people understand the issue that's
because he cannot answer this question, because if it comes to him and his family, then it's a different business.
So you would kill 15,000 other kids just to save your kids.
Let's pull it, please.
I don't have children. This is a question to you. What would you do?
Shall we cut the mic?
I would not kill a school full of children.
Let's stop.
If you had to choose between your children.
Yeah, so this moderator is a fucking jackass, by the way. He shouldn't interrupt crap like that. Yeah, Jank won't answer.
The rest of the world, what do you choose?
Mossab, please stop. Take this question, please. It comes from Barbara Slavin, who is a distinguished fellow at the Stimson Center. She's debated with us twice at Open to Debate. Her question is, if Hamas were to accept Israel's right to exist in internationally recognized borders and forswears continuing violence, would Israel then accept Hamas as part of a Palestinian unity government? And I want to ask this question in the framework of my own experience. I covered Israel, I covered the PLO in the 1980s and the 1990s. I saw the PLO.
Thoughts on Mike the Vegan? He's a dishonest ideologue.
Come a long way, and Israel come a long way. At the time when Yitzhak Rabin was the prime minister and Yasser Arafat was the chairman of the PLO, from a time when they were talking as they are now, that it would be just impossible for them to make peace because of the legacy of pain each had inflicted on one another, it did seem totally impossible that they could ever find a way to talk to each other. I granted there was not the religious dimension to this. It was more nationalism, as you said earlier. But having witnessed this movement from the totally not possible to the for a while possible solution, reminds me of this question. If Hamas were to come to a point of accepting Israel's right to exist and forswear violence, could Israel at the same time include Hamas? Or is there too much blood already spilled to make something like that possible?
Whatever Hamas says today, whatever they do is too late. They had the opportunity for 36 years to recognize Israel's right to exist, and Israel tried many times to negotiate with Hamas. And the condition was very clear, that you drop your violence, and then after that we are able to sit on the negotiating table. But Hamas refused to accept Israel's right to exist in principle. So if Hamas comes today after October 7, after destroying Gaza, after using Gazans as human shields, this is a crime. Even if Israel forgives this crime, I will never forgive Hamas for killing and sacrificing Gaza children for their political gain.
Okay.
So it doesn't matter whether Israel or the international community would validate Hamas and reward them with anything. I will always oppose Hamas. I will never forget what they did to the Arab and Jewish children in the region.
So I want to take a piece of that response back to you, Cenk, but I have one request. I feel you might be getting more airtime than your opponent, and so I want to ask you to be a little bit more terse because in a matter of fairness. Fundamentally, Mossab said, in the case of Hamas, it's too late. They've been given the chance over and over again, chance to be flexible. They've shown no flexibility. Very recently, they showed the opposite of flexibility. In the case of Hamas, it's too late.
Yeah, so again, I'm sorry, but nonsense. Number one, Hamas has accepted the ceasefire. Israel hasn't. So Israel has killed way more than Hamas has. So under that logic...
That is a complete and utter lie. The ceasefire negotiations have... a component where both sides have to meet some sort of obligations. The last ceasefire deal that fell through, Israel was requesting the release of 30 hostages. Hamas said, we can give you, I think the number was something like 24. And then Israel said, okay, are they all alive? And then Hamas said, I don't know. So then Israel's like, okay, fuck you. We're not doing the deal.
Jenk makes me feel sick. What an idiot. No logic in that man whatsoever. Hope you're good, VG.
Oh yeah, he's just a dishonest ideologue. And now I know for sure he's being completely dishonest. He's not just retarded, like he's deliberately being a lying jackass. Thanks for the donation though, Adios. I'm doing good. Yeah, so Jenk is making it seem as though Israel just refused a ceasefire. They didn't. Both sides had their own obligations to uphold the ceasefire. Hamas didn't uphold their obligations, and so Israel did not agree to the ceasefire. And he's making it seem as though, oh, well, Israel just wants war. Like, no, that's not what happened. And again, he probably knows this. He's just a lying dickhead.
Again, oh, we can never talk to Israel. What an absurd way to think. Second of all,
absurd is one of those trigger words that is sounding a little bit personal.
Okay, but I mean, I don't know what you like. How do I address the fact that you say, okay, I don't want to negotiate with my enemies. I'd like to negotiate with what? Huff the Magic Dragon and Norway. Well, who are we negotiating with? We're not negotiating with our enemies. And this idea that they're uniquely crazy.
But I think
hold on, I got to say this. So oh my God, they hate us for who we are.
By the way, we have historic precedent for this. Under Trump basically tried to negotiate with the Taliban. The Taliban are crazy Islamist Muslims, just like Hamas. The Taliban broke every single one of their fucking agreements. They're liars. You can't make peace deals with Muslim radicals. They will just fucking lie and cheat, not uphold their their end of the bargain, and they'll just do whatever the fuck they want.
You know, the Greeks and the Armenians hated the Turks, hated us. And I don't blame them. We occupied them. Of course they hated us. What were they going to do? Love us? And then, you know what they did? They rebelled against the Ottoman Empire and said, you have no right to exist. Well, it's true. The Ottoman Empire didn't necessarily have to exist. But we could have said, how dare you? You're saying we don't have a right to exist and you hate us.
Okay.
We're going to occupy you forever.
I'm cognizant of the time again. So, yeah, please do.
Okay. Hamas on October 7 committed a genocide against the Jewish people. Then immediately took hostages to force Israel to declare defeat and surrender on October 8th.
Which, by the way, is a war crime.
This is Hamas' strategy. Because they knew when they take hostages, Israel would have no choice but to come to the negotiating table broken and give Hamas recognition as a counterpart. This is why they took the hostages. And today, we have all the hypocrites around the world saying ceasefire now. They don't understand that by doing so, they are giving Hamas victory and they are forcing Israel to declare defeat. And this is the most dangerous thing that is happening about ceasefire. It's not a war that Israel chooses to do. Israel is trying to end the war that Hamas started. And when we force Israel, it's Israel's choice, actually, to decide to sit on the negotiating table or not. It's not up to him. It's not up to anyone else to actually force Israel to stop their war, to end a radical, savage group and give them legitimacy and keep them in power. So with that said, it's not up to anyone to force Israel to sit on the negotiating table. If the harm was against him, his people, or his own children, he wouldn't negotiate.
I just told you I would.
Over the life of your children?
I want to bring in an Israeli voice to this conversation in the form of a question from Inat Wilf. Inat is a former member of the Israeli Knesset and actually debated with us in the past as well. And I'll take this question to you, Jen, because it echoes very much what Mossab is saying. She asks, given that Hamas remains deeply and violently committed to the fundamental Palestinian ethos of no sovereign state for the Jewish people in any part of the land, manifested in the declared demand to exercise a non-existent right to settle inside Israel's sovereign territory in the name of return, what exactly makes you think there is room for a negotiated agreement, assuming that Israel's own red line is to maintain and protect its very existence as the sovereign state of the Jewish people? And you have already stipulated that you are a supporter of the existence of Israel, so that's not the challenge here. The question is, why would they want to negotiate for that when she feels that is fundamentally at risk?
Yeah, this is the same arguments they always make. Why should we negotiate? Oh, those guys are evil, uniquely evil. We kill way more than them. We've occupied them for 57 years. We've oppressed them for 57 years. But they're uniquely evil. And by the way, let's acknowledge the
We killed more Nazis than Nazis killed us. I guess the Allied forces were evil. Like, again, dumb, retard, just fucking asshole logic.
huge amount of racism in that. The Muslims and the Arabs and the Palestinians are unique savages. They're not part of civilization, as Netanyahu said in the speech to Congress. So you can't trust these people. They're naturally violent, they say, as they drop 2,000-pound bombs on their children. So I don't think either side is naturally violent. That's racist, anti-Semitic, bigoted. It's absurd. You get to peace through negotiations. So according to her logic, okay, the African National Congress used to do violence in apartheid South Africa. Well, that's it. These brutish savages and like Nelson Mandela, you can never get to peace with them. Well, it turns out you could get to peace with them if you tried. They didn't want to get to peace with them until there was economic consequences, and that was because of the boycotts. We should do the same exact thing to Israel. America should.
Oh, the false equivalence, like the false equivalencies this guy makes, because Nelson Mandela is a radical Muslim jihadist that wants to kill all white people, right? Like how in the fuck can you compare Nelson Mandela to Hamas? The only reason they resorted to violent resistance was because there was no route that they could go down with diplomacy. And as soon as diplomacy was available, yeah, they were able to negotiate. How in the fuck can you compare Nelson Mandela to fucking Hamas? Nelson Mandela didn't want to kill all white people. He actually explicitly tried to avoid killing people. Like, my God, this is insane.
Should cut off all funding. We're supporting a brutal occupation, the giant oppression of 5.5 million people, the deaths of 40,000 people, and then they turn around and claim the Palestinians are violent? It's disgusting, it's offensive, and it's counter-rational. Right. It's not even close to rational.
I'm cutting in because you made that point before. I just want to
Have you ever been to Gaza, by the way?
No, because I would probably be murdered by the IDF.
Why would you be murdered?
They put my name on one of their bombs. They murdered journalists more than all other nations combined
20, 30 years ago, that was also the case. If you've never been there, you don't even know the people. You need to live with the people for at least 10 years to understand who they are before you represent them. You're representing people that you don't know. I was born there, and I don't need to represent their ideology. But at the end of the day, they are Arabs. My mother is an Arab. My father is an Arab. And they are lost cause because they are believing of foreign ideologies. And this is what I'm trying to emancipate my people by asking them to drop their sick ideology so they can be themselves.
Let me come in on that very point. To what extent would you say that the people who live in Gaza and the people who live on the West Bank are supporting Hamas now? And do they, in fact, seek peace with Israel? And I know everybody's different, and it's I'm asking a general question.
Listen,
but in
the vast majority of what's so-called Palestinians in the territories, whether in the West Bank or Gaza, the vast majority of the Muslim world have been supporting Hamas. And the reason, not because they know what Hamas is, not because they understand Hamas ideology. The reason, it's because of their anti-Semitic approach, because of their hatred of the Jewish people, and they found their angry cause to launch a global assault against this most productive ethnic group that they have contributed so much to life. And they did not start this war, and they haven't oppressing what's so-called Palestinian people. The Palestinian people have been inflicting self-pain for 70 years.
So if Hamas were to be defeated or disappear or something absurd like they resign, the bulk of the Palestinian population would still be at war with Israel or still be willing to be at war with Israel.
Listen, prior to the first Palestinian Intifada, we did not have a problem. There was no one checkpoint. We were able to go and dine in Tel Aviv. The Jewish people were able to come to Ramallah, to Gaza, shop. I have memories of Jewish families coming to our house. And
I've got a pro-Palestinian that wants to debate you. Can you open up Discord? Sure. There you go. I'm sure this will be a nice big old waste of time. There you are.
Father was serving them dinner. We did not have a problem. There was no wall. We were able to travel abroad until the moment Yasser Arafat brought his sick ideology and started the Intifada. This is when everything went wrong.
That's not answering my question about, you're talking about the leadership again, and I'm asking about the common
But yeah, I'm giving you an example that it is possible. Arabs and Jews can get along. Definitely. Okay. Arabs and Jews can get along. But Palestinian ideologists, this is something that does not have any limitations, and it's an anarchy without a moral compass. Nothing can satisfy.
Are you the dumbass that wants to debate me on Palestine? Okay, and they're gone. I don't know who the fuck that was.
Satisfy it.
I have one more question I was going to get to. We won't have time if you want to respond to what was just said instead.
Yeah, so this idea of like this awful ideology. So I can't stand the fundamentalists of all religions. And so I don't like Muslim fundamentalist ideology, Christian or Jewish or Buddhist even. The settlers have a Jewish fundamentalist ideology that they are the chosen people, that God gave them that land, and they should drive the Palestinians and ethnically cleanse them from those lands. That doesn't mean I'm not going to get to peace with them. That doesn't mean I want to kill them all. That doesn't mean that we should have permanent war. I think they're lunatics, but I also think the fundamentalists of all sides are lunatics. They believe that they're talking to an invisible person, and that invisible person is telling them to kill everyone. So nevertheless, the way to peace is not through killing, it is through settling your disagreements through diplomacy. So look, this idea that they have that the only way we'll ever get to a peace deal is if Hamas is all killed, and by the way, the next group that comes up that resists occupation, all killed, everybody's all killed, and then they have to come and say, we love the Jews and we love Israel, and there's not a single person who resists you, and grovel and grovel and grovel.
I don't really think, in fairness, that Mossad is saying.
No, I think that.
Who the fuck are you?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
How's it going?
Just fine.
Good. So, yeah, okay. For some reason, my sound situation's fucked. Let me get my earbuds. Usually, I'm on mobile. Usually, I'm able to like put it on speaker and stuff, but it's not allowing me to do it in this setting. Give me a moment. Okie doke.
Okay.
All right, you can hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I had some friends recommend that I debate you on this topic of like Palestine. I guess like I'm just considering like your position. What is your exact position on the issue?
Yeah, so the Israeli invasion of Gaza is absolutely justified. Hamas is a violent terror organization that has been terrorizing Israel for decades. It's culminated in their attack against Israel on October 7th, where they killed roughly 1,200 Israeli civilians. Obviously, this whole thing they have going on right now isn't working. Hamas violated the prior ceasefire deal by, doing that October 7th attack. So ceasefire deals aren't working. And Israel has no choice but to invade and destroy Hamas. So, and so far, I have seen Israel act benevolently. They're targeting militants, not civilians. They're not indiscriminately bombing. They're doing their due diligence to minimize civilian casualties. So they're doing things like dropping leaflets, sending out QR codes to people's phones to show them, where safe zones are so they don't get bombed. They're telling mass amounts of people to... Yeah, that's to take out specific militants, and they're using low-yield explosives. They're also getting large amounts of people to leave certain parts of Gaza, like southern or northern Gaza. They're also facilitating the mass movement of aid into Gaza. They've helped open up the Rafah crossing between Egypt and southern Gaza. So,
wait, do you have a source on the Rafah crossing thing? Because that's been really hard for aid to get in.
Yeah, because of Egypt. Because of Egypt. The Rafah crossing is in Egyptian territory. Israel's negotiated with Egypt to open up the Rafah crossing.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, okay, and what else were you trying to explain? Or explaining?
Well, that's basically it. They need to go to war to destroy Hamas, and so far they've been doing what you'd expect of a modern Western military following, basic human rights codes.
Yeah, I wouldn't say either Hamas nor Israel has followed human rights codes, which is why I'm in the position that, like, I hate both of these organizations.
So how has Israel violated any kind of human rights laws?
They've stolen land since 1948.
They haven't stolen land.
Palestinians.
They haven't stolen land.
They have.
Nope.
There's like
Nope.
multiple sources.
Nope.
On
Palestine isn't a state. They haven't stolen any land.
Palestine has been a state
Nope.
for.
They've
like,
never been a
centuries.
state. They have never been a state. Show me one resource showing
just
they've ever been a
because-
state.
Well, just because a land has been conquered by numerous empires, does that therefore mean that land doesn't exist?
The land itself exists. Palestine as a state
Right.
doesn't exist.
Yes. So
yeah, it used
as
to be
a
owned by
state-
the Ottoman Empire. It was then taken over by the British. The British made a mandate giving some amount of land to ethnic Jews and some amount of land to ethnic Arabs. That was going to create the Palestinian state. Arabs rejected that deal, so they were never granted a state because they rejected the deal. They ended up going to war with Israel, and Israel, for the most part, made its territories follow the basic British partition plan. And since then, since then, there have been multiple wars in the region. Israel ended up taking back Jordan, which is now the West Bank. So they haven't stolen any land. If Israel wanted to completely take over Gaza after this war, that wouldn't be stealing land.
Really?
Yep.
So like just all these people forfeiting land to the Israeli government that they don't think is like their rightful, like, not ruler but government.
The only reason
guess
Israel the only reason Israel hasn't officially taken over Gaza and the West Bank is they would basically be forced to make all of these Arabs that hate Jews Israeli citizens, or else they would end up having like big human rights issues because you have a large amount of people living within your territory that have no legal status. So that would be a problem. So they don't want to give they don't want to give Palestinian statehood right now because, of course, they're run by fucking terrorists. I don't know why you'd want to give them statehood if they're run by terrorists. And
yeah, so I don't
Yeah.
disagree that like Hamas are like terrorists, but I would also say that the right-wing government is Israel of Israel has also acted as terrorists. So
Nope.
yeah, I agree. Like
They
Hamas
haven't. Give me an
has
example.
acted and- yeah. So like indiscriminately like killing. a
They
bunch of
haven't
innocent
indiscriminately
people
killed
during this
anybody.
war.
Yeah, they haven't indiscriminately killed.
Multiple
Nope.
videos on it.
Yeah,
There's
that's great.
multiple
So,
videos
multiple videos
But-
where you don't know anything about what Israeli intelligence had. You don't know who these people are. You can't determine whether or not they're terrorists. If you actually look at the militant to civilian casualty ratios, there's no evidence of indiscriminate killing. They have a better
So what are
militant to
the
civilian
stats-
casualty ratio than any
What are
military.
the stats that you're using? Like, what stats are you using to like back up these claims?
Yeah, sure.
I'm just curious.
Give me 1 minute.
Okay. Because like the stats I've read is the civilian to militant ratio is actually quite disproportionate. Like, there's a lot of civilian deaths, not a whole lot of militant deaths. But I mean, I could be wrong. I could change my position. I'm opening to changing my position. But like overall, that still wouldn't really move the needle in terms of like my overall position.
So I'll send this directly to you.
Okay.
There you go. That is the militant to civilian casualty ratio. So this is comparing Israel to other countries and conflicts. You will see the Israeli invasion of October 7th. That has a militant to civilian casualty ratio of 1,598. Everyone else is well below that. Most other nations are below 200, and a few are at or around 1 or below 1. So like the Dresden bombing, shit like that. Militant
Right.
civilian casualty ratio of around 1 would suggest indiscriminate bombing. So they're not really looking at who they're killing. It's just indiscriminate. And I believe when it's around 5, that's when it's considered a genocide because they're directly just trying to kill civilians.
Yeah, the Zanzibar Revolution, the Bangladesh Liberation War in Pakistan. Yeah, like all these. But,
yeah, so if you're claiming Israel's indiscriminately killing, that makes no statistical sense.
And so where these, I'm seeing these values, like where did you, like what site or organization did you get this data from?
So Dr. Avi compiled the data. You can cross-reference that with whatever sources you want.
Yeah, I'm going to have to.
Or you can just message him directly. He has his own Discord.
Yeah, I joined that. Yeah, a lot of people were saying that I was weak for not wanting to debate somebody, and I was like, dude, I want to debate somebody on this. I just there's a barrier to entry, and I'm broke as shit, and I can't contribute any money to you know what I'm saying? So, but I appreciate you taking the time to actually run through this with me. So yeah, again, my position is that I don't think either side that's fighting is justified. I think that they're using their people as cannon fodder to achieve their own gains. I do think they're both doing that.
Nope.
I think frankly not just
Where's
they do it,
what's
but,
the argument for that?
Every country does
What's
that.
the argument for that?
The argument for that is that on the Israeli side, they're training all of these men and women to go into this war for their own political gain. I mean, I think the right-wing party's just trying to get
What do you political
leverage.
gain? What exactly is the political gain to prevent a genocidal terrorist organization from killing civilians? That sounds
gain,
that doesn't sound like a political gain. That just sounds like a moral value.
There's a political gain to eradicate Hamas, but to also take away the
no shit,
land.
because Hamas should be eradicated. Are you telling me the United States had a some nefarious political gain for defeating the Nazis?
Huh? That's not a really good analogy.
Yeah, it
to
is.
Use, but
Hamas are Nazis. You realize they idolize Hitler.
They idolize Hitler?
They idolize Hitler. You can look at Hamas training camps. You can look at Hamas training camps. They talk about how Hitler was one of the greatest leaders ever in the world because he realized how evil the Jews were. And there's a saying in Palestine that Hitler decided not to kill all the Jews so that he could show how the entire world how wicked they are. They idolize Hitler, and actually, this dates back to the early 1900s. The Mufti in Palestine was having talks with Hitler, trying to get... he was helping them recruit for the SS. He was also trying to get the Nazis to move into that region to exterminate all the Jews. There is a long history with Palestinians in that region and Nazism.
Yeah, if you could send me the source for that specifically, that would be great. But
just look at there's literally photos of this. Look up Hitler discussion with the Mufti. This happened in the 1930s. They were in talks with Hitler to eradicate all the Jews from that region in Palestine. He was also helping Hitler recruit for the SS, and Hitler was also enamored with Islam because the Nazis didn't really like Christianity because it was peace-loving, and the figure in Christianity, the lead figure, is a Jew, Jesus. So they kind of wanted another religion for Germans to follow, and Hitler was enamored with Islam because it fit his kind of philosophical and political beliefs, where you should just murder people that you don't agree with, which is what Islam promotes. You're commanded in Islam to commit jihad.
Yeah, I don't agree. just to be clear, I don't agree with that worldview. I don't agree with what Hamas did on October 7th. I just don't also agree with the way Israel has handled everything. And I don't agree
Okay,
with,
how should Israel have handled everything?
They should have just gone in and tried to negotiate to get those hostages out, because
So
that's apparently the whole
do you have a learning disability, or are you completely fucking retarded or something? Has anybody else told you this?
Bro, I fucking hate it when
So
you use the
so
R
tell
word,
me
bro.
so tell me, if somebody were to go into your family's home, murder your mom, murder your dad, rape your sister and kill her, and then steal some of their children, and they go back to their hideout, would you try to negotiate with these people? Like just say, could you please give us the kids back?
It's contentious whether they murdered all of those 1,200 people or not.
Yeah, they did. They murdered every single one of those people. Really? All 1,200 were murdered by Hamas. You're referencing that stupid bullshit that was put out by Islamic jihadists on fucking Twitter and some Russian bot accounts. There was this myth that Israeli Apache helicopters bombed that music festival, killing a large number of civilians. That never happened. That was debunked by Geolocate and a few other news organizations. They were able to get communications by the Apache helicopter pilots talking about how they can't engage with anybody at the music festival because they can't determine who's a militant and who's a civilian. They only targeted people who were crossing in and out of the Gaza border. And again, you can look at the types of explosions that were seen at the location at the music festival with the line of cars. Those couldn't have been from Hellfire missiles. It would have been absolutely impossible.
It would have been absolutely impossible.
Absolutely impossible. If Hellfire missiles were getting lobbed at, this row of cars, they would have been blown to bits and mangled. All you see is just fire damage, basically.
Gotcha. And I'm also reading this, I guess it's a Times of Israel article about the Grand Mufti meeting Hitler in 1941. Yeah, and I mean, I guess this confirms your information about them clearly showing favor with Hitler and the Nazis and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I didn't know that bit of information.
To this day, they idolize Hitler and the Nazis.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I don't condone or support Hamas at all. I think they're terrible people, but I also think Netanyahu.
So yeah, let's back up a bit, because I asked you what should Israel have done in response to October 7th, and you said negotiate.
Right,
so how in the fuck are you going to negotiate with genocidal terrorists to just give back hostages? Do you think if you just say, "Oh, can you please give us the hostages back, please, that they're going to give them back?"
That's not. Yeah, that's
right.
Not
so you have to go.
I
So you admit
it,
they have to go to war.
I mean, they would have to give them an ultimatum, hey, you're gonna give the hostages back, or else there's gonna be consequences.
Right, and those consequences, have actually occurred, and they still haven't given back all the hostages. So you admit Israel had to go to war.
I mean, I guess if that's the angle that you're approaching it by your logic.
No,
yes,
I'm asking you. I'm asking you.
Yeah. So if all of these conditions were true, then yeah, you would have to go to war if they're refusing to cooperate and achieve some kind of diplomatic resolution. Yeah.
Yeah. So Israel has acted justifiably.
I don't know if they've acted justifiably, but they're justified in trying to get the hostages back and liberate people from Hamas, I guess. I don't know. That's it's just so weird, because Israel was not an official state until 1948.
Okay, who cares?
So,
neither was Palestine.
Because I care about history. okay, sure, fair enough, but like I care about history, and over time, like with all of the illegal settlements in the West Bank and
They're not illegal.
they are.
They're not
Wait,
illegal.
are you saying Israel's justified in just going into the West Bank and like kicking out all of these native people who've lived there for generations?
Yeah, so just so you're aware, all of these stupid news stories of Israel going into these different like fucking houses and kicking out Palestinian civilians, they're all fucking bullshit. So before the 1940s, before the 1940s, Israelis were buying up land all around this area called Palestine. That includes the area around the West Bank. After Jordan went to war with Israel, Jordan took over those territories. Israeli citizens had to flee their homes that they bought. Those homes ended up being occupied by either Jordanian citizens or Palestinians. Now that Jordan has been liberated, some of these Israelis are going back to those properties, realizing that their homes are occupied by squatters, people who have literally just moved into a place they never bought, don't own, and they're kicking them out because they're rightfully owned by Israeli citizens. So that's what's happening.
So Israel's occupation of the West Bank is justified.
So the occupied areas that you're talking about, they're occupied because of terrorist attacks. So again, if, Texas decided to bomb other states, do you think the U.S. military would come in, try to kill some of these terrorists that are living in Texas and occupy the area to prevent more terror attacks?
Probably.
Yeah, so that's what's happening. And when you hear about Palestinians getting kicked out of their homes, what's actually happening is those homes are owned by Israeli citizens. Palestinians just ended up squatting on that territory ever since that area was owned by Jordan. But now it's not owned by Jordan, and it's occupied by Israel. Well, now they're getting kicked out of the homes that they don't actually own, that they've been squatting in.
Yeah, and there's like laws that make it justified to occupy the West Bank
it's
because
called
of some loopholes in their
what do you mean
system.
What do you mean loopholes in their judicial system? So these areas have not been annexed. These areas have not been annexed, and Israel is occupying these territories for military reasons or national security reasons.
Well, they're gonna say military or national security reasons, but I mean, I'm convinced they're just trying to push out all these ethnic Arabs. But
what do you mean push out ethnic Arabs? Where the fuck are they going to go? They can't go to Jordan. So what do you mean?
Well, yeah,
are they just going
to Jordan anymore? Because Jordan has already taken in so many of the refugees.
No, they haven't. Right? No, they haven't. Jordan kicked out all of the fucking Palestinians that were in their territory because they tried to coup the government and they assassinated their king. There's still a few Palestinians living in Jordan, but like that was decades ago that they let some of them in. Jordan isn't accepting any Palestinian refugees, so like this narrative that Israel's trying to push out ethnic Arabs, that's just fucking retarded. They have nowhere to go. They can't push them out anywhere.
Yeah, how is that retarded, dude? Like, they literally have nowhere else to go, and if they do have somewhere to go, then they're gonna flee. But if they don't have anywhere else to go, obviously they're gonna, like, fight for their rights. I mean, like, there's also been, like, children, like, literal minors who've been falsely accused of different crimes and arrested by Israel's police.
Yeah, care to show me any case where children have been falsely arrested and accused of a crime? Because all these kids you're talking about, you'll find out that they tried to commit a mass stabbing or they were a part of a bomb plot.
Hold on, give me a moment. I can't remember where I was, which publication or source I read this. Human Rights Watch. I think this was it. Sorry, I'm just trying to skim over and read this as fast as I can.
Because the only things I've seen is people have been complaining that these kids are being tried in a military court, which would make sense if they're terrorists. Right. Doesn't mean they didn't commit the crime.
If they're terrorists, yeah, but if they aren't, then it's like a false accusation. It's unjustified, right?
Ugh. I find it hard to believe that Israel would just bother like arresting kids for no reason. Again, all these kids that end up getting arrested and sent to a military court, they've committed mass stabbings where they tried to kill a pregnant woman, or they've been part of a bomb plot.
Yeah, so you agree with like their interrogation tactics and them like
Israel does not torture Israel does not torture detainees.
UNICEF reports that common sites for interrogation are police stations and illegal settlements such as Gush Etzion and Ariel. Children are questioned by men dressed in civilian clothes, military uniforms, or Israeli police uniforms.
Okay.
And none of these children have ever been accompanied by a lawyer or family member during the interrogation, which is illegal under international law.
I don't know if there are unique circumstances when it comes to terrorist cases, like in a military court. I don't know if you have a legal right to have representation in those sorts of cases in Israel.
I mean, like, for me, it's a threshold. Like, if you're obviously caught in the act and, like, you planned on committing, like, a bombing, like, some kind of act of terrorism, then, yeah, I think, like, your right to fair trial and due process go out the window. But if it's, like, a speculation, like, you might be affiliated with Hamas.
Okay, well, you're not able to show me a case of a kid being falsely accused, so I don't really care.
Yeah, so I can just send you this article by ICNA that I found. I think this was it, but you already started a DM chain, so. By the way, like, I want to say I respect your positions on veganism. I'm also a vegan. I just don't know if like this like pro-Israel take is like the vibe. Or I don't know if it's like tone deaf or if it's like insensitive, like because I have friends who are vegan actually, but they have family in like the West Bank, and yeah, like just watching them suffer and learning about like all of these atrocities going on, it breaks my heart, man. And like I just want the fucking conflicts to stop.
Yeah, the conflict will stop when Hamas is destroyed.
Yeah, okay, and then like let's just grant that this is true. Like, okay, what happens after Hamas is destroyed? What then?
Well, Israel's probably going to have to occupy the region for a while, make sure that a secular democratic government is elected that is non-fucking crazy, and then they'll probably help with a rebuild process.
Yeah, but didn't Israel even like fund or prop up Hamas to win the 2006 election?
No.
They did not.
Hamas was a charity organization at one point, which is when the Israeli government gave them aid. And Netanyahu also didn't want Gaza to be left without any kind of government or support. And he thought that giving Hamas some money and, supporting the regime would build goodwill and make sure the Palestinian people were kind of taken care of. So yeah, Israel's totally evil. They give money to Palestinians so that they can, live well. Yeah, but it's a Jewish conspiracy. It's all part of a conspiracy to wipe out the Palestinians. Right. When Israel gives money and gives aid, oh, it's a Jewish conspiracy theory. They just want to wipe out the Palestinians. They're just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And then when Israel doesn't give any aid, doesn't support any of these causes, oh, Israel's trying to starve the Palestinians and make them live in horrible conditions. There's no winning. All of this is anti-Semitism. All of the criticism against Israel is based on Jewish hatred.
Wait, all of the criticism is anti-Semitism across the board. That is bad faith.
No,
I don't
it
know
is.
about that.
No,
I
it
don't
is.
know about that.
Tell me why you had the stupid idea that Israel giving Hamas aid money.
Idea.
Tell me why did you get the stupid idea that Israel giving Hamas aid money was Israel planning some sort of devious scheme to wipe out the Palestinians eventually? Would you say that if the United States gave aid to any fucking country or regime? Would you say that if any country gave had that charitability? No, you only did it with Israel because you're an anti-Semite.
No, I would do it
No,
with other countries
that was
who
pure anti-Semitism. There is no fucking logical basis for you to make these assumptions that Israel was planning some devious scheme to eventually wipe out the Palestinian people by giving them
You
aid money.
literally just made assumptions that all
No,
critiques of Israel are anti-Semitic.
No.
Yes, you
The
did.
the claim you just made is fundamentally anti-Semitic. Why the fuck would you accuse Israel of having some devious scheme to fuck over the Palestinians by giving them aid money? Does that make any fucking sense?
Because it's fucking optics for them. It makes them look better as a government that has all this power.
Oh, okay. So when Israel ever helps Palestinians, when they ever give aid money, oh, they're not doing it because they want to help Palestinians. They just want to have them suffer. It's all for optics. It's all for politics. But then when they do nothing, you would make the same stupid fucking complaints. You would say, oh, there's Israel fucking over Palestinians again. They can't do anything without you giving them criticism. That is pure anti-Semitism.
No, it's not. If any other fucking state was doing this to a ethnic minority or a group that doesn't have as much representation or rights, I would say the same fucking thing. Yes, they're doing this for optics. They're doing this to appear to the international world.
Cool story.
To be in good
cool
faith.
story.
Yeah, cool story with your ad hominem attacks, bro. I don't.
That's not an ad hominem. It's clearly that position was clearly based on anti-Semitism.
No, it's not, bro. You're literally calling my takes or my claims stupid, and you've been using the R slur multiple times.
After the Allied forces bombed the ever-living shit out of fucking Germany and Japan, and they gave billions of dollars in aid money for these countries to rebuild, was that part of some devious plot so that they could get political control and fuck over these countries in the long term? Again, would you? So,
actually, yeah.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah. I do think
okay, so you're just fucking retarded. Okay, so you're just fucking retarded.
At least in the case of Germany, I'm not sure about Japan, but yeah, for sure Germany, because they told them they weren't allowed to manufacture weapons for 20 or 30 years.
Gee, I wonder why. They only tried to exterminate 6 million Jews.
Yeah, but they also did that because they probably wanted to control the region, which,
Right. That's why they still were able to keep their fucking all their fucking industries. The United States government didn't take over Volkswagen or anything. They're still able to take have all of their fucking industries. All they did was get money for upgrading their fucking infrastructure, rebuilding. Oh, but yeah, you're claiming that the United States was just trying to fuck over everybody, right?
I mean, usually the United States sees opportunities for which they can exploit a region.
Okay, so then why didn't they take over Volkswagen? Why didn't they take over Volkswagen?
I don't know. You'd have to ask.
Oh, well, weird. So let's just assume anytime any country gives any kind of charitable donation, they're evil. That's your general position?
No.
Oh my
there's
God.
conditions. There's conditions to be met before the fact is given, like when they're doing an act of charity or giving any kind of
Okay, so
donation
when
to
Israel just says, "Here, have some money, upgrade your infrastructure, improve your government, improve your bureaucracy," Israel evil.
Was that their intention?
Well, you tell me.
Or was
Apparently,
it
you can
something
read
else?
minds, specifically Jewish minds. Apparently,
No, I never made that claim. It's a false claim. Or that's a straw man. Like, I never claimed I could read minds or I'm a psychic.
oh, but you will make assumptions that Israel's trying to come up with some devious plan
assumption.
to wipe out Palestinians because they gave the government aid money.
Well, clearly they had ulterior motives. And clearly Hamas
What
also
what
had
ulterior motives? What ulterior motives?
to control Gaza, to control like the region in their
Oh,
territory.
okay. So when Israel pulled out of fucking Gaza completely, they even removed all Israeli citizens. Oh, well, they want to control the region, right? Does that make sense? When you want to control the region, you pull out your military and pull out your citizens and give them complete autonomy?
No, but what
Oh,
they
okay.
did
So
was
what
like,
you're saying doesn't add up
we'll
and it's
give
pure
you-
nonsense.
How does it not add up, bro?
You literally just said Israel gave aid money to fucking Hamas back in, what, 06 or 08, whenever they took over, because they wanted to control the region. Then please explain to me why there weren't any stipulations on how they could use the aid money. Please explain to me why Israel completely pulled out of Gaza. Please explain to me why there was no military presence. Please explain to me why they moved all of their fucking citizens and gave them complete autonomy if they just wanted to control the region. So if they wanted to control the region, they would have left the military in there or have increased military presence. They would have moved more Jewish settlers into fucking Gaza. They would have tried to create the area to be more Jewish if they wanted to control the region, but they did exactly the opposite. So again, how are you coming to the conclusion that Israel just wanted to control the fucking region when they did the exact opposite of what would achieve that goal?
Yeah.
Oh,
maybe
it's
they
because
just don't have
Jews
the
are evil and they have these complex, devious schemes that somehow I can see through, even though everyone else
straw
who,
man.
yeah,
This is a straw
okay,
man.
there's no other explanation. So please explain to me, how you got to this conclusion.
Because at first, maybe they thought in good faith, oh, well, yeah, they deserve infrastructure, they deserve funding, like, these people have been through a lot of shit. And so it may have started in good faith, but I think there are probably some nefarious motives with certain key political leaders in the Israeli government to gain an upper hand
Like what?
optically.
Like what?
Like, oh, we are very good meaning people. We're giving them like this aid money and this infrastructure to like rebuild.
Right, so Jews are just
blah,
evil.
blah, like,
right, okay,
getting-
so you can't
getting
provide
out of
any
the
evidence, you can't show me any internal documentation, you can't show anything that Israel has done that would clearly lead to some sort of goal of dominating the fucking region. Jews are just evil. I know it. I can see through them. Jews have these evil, beady little eyes, and I can tell even when they do things that seem charitable and nice and things that are done in good faith. No, they're just scheming. Yeah, you're an anti-Semite.
Yeah, so yeah, that's a straw man, and calling me an anti-Semite.
No, it's not a straw
is
man.
not
No,
present
it's not a
with
straw man. Do you even know what a straw man is?
Yes, I do know what a fucking straw man is, bro. Like, you have this very condescending way of debating people, which I've always had a problem with. Like, yeah, I
Oh,
agree
well,
with your
that's
position on
so
veganism, but it's
bad.
very
You know,
fucking
I'm really sorry to
Yeah.
hear that. I really deeply
No, you're
care
not.
about your fucking
You're
feelings.
not sorry about that. No, you don't.
Oh, what
don't have
you
to
think
fucking
you can
sugarcoat
read
it.
my mind now? No, I'm genuinely sorry, and I'm so sorry
genuine.
that I made you
Yeah.
upset.
Well, the thing is, I've been in online spaces for a bit now debating veganism with people, and there's some really shithead fucking asshole people online, dude. Like, that
Yeah, like
constantly
you,
use
anti-Semites.
words that how are you fucking getting anything from what I'm saying to be anti-Semitic, bro?
You
There are
literally
people-
claimed
there are literally
anything
people
Israel
that-
does is evil. It is fundamentally
That's
evil.
not
They
what
can give aid money to fucking Palestine. They can withdraw their military forces. They can get rid of their Israeli citizens. They can give Gaza full autonomy. They're evil. They're doing that because they're evil.
I literally just clarified a moment ago that most of the leaders probably did so like in good faith and well-meaning, but I'm saying they're probably bad actors that were like, oh yes, this is good optically. How can we use this to exploit the situation? Much like the U.S. fucking does.
Yeah, can you give me an example of Israel exploiting the situation? Can you give me an example of Israel exploiting the situation?
Yeah, so they exploited the situation by like saying, oh, okay, we're gonna withdraw, we're gonna like use this as like a token optically to be like, okay, we're doing well, but in the back of our minds, like
so you can read minds now. So you can read minds now.
I mean, I'm not declaring that.
You literally just said in the back of their minds they're thinking, so you can read minds now.
In the back of these few people's
yeah,
minds
right.
who
So
are
you can read
sharing,
minds now.
Like probably Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm just saying I have an intuition.
Yeah, the guy who gave aid money to fucking Hamas. Yeah, you can read Benjamin Netanyahu's mind. He's made public statements about why he gave. By the way, he gave statements about why he gave Hamas money back in 2006. You can read those statements.
Yeah, he did.
But again, you're claiming you can read his mind, and what he actually says publicly is all a lie because you can read his mind.
It's not my claim.
That is your claim. You're telling me what's actually going on in the back of his mind.
Oh my God,
so
bro.
you can read his mind.
I said I had an intuition that there are a few of these people.
Oh, okay, so you just have an intuition that there's a bunch of evil Jews. Okay, right, that's not anti-Semitic.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying there's a bunch of evil Jews. I'm saying that there's evil people in every government, bro. Like, I literally just said...
Yeah, well, there seems to be a fuckload more evil people in the fucking Hamas regime than in the Israeli government.
All these Western countries who've exploited African resources.
That's great. That's great. I don't fucking care. There seems to be a hell of a lot more evil people in the Hamas regime. They're the ones who want to fucking kill children. They're the ones that are strapping bombs to children's fucking chests. They're the ones that aren't making peace with Israel. They're the ones who are promoting genocide, who want to kill every fucking Jew on the planet.
I've never condoned anything Hamas has done, especially the...
Yeah, but you will condemn Israel for going to war with them because apparently Jews don't deserve to live. If they get slaughtered by the thousands, if their children and men and women get fucking kidnapped, well, all Israel's allowed to do is say, can you please stop? Like, pretty please, can you just not do that? That's all they're allowed to do. They're not allowed to go to war. They're not allowed to fight for their independence and national security. Jews are just not allowed to live. All they can do is say, pretty please.
They're allowed to protect their people, but like, holy shit, how they've responded is fucked.
Okay, so tell me how they've responded. Okay, so tell me how they should have responded. Tell me the diplomatic plans. Tell me the military plans. Tell me all the strategies that they should have employed. Go through it.
Yeah. Okay, sure. So, like, I guess we could just start chronologically from October 7th and then work our way forward. So, like, with Hamas, like, attacking, right? What they probably should have done was immediately set up a task force to, like, surgically go in there undercover to gain intel for where the hostages were being held. Now,
they did that. They did that.
Oh, okay. They did that. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I never heard about that, which is...
So, dummy, there's Mossad agents in fucking Palestine constantly. They have informants.
I know.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about? They did that. How the hell do you think they got the intel on the last hostages that were freed? They've been doing this the entire time.
Yes, I'm aware there are Mossad agents probably in all these different countries in the region, right? But what I'm saying is, like, they should have... like opted for going in there and trying to figure out how to get them out.
They did that
immediately.
Yeah, they did that.
Yeah. Okay. And then what did they do after? Like, I mean, if you're gonna interrupt me, like explaining this chronologically, then go ahead. But like, how did they act moving forward after the fact?
What the fuck are you talking? Like, I don't even understand why you're asking me any questions. I asked you, explain what Israel should have done, both diplomatically and as military strategy in response to October 7th. You're the one that should be talking right now.
Okay, well, you were interrupting me, like...
Yeah, because they did that. You told them to bring in Mossad agents and shit. They did that.
Yeah, so what they should have done also was ensure that more aid was getting into Gaza.
Yeah, no, adequate amounts of aid have been getting in from the very beginning.
They have not.
Yes, they have. There is no starvation. There is no risk of starvation. There has been an adequate amount of food moving into fucking Gaza. I think a total of 54 people have died. Most of them are children who can die of starvation literally within a matter of days. Most of those starvation deaths are in northern Gaza, where they're still fighting, and aid trucks are just having trouble getting to people who need the food, which is why they resorted to doing airdrops. They're bringing in food from the port on from the Mediterranean Sea. And again, there's no risk of starvation. Adequate food is getting in.
I mean, there still is risk of starvation. For the
there isn't. No, there isn't. There's an adequate amount of aid going in. You can look at the daily averages. There's a daily average about 160 to 200 food trucks going in per day. So that is completely and utterly false. There's actually more food going into Gaza right now than pre-war.
Is that not still low, though?
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No.
Okay, how is that not low?
Well, what do you mean? You can look at the starvation deaths. You can look at the total amount of calories going in. I think it's averaging like 2,800 calories per person. So go on. What should their military strategy have been?
Hold on, I'm researching something. Oh, that's interesting. That was the first result. So yeah, I think they definitely should have done more to like mitigate the environmental conditions that would result in this war. A lot of like innocent non-human animals and a lot of innocent humans have died.
Okay, like what? Tell me, what should they have done?
Yeah, so they probably should have like done the leafletting thing like way earlier.
They did. They did that from the very beginning.
To get them to move like all the way
They
south.
have been doing this from the very beginning.
No, they've just been gradually being...
No, they've done the leafleting immediately. They've been sending out QR codes. No, they've been contacting news stations and separate buildings. No, they've been doing that from the very beginning. So again, that's another fucking... So you are completely and utterly fucking ignorant. You're telling Israel should have done this when they've already done it.
Like, they literally fucking have
okay,
bombed
look.
The safe zones,
Okay,
though,
so
dude. Like,
listen. When you're saying Israel could have done better, and I ask you, okay, what could they have done? And you lay out what they've already done, it is clear you have no genuine interest in what's going on in this war. You just are taking an opportunity to criticize Israel because it's a nation of Jews. You're a fucking anti-Semite.
No.
If you had any genuine interest in this fucking war, you wouldn't be saying things that are so absolutely fucking stupid.
Dude, you literally are...
Guess what? They have they allowed for they have allowed for aid to go through. They have been doing investigating to make sure they find out where the hostages are. They have been leafleting and making sure civilians know where the safe and unsafe areas are. They've been doing all of that. So again, you have no genuine interest in what's actually going on in this war. You have no genuine interest in any of these humanitarian issues. You are just taking an opportunity to shit on Jews.
What the fuck are
So
you
again,
going on about?
go on. Tell me what Israel should have done. It's probably something they've already done. So what should they have done militarily? Go on.
My friends have been suffering through this. It's so fucking dishonest of you to say I have no vested interest. My
Yeah, you don't. You don't. So go on. Go on. Explain what Israel should have done militarily.
Full story. You don't fucking know my life, but anyway, yeah, you don't, bro. Clearly, like that's why you're strawmanning me. But yeah, so Israel also should have like sent out a fucking international like letter or some kind of email saying, hey, like this has escalated. Hamas has broken the ceasefire. They've been very uncooperative with the International Criminal Court and like other legislative bodies. So they should have cooperated more with them from the beginning. And so have Hamas. So should have Hamas.
They should have sent out an email saying, hey, everybody, you know that terrorist organization that slaughtered 1,200 innocent civilians, raped dozens of women, killed dozens of children, and kidnapped hostages? You know, they're really bad and they're being uncooperative? That's what they should have done? Apparently, that's not obvious to the international community?
Yeah, so Israel and Hamas should have just come clean and been like, hey, this is what happened. Like, we need to resolve this shit. Why are you committing this terrorist attack on a state? Like, and have everybody's grievances be heard and then have the ICC, like, come to a decision. But, like, the ICC, like, really, like, what I hate about the UN is that their jurisdiction is not able to be enforced. Like, they don't really have any kind of...
Are you a fifth grader? Like, are you in grade 5?
UN peacekeepers. You're fucking...
Israel, you know what? They should have just done... Yeah, Israel should have done what, like, we did in the 5th grade, where we should have gone to the teacher and said, hey, teacher, me and Jeffrey have this problem. I think it would be good if you could listen to both our sides and, you know, determine whose pencil case this really is. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, I think it's like...
You're a fucking clown. Okay, you're a clown. You have no genuine interest in this conflict. Again...
Yes, I do, bro. I think it's wild that you're fucking infantilizing my position and you're fucking...
Yeah, no, your position is infantile. It's stupid.
This is why I don't like you, bro. This is why I don't like you.
Oh, well, I'm really... Oh, that's really sad. You don't like me. Apparently you don't like Jews either, so I don't give a fuck. So again, go on. What should Israel have done militarily? So again, go on. What should Israel have done militarily? Go on.
I don't know if I should entertain this conversation.
Okay, well, you know what? If you don't like being called a child and stupid and an infant, then maybe don't act like one. So again,
if you're gonna
take the opportunity to fucking talk. Yeah, so again, if you say stupid shit, I'm gonna call it out for being stupid shit. Look, no serious you know what? You can go to your pro-Hamas fucking buddies. You can go to the fucking your friends who suck terrorist dick all day and tell them about this shit, and they can go, "Oh yeah, that's a really great idea." Israel should have, you know, contacted the ICC and said, "Hey ICC, these people are being meanies to us. Can you help?" So again, go on. Tell me what Israel should have done militarily.
Do you really think like I have so many of these like pro-Hamas like terrorist sympathizers?
You suck terrorist cock because you hate Jews. You would gargle their fucking cock.
Wild, bro.
So again, tell me what Israel should have done militarily.
Like, this is why you get so much hate.
This is why you get so much hate. This is why nobody likes you. You're a big meanie. Yeah, again, you're a 5th grader. I don't fucking care about your stupid fucking feelings. So if you want to go cry about it, cry somewhere else. I don't give a fuck about your stupid ass feelings. Okay, so again, go ahead and explain what Israel should have done militarily. Should they have used Nerf guns? Should they have told their mommy and daddy, hey, I've been really good, can I get a Nerf gun for Christmas so I can shoot Hamas terrorists? Should they have just used Nerf guns so they don't kill anybody? So tell me, what should Israel have done militarily? What should Israel have done militarily? What should Israel have done militarily?
Like, I really wonder if you've...
What should Israel have done militarily? What should Israel have done militarily?
They should have fucking waited to gather more intel before acting. And if you're gonna say
they waited 2 weeks before invading.
Yeah, they should have fucking waited longer, or maybe have done. Like,
oh, okay. So, Mr. Military Expert, clearly they didn't get enough intelligence, and they should have like asked Solid Snake from Metal Gear to go in.
Yeah, I'm
so
not a
tell me
mister,
what they
I'm
should
not
have
a
done
fucking
militarily.
military expert. I'm not a military expert.
Well,
I don't know
no
why
shit,
you're, like,
clearly.
claiming that I am.
Yeah, so again, apparently you're not a military expert, but somehow you have enough expertise to know exactly what Israel did wrong militarily. So go on, explain. Tell me what your 5th grade fucking brain knows about the military.
Yeah. Okay. Like, is this really like how you're gonna just continue?
What
the
should
debate?
Israel have
Just, like,
done militarily?
constant ad hominem?
What should Israel have done militarily?
I'll answer that, but can you answer like why you continue?
What
to
should
try to
Israel
send me
have done
an asshole?
militarily?
I already told what they should have done.
No, you
Like,
didn't.
can you like?
You
not
just said they
be
should have waited longer. That's it.
That's not all I think they should have
okay,
done,
so
but
go
you
on.
literally
Explain.
just pounced-
Elaborate.
Literally just pounced on that. Okay, anyways. I think, like, in addition to waiting what can be done, in the meantime, they should have, like, sent in undercover intel to
They
say,
did.
like, hey, like, you know, and try to, like, see
They did.
if they can get an angle in on Hamas.
They did.
And, like, talk to any
They did.
of the Hamas people that would be possible informants to, like,
They
what
did.
was going on.
They did.
So that, okay, they did all that. Yeah, and what was the time frame on that?
What do you mean the time frame? I'm the one asking
Like,
you.
how long did that take?
What do you mean? How long did that
I
take?
don't know how.
They waited 2 weeks before they invaded.
Yeah, clearly, like, you're priding yourself on being this holier than thou expert. So you tell me.
Yeah. So again,
Like, how-
they waited 2 weeks before they started the invasion. The Mossad agents have been all throughout fucking Gaza constantly. How do you think they found out about those hostages held up in that journalist's apartment? They've been doing this the entire war. So again,
aware
what should
they're
Israel have
Mossad
done militarily?
Like, militarily, they should have just fucking, like, surgically, they should have surgically went in and taken out the leaders. Or
Oh, okay. Just like in Call of Duty Black Ops, they should have snuck into the Russian, organization and killed the leader. Just like in Call of Duty, they should have done that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to play Call of Duty in the 5th grade? That's kind of a big boy game.
I don't know if I should even.
So
engage
let
with
me
these
ask
fucking
you:
ad
do you think you know more about military strategy than all of the generals in the Israeli military?
Oh my god! Did I ever make that?
Right. The answer is no. So you can go fuck yourself. You're an absolute fucktard.
Dude, Richard, this is why people don't like.
They should have. I'm not a military expert, and I don't have anywhere near as much expertise as the generals in Israel's military. But they should have actually done exactly what I saw in Call of Duty Black Ops, where the special ops guy got into the Russian base in a disguise, and then he assassinated the leaders, and then he got out, and no civilians were killed. I don't know anything about the fucking military, and I don't have anywhere near as much expertise as these generals, but I've played Call of Duty before, and in Call of Duty, they did this sneaky thing where they just were able to kill the top leaders.
Yeah, okay.
Bravo, you're a genius. Okay, I'm supposed to take this seriously.
Richard, this conversation, this debate didn't have to be.
It wasn't a debate. You're an infant. You have the mind of a fucking 5th grader. Get fucking real. You expect to come in here and have me respect you when you say the most stupid, inane shit imaginable. Israel should have done the Call of Duty thing. Great. Thank you. Thank you for adding. Thank you for your brilliant fucking commentary on the subject.
Yeah, so I never claimed to be an expert in military strategy or tactics, dude. Like, I don't
Okay,
know where
well, maybe you should just keep your fucking mouth shut if the only thing, like, when you're criticizing
Maybe you
Israel
should stop
for
being a
its military doctrine, and you're saying they should have done the Call of Duty thing, just like in that mission where they invade the fucking Russian base.
Maybe you
Right.
should try to have a calm conversation.
No. I have calm conversations with people who are on a similar intellectual level. You are a fucking fifth grader, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Yeah.
Again,
Another
you are going to get
condescending
laughed out of any fucking conversation with anybody who has any amount of fucking intellect, any amount of fucking knowledge on the subject. You're a fucking clown.
So why? Yeah, you are too, Richard. So why are like all these innocent people dying then, Richard? Why are all these innocent people dying in Gaza?
I didn't realize that in wars, innocent people don't die. Can you show me all these wars where innocent people don't die? I was under the impression that unfortunately there's collateral damage in war, but apparently you've only played Call of Duty where you only shoot the bad guys. The mission ends if you ever kill civilians. Don't they know that? If you kill the civilians, you fail the mission and you have to start all over again.
Yeah, I didn't really.
Oh my
play a lot
god,
of
you're
Call
a
of Duty
fucking
growing up,
retard.
but my friend, yeah, you're a fucking asshole. So, like, what do you think about the AR community's silence about like this conflict?
Yeah, if they don't know anything about it, they should stay the fuck out of it. And the idiots that I see for the most part who are commenting on it, they're pro-Hamas fucking retards, and they're anti-Semites. They're complete
Pro-Hamas
fucking
retards,
jackasses.
Anti-Semites. Okay. Yeah, and so do you think like people honestly engage you when you're calling them retards and like a bunch of?
I don't
ad
have
hominem?
any respect for you. Listen, everything you are saying is complete and
You
utter
literally-
stupid, inane nonsense. You have a fucking position that Jews are evil, they're a fascist fucking Nazi regime, you hate Jews, you want to see Hamas terrorists succeed. I don't respect that position. And again, all of the answers you've given have been complete nonsense. If you want respect from me, then say things that are deserving of respect.
Animals should have the right to their own bodies and lives. Animals deserve more than to be a 10-minute meal. Is that better, Richard? Is
No.
that better?
No.
Yeah.
I know children
Didn't think
that are
so.
vegan, dumbass.
I
know
think so.
I
Yeah,
know
so do
6-year-old
I.
children who are vegan and say that.
So do I. Yeah, okay, cool. So do I.
So you have the intellect of a
thing is,
5th grader.
Yeah, again, don't know me, don't know my life.
Oh, I know
not gonna-
quite a bit about you. I've
gonna-
learned that you
no,
have
you
the
don't.
intellect of a 5th
No, you
grader.
don't.
Over
No,
the
you don't.
course of this conversation,
You
I've
don't-
learned
you
that you're an
really-
anti-Semite,
you
you don't care
literally-
about the humanitarian issues in Gaza, and you have the intellect of a fucking 5th grader.
You literally are just going off of me being an anti-Semite now. Like, that's literally your position.
That's what you
I'm
are.
an anti-Semite.
Again, anything Israel does, they're evil. I can read their minds. I can see what their thoughts are in the back of their minds. They have evil and nefarious intentions.
Yeah, because I said all of them are evil. Yeah, that's totally what I said, Richard. Thank you. Thank you for being honest. Thank you for being intellectually honest and saying that that was my position. Because that was totally my position.
So all your positions are based on fucking Hamas lies and propaganda. So all of your
Okay,
positions,
Hamas lies
all
and
of your positions so far have been based on Hamas propaganda. So no, you're an anti-Semite.
Really? I literally have
Again,
Jewish
you have
friends.
researched
So
no
fucking
objective
hilarious,
facts
bro.
over this conflict. All your positions are based on Hamas propaganda.
I literally did in this fucking no. I literally did in this debate. Like, I was researching on the back end while we were talking. Like, what the fuck? You can't say
Well,
that.
that's great.
It's
Maybe
not
your
true.
mommy and daddy can help you because,
fucking
you know,
true.
again, 5th graders don't really know how to
Yeah,
use the
mommy
internet.
and
You wouldn't want to
daddy,
accidentally
blah, blah, yeah,
find a
5th
porn
grader,
site.
Blah blah blah. How old are you?
I'm 33.
Okay, yeah, I'm literally like not that much younger than you, bro. So like, you can fuck off with the whole
I'm
5th
10 and a
grader shit.
half.
I'm 10
I'm
and a
almost
half.
11.
I'm almost 11. That's not even like 5th grader age. I think it is 10. I don't think it's 11 though.
Oh, well, you're a big boy. You've gotten to the 6th grade. Is that where you got the Call of Duty, like your Call of Duty game from? Did they give that present to you for your birthday?
Yeah, I didn't grow up with cable or video games in my house for the first 12 years of my life. So there you go. You're wrong about
Oh,
that.
so your
Like,
so
wrong
that's
about
why you're a
so
fucking
many
pussy.
things.
That's why you're a fucking pussy. Because your parents never taught you, never got you any violent video games, never put you into any sports. You're just a fucking bitch.
This is so funny. Bro's literally so fucking assumptive. Bro, you literally, yeah. So explain my whole life story. Like, just explain my whole life story, and I'll tell you how laughable it is.
You're a fucking retard. That's your life story.
Yeah. Cool story,
you went through life going.
Yeah. Nailed it. Yeah, that's exactly what I did, Richard. I just went through life like not critically thinking at all. I went through life being a fucking NPC conformist. Yeah. I went through life like not
Israel should have done the Call of Duty thing. Don't shoot the civilians because you'll fail the game. Infiltrate the base and just kill the leaders. Yeah, that doesn't sound like NPC fucking bullshit to me.
That's literally oversimplifying like what I explained, but okay.
No, that's exactly what you said. You're a fucking idiot.
No, what I said was they should have gone in there and found a way to either like rescue the hostages or like kill the people who were holding the hostages.
Oh, right, because they didn't already do that. And then when they do that, again, the media, including you, criticize them. Israel invaded a fucking civilian area where the hostages were kept, and they found out where the hostages were by tricking civilians into telling them where they were, and they had a shootout, and innocent civilians could have died.
Okay, yeah, but if they rescued them, like, I would have been okay with that. I would have been like, yeah, I mean, those few lives lost were, like, for the greater good of those people being rescued. So, yeah, like, I wouldn't have been mad about that. But I am mad about, like, how everything's going down in Gaza right now.
Yeah, you're mad that there aren't more Jews dying compared to fucking Hamas members.
No.
Yeah,
No.
that's exactly what it is.
No. Bro.
If only more Jews could die.
Dude? You're literally smoking crack or something, bro. Like, that's not my position. Again, for the fucking, like, dozenth time. That is not my fucking position. I'm not pro-Hamas. I'm not pro-Israel.
Right, that's why you spread
like,
pro-Hamas
innocent
propaganda.
people. I'm pro-people. I don't.
Yeah,
care
right. That's why
about
you're spreading
either
pro-Hamas propaganda. The bullshit about them not having any fucking diplomacy and negotiating for
have I said
hostage
that's-
exchange. The bullshit about the food trucks not being adequate, causing starvation. That's Hamas propaganda. And all the fucking bullshit you've said about their military operations. They should have done this. They should have done the Call of Duty thing. Again, you don't know you have no fucking military expertise whatsoever. You're acting as though you know more than Israelis' generals. So go fuck yourself.
Do you have a military?
Oh, I sure as hell know a lot more than you. Guess what? Not only have I played Call of Duty, I've also played Battlefield. So I think I kind of know a little bit about military operations. Thank you.
Okay, Richard. You know, like, what's sad about this is, like, I saw this documentary the guy did where he was interviewing you. It was about an hour long, and I was like, oh, wow, this guy actually seems like a pretty decent person, and, like, you know, very stark contrast to, like, his online personality. But it seems like this is, like, this is your shtick. This is your online personality, is to just be an insanely fucking condescending asshole.
Oh, is this your real personality? Like, are you literally retarded all the time?
Bro.
Do you ever go to the store and see the people stacking shelves and say, hey, you know, you should lift with your legs?
What does that even have to do with what this fucking context is about? Richard, like,
do you go up to cops who are making an arrest? Hey, you know, you could just use your tasers. You don't need the gun.
Yeah, fuck cops, bro. Like, they can use the tasers.
Oh, okay, all right.
I do not like cops. As somebody who's done protests, like, I do not like cops.
I don't like the police either, but I also don't like fucking retarded anti-Semites spreading Hamas propaganda. So there you go.
Yeah, I'm literally an anti-Semite. That is so wild, bro. This is wild.
Oh yeah,
Like,
you know,
I don't
Israel, they're
know
all
how
the government's like all evil. I can read their minds. Even when they do nice
how
things,
the
they have
fuck-
nefarious intentions. Oh, did you know that Israel is not like trying to actually get the hostages back? They're not trying to communicate with Hamas and negotiate. Oh, did you know they're trying to starve all Gaza? Right, none of that is anti-Semitic. You just happen to spread Hamas lies.
They've literally,
It's just all a
they've
coincidence.
literally had, like, both Hamas and Israel have had so many opportunities to come to a diplomatic resolution, and they have not.
No,
Because both sides are
no,
fucking
no,
psychopathic.
no. Only one side is psychopathic. Only one side is psychopathic. Guess what? Israel's never fucking gone into fucking Gaza, murdered 1,000 innocent civilians, raped a bunch of women, killed a bunch of children, and taken fucking hostage. And they don't have a charter saying one day we'll wipe out all fucking Palestinian people. Only Hamas has
and
that.
so-
Only Hamas has done that.
Okay, so, like, again, did I ever condone what they did on October 7th? No, I did not.
No,
like,
but the
you get
Jews
that-
are
get that
just
fucking-
as evil. Right, you're not an anti-Semite.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Like, this oversimplification of my position is just infuriating.
It's not an
So I don't
oversimplification.
see-
No,
It
it's
is,
not.
bro. Like,
When you hear it back, when you hear it back, you realize how stupid what you're saying is. That's what's happening.
No, when I hear it back, I hear straw man and oversimplification. That's what I hear, bro. Like, unless you can clarify a point or two, like, in my position that you've heard that you're unsure about, like, yeah, that's what it's.
Oh, I am absolutely clear on everything you've said. Jews are evil. Guess what? I listen to everything Hamas says. Jews aren't trying to communicate. They're trying to starve everybody. And I've played Call of Duty, so I think I know what Israel should have done militarily.
All right, Richard. Well, you know, I tried to have like a civil debate with you, but it's like clear you're incapable of a civil debate when it comes to.
Yeah, I
at
don't
least
take
this
children
issue.
seriously.
Yeah, okay, I'm literally a child to you. That's so fucking wild. Yeah, so I don't think there's any more productivity that can come from this conversation.
Oh, you goddamn
debate,
right.
So. Yeah. I mean, you're just gonna
Yeah, go have fun playing Call of Duty.
I don't play
yeah.
Call of Duty, jackass. Like, dude, like you're
Oh,
literally.
what do you play? Do you play Tiddlywinks?
I don't really play video games. I have to fucking work all the
Right.
time.
Do you play Tiddlywinks? Do you play hopscotch?
No.
Do you skip with some of your friends there?
Richard, why
Patty
do you do
cake.
this to people? Why do you do this? Like, I'm just curious. Like, why do you do this to people?
Oh,
bro?
I don't like
why
you.
do
You're stupid. You're a fucking
Yeah.
Hamas supporter. You're an anti-Semite.
No, I'm not.
And I don't like
What
you.
the fuck? Bro, you are so you're so wild, bro. Like, the fact that you say I like Hamas, that I'm like an anti.
Well, if you don't like Hamas, why the
Bro,
fuck do you just share their stupid ass talking points? Why do you share Hamas propaganda?
How do I share their propaganda or talking points?
Oh, right, like the bullshit about, oh, Israel's starving Gaza. Right, that's not Hamas propaganda.
I mean, are people not starving?
No, they're
in Gaza,
not.
bro?
No, they're not. You can
There's,
look at
like,
the total
literally
amount of starvation deaths. It's minuscule, and it's mostly children. Those children can die literally within a matter of days from starving. Like, they're infants.
Right, you said that. But, like, there's also an animal rescue in Gaza where their animals are starving because they can't get.
Well, that's
either
too
enough
fucking bad. You can
donations or
blame
enough
Hamas for
food.
that.
Really?
And again, most of those animals are also carnivorous. They're dogs and cats. Guess what they eat? They eat meat. So, like, I'm going to be particularly concerned that a bunch of carnivorous animals don't have the opportunity to kill other animals.
No, so, yeah, what's your position on predator culling?
I'm not going to go into this with you right now.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so, like, with the starvation, yeah, I mean, it does show that the number is pretty low, but there are like almost 500,000 people that are like famine level of hunger.
Nope. No, they're not. That is complete misinformation. That was based on
really?
a deliberate miscalculation by these NGOs trying to make it seem as though Israel was deliberately starving. They overcalculated the amount of food resources going into Gaza pre-war. They then deliberately undercalculated the amount of food trucks going into Gaza post-war. That is a complete lie, and they've actually backtracked on all those positions. You can look at all of the latest posts by some of these NGOs that were promoting that bullshit. They've actually walked back their statements. They've claimed there's no risk of famine in these areas, assuming aid can travel into Gaza at the current levels.
Yeah, I mean, so Yoav Gallant saying there will be no food, no water, no fuel. Like,
Cool. They've been saying that for quite a long time, and again, you can take a look at the total starvation deaths. So, I don't really care what anybody says.
Yeah,
I only look at the objective facts. So the fact is, people aren't starving. Enough food is coming in, and there are very few starvation deaths to date.
Yeah, there's only like over 40 of them so far. So yeah, I mean, okay, I stand corrected on that. But yeah, I mean, it's just, bro, like I would be glad to have a like continue the debate. It's just like
there's no debate. You're stupid. You can't make an argument. All your positions are pro-Hamas propaganda positions. Every criticism you have of Israel, Israel's already fucking doing the things you think they should be doing.
Okay,
except for the Call of Duty thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, what I'm wondering, Richard, is, like, when do you think this, like, kind of edgy personality is gonna take a backseat in your online spaces?
I don't care what you think of me. I don't care if I hurt your fucking feelings. I'll behave any goddamn fucking way I like. I'm my own person. I have my own fucking set of interests, and I will do whatever the fuck I want to whoever I want. I'll act however the fuck I want, whether you like it or not.
Wait, you'll do whatever you want to whoever the fuck you want? Is that what you said?
Yep.
Wow, amazing, bro. And you're calling.
If I want to fuck your mom, I'll fuck your mom.
I mean, she's pretty old, but you know.
I that's fine with me. I'm a fan of Nina Hartley. There's some pretty fine ass milfs.
Bro, fucking god. It's just like wild. Like I actually expected you to maybe be a bit more chill and civil in comparison to in contrast.
Yeah,
to,
no,
like,
I'm not going to be calm and civil and chill with somebody who's a fucking anti-Semite and supports Hamas.
Yeah, I'm an anti-Semite. All right, well, yeah, I don't think there's anything more to say. I think like you need to work on like reading people more. And like being aware that like your ad hominem attacks are not productive, and I don't know, maybe a fucking DMT trip or something.
Yeah, my advice to you would be to actually read up on these topics and don't just look at Twitter posts that are made by Hamas bots.
Yeah, I don't have a Twitter, thanks, but yeah, I mean. Yeah, that's one thing I did gain from this conversation is I actually will look into this more, and I might change my position. But as far as it goes right now, I'm just in the position where I don't side with either of these sides in the conflict. I just side with the innocent people. And, I mean, it'll probably stay in that
Right,
realm,
the innocent people
yeah.
who voted in Hamas, who largely support Hamas, who largely support October 7th, who want to kill all Jews.
Oh, yeah, so you're going to assume that they all want to kill Jews.
The majority, yes.
Okay.
The majority of Palestinians support the October 7th attack.
Wild, dude. That's including the West Bank? So the West Bank
That is especially including the West Bank.
Wild, dude. That is so
The West
wild.
Bank actually has greater support of the October 7th attack because they're not at war. Post-war, support for the October 7th attack went down, as you would expect, because, oh no, there's consequences to our actions. But no, you actually see greater support for Hamas and the October 7th attack in the West Bank. By the way, you can look this up on
Weird.
YouTube. There have been some videographers who've gone into the West Bank and they ask them whether or not they support the October 7th attack, where they think the state of Israel should be destroyed, which would literally be a second Holocaust. That's what it really means. And they all say, yeah, I am in support of the October 7th attack. I support Hamas. I think the state of Israel should be destroyed. Guess what? There's a reason why Israel doesn't have good relationship with Palestinians. It's because a lot of them are fucking genocidal whack jobs that idolize Hitler.
Yeah, and I don't condone that. I don't think that's good, right? Like, I don't know why you think my position is like, oh, yeah, good on you guys. Like, you support killing innocent people who happen to be Jewish. Like, the fuck? Why would I support that, bro?
Well, again, why are you supporting Hamas propaganda?
I'm not.
You are. You have this entire time.
No, I haven't.
And your criticisms of Israel are completely and utterly baseless.
They're utterly baseless. Okay. All right. Well, at least you're vegan. Yeah, I mean, like, I just, I don't think, like, the whole, you're an anti-Semite, you, like, peddle Hamas talking points. Well, especially the anti-Semite one is particularly.
I calls him
offensive.
I calls him as I sees him. You're an anti-Semite. You can fucking complain about I find that hurtful. I don't like it when you say that. Well, guess what? If the boot fits, if you're promoting pro-Hamas propaganda, if your criticisms of Israel are completely baseless, when you're spreading conspiracy theories against fucking Jews, like they want to scheme some way of destroying Palestinians, guess what? You're a fucking anti-Semite. Fucking deal with it.
Boot
It's not
doesn't
my
fit.
fault you're an anti-Semite.
Boot doesn't fit. Sorry. You're gonna have to find another argument. Fucking call me
Okay, well, I'm done.
anti-Semite,
Take care,
bro.
dude. This guy's a fucking idiot.
LMFAO. Please upload that debate like you did with Quest.
I might do that. Thanks for that donation, Grey Knight.
Please upload that discussion, Richard. This is too good to not upload, lol. Even real hardcore COD players would agree that special ops into Gaza would just be suicidal and wouldn't work.
These people have no clue, dude. Special forces aren't magic fucking like video game characters that can get shot a bunch of times and then duck behind cover and then heal from all their bullet wounds in 10 seconds and then go back and start shooting. Like I don't know where people get this idea. Just send in the special forces. Thank you, Mr. Military Expert. Like, why didn't any of the fucking military experts, that are in Israeli's military think of that? Why didn't they think of just sending in the special forces? It's just it's absolutely fucktarded. It is pure fucking cringe. And again, it just shows, like, they don't even realize the absolute magnitude of their ignorance. It is insane. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Irishman.
That's exactly what he's saying. Give me a standard. Give me a standard. At what point do the Palestinians say, have we been peaceful enough? There's giant stretches of time where there's no violence.
We saw with the PLO that they didn't have to grovel. There was a quid pro quo. There was recognition.
I do not. There's only one peace deal that was offered by Israel that was pretty good. The rest are total mythology. That whole thing about Clinton and Arafat. Even our own negotiators said no, it was a terrible deal that Israel offered. And then they said, oh, we offered a deal. We offered a deal. Okay, anybody can offer.
That's complete bullshit. It wasn't a terrible deal. And secondly, again, is this a worse deal? Like, would it be?
Wow, that was retarded.
You goddamn right. Thanks for the donation, retard. Like, again, Is the situation now better than, you know, the option to have been given a state back in, you know, the 1990s or the 2000s? So stupid. Dog donated $2. Now, that was a great long conversation you had with that guy, but who cares about that? He, more importantly, has that fucking retard Curl King responded to you yet. I wonder if that bucktooth retard has the balls to debate you. Hope you're doing well, by the way. He agreed to a debate, and we're going to be debating tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. So, I'm still a little skeptical. I'll message him tomorrow morning, afternoon, ask him if it's still on. He said he'd be willing to debate, but we'll see. Thanks for the donation, dog. Cat Dad donated $2. Let me see. Oh my god. Whoa, he just realized the red part's the good stuff. That's amazing. Thanks for the donation, Cat Dad.
A horrible deal. But I will say in 2008, Ehud Omer actually offered a pretty good deal. I thought Mahmoud Abbas should have taken it. Now, I hate that he didn't take it. Maybe we could have had a Palestinian state there. You have to look at the deals individually. Do they make sense? Are they fair? But they didn't take the deal. That doesn't mean that we should occupy them for the rest of time.
Young time on this one.
But
and this is your last word in this section.
At least he's admitting that at least once in the history of this conflict, that what's so-called Palestinians had an opportunity and they missed it. But I tell him the truth, that the Palestinians or the Arabs had so many opportunities. Because back in 1948, when the Jews declared their independence, the Arabs had equal opportunity to declare their independence. But instead of declaring their independence, they declared war against the Jewish people.
It's absurd.
It is not absurd. It's a fact.
All right, I'm calling a wrap on this round.
Give me half your house. Give me half your house.
I'm calling a wrap. Come on, Jen, come on.
Give me half your house.
Cool, please, everybody. We're
Whoa, he didn't accept it. I'm going to take the.
This is so fucking retarded. He's talking about the land partition. Israelis were given a larger land partition, but most of the land they were given, no one lived there. It was completely unoccupied desert or swampland. So this whole idea is just absolutely fucktarded. And again, no Arabs were going to be pushed out of their homes. They would have just been given Israeli citizenship.
Oh my lord, how the hell could Humanchi, the sopsode most intaglant species on Earth, possibly be that stupid?
Well, that is humanity for you. We're not as smart as we think we are. At least most of us. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We're going to go to our closing round. And in our closing round, each debater has 2 minutes to make their point one more time. Cenk, you're up first in that. One more time to tell us why you're answering yes to the question, can Israel make peace with Hamas?
Yes, so first of all, the only way that you're going to get to a safe haven for Jews, which is what I want, I have Jewish...
Ryan donated $2, Smart Octopus. You didn't give me a link. If you give me a link, I can take a look. Thanks for the donation, Ryan.
Family, I have Jewish friends, is to make a peace deal. Permanent war is never going to get you the dream of Israel. And by the way, of course, in a negotiation, the Palestinians have to give up things as well, including right of return. So if you're a Palestinian, that breaks your heart. I love you, but you've got to compromise. Both sides.
Right, because Hamas is going to give up the right of return. Ryan Webb donated $2. Whoops, forgot link.
And I see his head popping out of the ground, and then he grabbed my finger and he tried to pull my finger inside.
Wow.
I put this little piece of fish in front of the shell. He took the fish and he stuffed it underneath his tentacles. I held the fish close to his shell again. This time he grabbed my finger, and I think that we were both a bit surprised. So we both pulled back. This was definitely the coolest encounter that we ever had with an octopus. The second day, he actually touched my finger. This time I knew what to expect, so I didn't back off, and he pulled my finger inside. And the days after, he kept doing this. He kept grabbing my finger. Maybe he was thinking, what is this small little weird tentacles? He seems very comfortable with me, and he swims up to me and he touches my hands. So I went on holiday and I didn't see him the few days before. I was worried that he would not be there anymore when I came back. But when I came back, I found him. He swam up to me and he touched my foot. I was happy to see him and I hope that was mutual. I was kind of curious if he would learn and how he would learn to do stuff, and I was wondering if he could learn to open a jar. So I started pulling the fish in a jar. Egbert jumped out of his shell and he went onto the jar, then he pulled the lid off. I tried to see how he responds to different objects, like a conch shell or a mirror, and even my hair, but he never really responds the way that I expect. For example, he was not interested at all in the conch shell that I gave him, but he kept going up to my hand and he kept feeling my little elastic band around my wrist. There was a tree trunk on the bottom and he swam up to me. He grabbed my hand and he tried to pull my hand towards the trunk. He seemed to be pushing the trunk up. So with my finger, I pushed against the trunk. And when I push, he swims back to the trunk and he grabbed 2 shells from underneath the trunk. Basically, I was helping him hunt, but I didn't realize I was doing it. I knew guys that the thing is that it's...
Octopi are really interesting. It's pretty amazing how intelligent they are.
Due to the fact people are accusing Benjamin Netanyahu of being a war criminal, I have an idea. Instead of no Russian, MW2 reference. Maybe it should be no Palestinian. Maybe then the accusations would stick. My non-cookie cutter 2 cents.
Yeah. That's still kind of nonsense, but thanks for the donation, Cookie Cutter, Sarah Safari.
You hear about this passenger plane falling out of the fucking sky in Brazil earlier? 60 plus dead. Sorry if you have.
Is it a Boeing? That'd be funny if it's a Boeing. Fuck. ATR 72. Oh, so it's like some piece of shit propeller engine plane. Well, hopefully they were all meat eaters. No, hopefully there weren't any vegans on board. That's pretty wild. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Octopi are hella smart.
They are. Probably smarter than that guy I just debated. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Good job, VG. That guy got butthurt because you were too mean, frown, but his beliefs were not only stupid but evil. I'd give he was deliberately manipulative or just retarded. Also, I landed a date with a tomboy. We're gonna watch the new Alien movie.
That sounds pretty dope, dude. Tomboys are where it's at. Especially if they have short hair. Thanks for the donation, Popcorn.
Have to compromise. Has this been done before? Not only has it been done throughout history, thousands of times, Israel did it with Egypt, and they got a great result. They did it with Jordan. They got a great result. So why...
Yeah, after they completely and utterly defeated them militarily.
wouldn't you do the thing that worked instead of something that hasn't worked in 57 years, that hasn't worked in 70 years? The constant occupation. What do you think people that are occupied are going to do? Do you think they're just going to accept it and go, yes, we will be occupied forever. We will
Gaza wasn't under occupation, you fucking idiot.
never ever resist you. Of course they're going to fight back. As a Turk, I know this. The Greeks fought back. They had every right to fight back. The Armenians fought back. They had every right to fight back. They thought we shouldn't exist. They hated us. Why did they hate us? Not because we're Turks. We could have gone with that excuse. No, they hated us because we were occupying them. That's so obvious. The only way that you don't see it is if you're blinded by rage and cultural bias. I'm trying to snap you out of it because I've seen it with my Turkish relatives, and I've seen it in every ethnicity. It isn't about Jews or Muslims. When you get dug into a position, you think the other side is so evil, you can't even talk to them. But if you do that, then you're never going to get the thing that you want most of all, which is a safe haven for Jews and a beautiful, loving Israel and a beautiful, loving Palestine. You get there through peace. You will literally never get there through war. And by the way,
gay.
You will be the most hated nation on earth because you're going to say, no, my only other option is I occupy them and oppress them for the rest of time. Why would you want to be one of the most hated nations on earth?
I sent you the same clip twice. This is the second one. It's way crazy of you.
Let me see. I think the pilot forgot the plane's supposed to go forward.
Porra. Caralho, bicho. Nossa. Fudeu.
That is quite a smoke plume. Well, I guess that's 61 people who won't be killing and eating animals anymore. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Give them the freedom that you got. Let them get the state just like Israel did, and let's have peace together.
And Mossab, you get the last word. Your closing, please.
Wow. The entire foundation of this conflict is based on a false narrative, and the false narrative begins with Palestine. The most important question of this century, of our time, that we need to answer, everyone needs to answer. What is Palestine? We need to find out where did that originate from, and the Palestinian ideology, what it really means, what can satisfy it. And if the Arabs have been hijacked by the what's so-called Palestinian cause, the moment we are able to find the...
I am not depressed. I am happy and I am content.
Origins of this conflict, then we will find the answers. I don't think Israel has a problem with the Arabs as an ethnic group. I think Arabs, Jews, Persians in the region, then they can get along. The Jewish people can get along in every country. We have them all over the world. They are non-violent people, and they are very creative, contributing to life in every field. Now, the Arabs and the Jews can get along because we have a model that is successful in Israel. The Arabs in Israel are a very important part of the state. They are citizens of the state of Israel. They serve in the army. They are part of the social fabric. And this is a living example that Arabs and Jews can get along. But now, the Palestinian ideology, this is delusional. It's a very dangerous, violent ideology that kept developing to a very dangerous state. And today is the time for the world to question this ideology. What do they want? What's their agenda? What's their ultimate goal? Is it to build a Palestinian state, or is it to destroy the state of Israel? If we are able to answer these questions, then we may be able to provide a solution soon, hopefully, for this conflict.
Thank you. And that is a wrap on this debate. I want to thank both of our debaters, Cenk Uygur and Mossab Hassan Youssef, for taking part.
Well, Cenk got absolutely bodied, said the most stupid shit imaginable, and just deliberately lied and was being disingenuous the whole fucking time, as you would expect from Cenk and the Young Turks. Oh my god. Alright, well,
Dame Right, it's said that a marine mollusk is somehow smarter than a member of the human race.
Yep. Yeah, it is. I don't know if that says something about how stupid that guy was, or about how smart octopi are, or maybe a bit of both. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I'm just gonna go take a piss real quick. I'll be right back. And I also have to check on laundry. But I'll be right back.
Got tagged to this intersectional bullshit on Facebook. Check out 3 slides down the bottom. Indigenous resistance my ass. Lol.
Let me see. International Day of the World's Indigenous People. Join us in honoring the ongoing resistance of indigenous communities. Yeah. Right. Thanks for that donation, Will Mage. These fucking social justice warriors are just fucking whack jobs.
Looks like it was all muscle in 1 year. And so he's watched my video, and here is his reaction.
Yeah, let's jump in.
Help! Ready to get demolished. And so is that a little bit of foreshadowing? Does he realize that he knows I'm going to prove that he's a fake natty?
What are your thoughts on the constant riots in the UK? Well, is bound to happen at some point. And it just so happened this time it was from misinformation, but again, there was bound to be some like Muslim stabbing or terror attack that would happen eventually that would have caused the same kind of riot.
The guy is sponsored by Gymshark.
I just want to clarify, I am no longer with Gymshark. I was actually so natural that
Yeah, if you're a Gymshark sponsored athlete, you're on steroids.
decided to drop me.
And so this is a point in his favor. Everyone knows that the majority of Gymshark sponsored athletes are, of course, not natural. And so since he's no longer with them, maybe he's natural.
I decided not to re-sign because I've always wanted to do my own clothing brand, which is what I'm going to be doing. And, that should be dropping really soon, so stay tuned.
And so he's going to be doing his own clothing brand reminiscent of Alex Eubank, another popular YouTuber who made an incredible transformation, also had an aesthetic physique. But Hussein Farhat is far bigger than Alex Eubank. Remember, I've met Alex, and in comparison...
Fuck Justin Trudeau and all the Caucasians that's voted him into office and allowing him to fuck Canada.
Well, the Liberals are probably going to lose next election, so it'll all be over soon. Thanks for that donation, Cookie Cutter Sarah Safari.
This guy blows his physique out of the water. He's far bigger. The guy was 18 years of age.
I was actually 19 when I started. I started at 19. I'm 22 right now.
And so we have to correct his starting point was 19, not 18. My opinion, that just makes it that much harder. The younger you start, the more likely you're going to put on more muscle. Think of it. If you started at 15 before you finished going through puberty, there's a lot greater chance you're going to put on 42 pounds of muscle in your first year. Does anyone actually believe that this guy is natural?
No, nobody believes I'm natural, which is a good thing, I guess, for me. It means that I did a pretty good transformation.
And so here's the thing. I've always said, don't take it as an insult if people don't think that you're natural. If people think you did it natural, it means you're not all that good. Anyone who has an amazing body is for sure going to be accused of being a fake natty. It's part of the game. So let's assume he has really good genetics, which clearly he does. If you add up those 3 years, it would be about 26 pounds of muscle, yet he built double that. But
Hell, that guy was so stupid that unlike an octopus he probably can't even pee in a jar.
Yeah, he probably can't remember righty-tighty, lefty-loosey. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But there are those 1 in a million cases where this is possible. The thing is he one of them?
I'm not saying it's 100% muscle. In the first 4 months of training, I went from 139 pounds to around 157, 159.
And so based on the actual stats, he went from 139 to 157. Remember, he was eating in a bulk. But in the first 4 months, he gained 18 pounds. But remember, Most of that is in fact muscle, but part of a muscle, it's water. And so when you go on a bulk and you're eating any calorie surplus, your glycogen stores can fill up. If you just finished a bodybuilding...
Grey Knight donated $2 low. I know that group and used to participate with them. They're unhinged. They're a breakoff of AV chapters of New York and New Jersey since the BLM thing. They tried to sabotage them all by spreading false accusations about us and try to steal our members. That sounds about right. It's exactly what you would expect from crazy fucking intersectionalists. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
competition, you were shredded, dehydrated, you could perhaps weigh in at 139 pounds. But 1 week later, or better yet, 1 day later, you could literally be up 10 pounds. No body fat whatsoever, but 10 pounds, and I would argue muscle. If all that water, glycogen, forms in the muscle and your muscles are swollen out an extra inch, for all intensive purposes, it's in fact muscle. And so, for example, when I started taking Turk Builder, I was 180.6 pounds.
Here we go.
My morning weight now varies from 186.5 pounds to 189.7 pounds. And so I'm up literally 6 to 8 pounds on most days. Now, you're thinking, did Turk Builder help you to gain 6 to 8 pounds in a matter of 2 months or less? Well, in my opinion, yes. You're going to argue, yeah, but some of it's water. If the water's in your biceps, it's not covering your abs, and it's not covering the lines in your legs, and you still look lean, what the heck is it? Do I look like my legs have gotten fat? Do they look fat? And yet I'm up between 6 and 8 pounds, and that's in 2 months. I'm a 48-year-old man. This guy is 19 years old when he first started. And so is it not possible that he's up 18 pounds in 4 months? If perhaps half of that was water in the muscle? When you add creatine, do you think that creatine helps you build muscle? I do believe most people believe that is true. But most of that weight gain is in fact water that's inside the muscle. And so although he's gained this much weight, remember he is in fact on a bulk, and some of that is going to be water within the muscle. I don't think it's body fat, but it is a lot of water in the muscle.
I'm not here to say I don't have really good genetics. I feel like I have, like he said,
it's 1 in a million genetics,
because I'm 100% natural and I've managed to do this transformation.
And so what I like about this guy, he's not scared to tell you what he thinks. He's like, look, I'm natural and I have 1 in a million genetics. I don't know why I'm so good. I don't know why I've put on all this muscle, but I've done it. And if you don't believe me, I can do a drug test at any time.
It's just stupid toe, bro. There's stabbings in the UK all the time. Glasgow was the knife crime of Europe not long ago. People don't want to look at statistics, they just want to jump onto fake news and pearl clutch. Hopefully riots calm down.
Yep. And again, the reason there's so many stabbings is because, you know, you basically banned firearms. And they've increased mandatory minimum sentences. So people are, you know, using knives for that reason. But thanks for the donation, The Unkempt. Appreciate it.
Just because you have gyno, it doesn't guarantee that you're on testosterone.
I've actually always had like puffy nipples. I don't know what to call them. I don't know what they are.
And so he doesn't have acne, he has great looking skin, but one thing that you will in fact notice is the formation of gynecomastia. And that is a warning sign that the person has in fact used steroids. And so what does he say to that?
I'm gonna pull up a picture of me 2 years old over here. I was maybe 1 or 2 years old. You can clearly see there's something going on.
And so you can see, as a child, even at 2 years of age, he does have the puffy nipples. And so it is obvious to me that the gyno was formed before he was a teenager. If he had no gyno whatsoever and then suddenly got it at the age of 19, well, to me, that would be obvious. And if we look at his blood work, it
At 2:24 p.m. What is this like? Oh. While staged at the Comfort Inn Ballston,
appears that he has high aromatase expression. He has naturally got a lot of estrogen. Everyone has different genetics. Some people have a little bit of estrogen, some people have a lot. And so during puberty, oftentimes is a time you'll see more people express more gynecomastia. Doesn't mean you're on steroids. And so there are, in fact, some unfortunate people out there that develop gyno even if they're natural.
Pull up a picture over here. I was maybe 15, 16. You're gonna see as well, maybe I was born with gyno, I don't know what it is.
And so at 15 years of age, he's just starting to go through puberty. You can see he already has those puffy nipples. They're already there. And so I think he's defended his point, at least in my opinion, that he doesn't in fact have gyno from using steroids. Doesn't mean he's never used steroids, doesn't mean he's never used SARMs, but at least it's a plausible explanation to explain his gyno. And so are we to believe that this guy put on over 50 pounds of muscle in just over 2.5 years while being 100% natural? It seems like he's always on a cut. And so at that point I said, how are we going to believe that he put on over 50 pounds of muscle in 2.5 years? But now we know that his starting point was 139 and not around 122. And if you look at his first year of training after his cut, he actually went from 184 pounds at peak bulk to...
It's kind of weird. His gynecomastia got worse. It increased. He may just have like really high aromatase levels, and he just over aromatizes. It's possible.
Shredded at 165. And so 139 to 165 after 19 months, it works out to being 27 pounds. And so 27 pounds, certainly a lot less than 50 plus pounds and a lot more realistic. Although still exceptional and although still looking like a fake natty, we can't be certain.
The reason why you never see me fat or bulky is because usually I don't even film, unless I have to actually.
Let's be honest, the real reasons he's always cut is he has an amazing metabolism. He's got great genetics. Had you ever seen this guy fat? Look at him at 15 years of age. The guy wasn't working out, probably a gamer, and he never has a lot of body fat. And based on his blood work, this supports what I'm saying. He doesn't appear to be deficient in anything. Some guys, they go on a cut and they have very low levels of testosterone. They have no energy, they're experiencing brain fog, they can't get a good night of sleep. But for this guy, whether he's single-digit body fat or perhaps in the low 13 to 14%, the guy always feels good. And so he's the kind of guy that just is blessed, has great genetics. He can be lean, look muscular, put on muscle without struggling. But does he have great genetics enough to explain this much muscle? Soon to find out.
Probably haven't seen me fat. I can pull up a few pictures over here. This was me like at my biggest. I was like around 190 pounds.
And so at peak bulk, he was 189 pounds. He says, look, here I was a little bit chubby. He's still ripped. He's still very lean. The shirt's off, 189 pounds. Most people on a cut would dream to look like that. Is it possible that he's not on testosterone, but is just using hyaluronic acid?
Come on, bro. Oil? Come on, Greg.
Just because you glaze over and say, hey, come on, Greg, doesn't mean it's not happening. Most bodybuilders, especially at the Olympia level, guys like Chris Bumstead and so on, you don't think they're using filler. You don't think their biceps and delts are being enhanced by something other than just muscle. If you really think that all professional athletes would never resort to using hyaluronic acid, synthol, and so on, well, let me break it to you. Most actually are.
For this video specifically,
yeah, Dave Palumbo has said that. He was selling that pump and pose stuff, the synthol, and he said most of the top Olympia competitors were using synthol.
Looks a lot worse than it actually is. I was using a Snapchat filter called Peppery. It helps you look leaner.
There you have it. Exhibit A. Did he not just admit to using a filter to make himself look leaner? He literally describes what it does. Did you guys not notice the gyno? It seemed obvious that he had excessive amounts of gyno that could not be explained other than saying the guy's using steroids. But he used the filter. The filter highlighted that.
And also, you have to keep in mind, this is me after a workout, all right? So the first picture I took, I didn't have a pump, and here I had a pump, pretty good lighting.
And so he literally admits it in the first photo, I didn't have a pump. And so it made him look worse. If you saw me at the gym after training chest, shoulders, triceps, and so on, after I rode the bike, perhaps you'd see the legs swelling out with veins everywhere. And I took a photo of myself in the morning, perhaps after eating breakfast with my stomach hanging out. You'd say, wow, Coach Greg has a GH gut. He's clearly on 10 IUs of GH, probably on the same cycle as Mike Isertel. Has a bloated belly, doesn't look very good. Doesn't even have a proper tan. But then I get a pump, I ride the bike, train some shoulders, and do a few poses. You're gonna think, Greg just hopped on a cycle. He's clearly on. Yet all I did was an hour and a half workout, and I'm taking a better photo. In 2 weeks, it looked like the guy had been training for 2 years. This is not normal.
All right, let's be real now. Come on. This doesn't look like 2 years of progress, man.
And so, unfortunately, Farhat, this is actually true for many people. Many people who go to the gym for 2 years don't look as good as you after training for 2 weeks. Some people just have shitty genetics. Take most guys who ran the 10K at the friggin' Olympics. I'm watching these guys. They're perhaps a svelte 6'2", 101 pounds. They look like coat racks. If they train for 2 years, do you really think they look as good as you in 2 weeks? There's a spectrum. There's people with 1 in a million genetics, perhaps it's Usain Farhat, and there's guys with the shittiest out of the 1 in a million genetics. And so if you have the worst genetics out of 1 in a million, you could train for 25 years and never even look like his before photo. Guy at 15, that is the better physique than many people will have after 20 years of training. It does depend on your genetics.
The most talked about people in the industry are people that are clearly blasting and being honest about it. So why would I lie? Why would I tell you that I'm natural even though I'm not? You know, what's the point of it?
Here's the thing. Even if he had cycled off, he'd used steroids for that first year and he stopped right now and he passed the test. Could he pass the test forever? If we test him again in 3 or 6 months when his physique is his best and he comes out natural, you're going to believe him then? There's always going to be some haters that are going to say there's no way that this guy is natural. I was in fact one of them. But remember, I said, show me the blood work. And if the blood work comes back clean, we have no choice but to say this guy is 100% natural. I would challenge him. Show us your blood work.
Let's do it. I'm down. I'm going to take an appointment today. All right. I'm going to go get tested tomorrow.
And so consider this. He takes the challenge and he does it right away. No hesitation. Didn't have time to go off. Didn't have time to say, oh, I'm going to stop what I'm taking. A month later, I'll do the test. He says, sure, let's do it. And he's so confident that he's going to pass that you got to think, is it actually possible? And so many people are going to say this. I'm going to play devil's advocate. Well, Coach Greg, maybe he just went on steroids for the first year. Clearly, he put on a ton of muscle, and that's a good point. He did put on a ton of muscle. But if he were to have gone on steroids for that first year and then stopped the steroids, he would have seen a regression in his physique. You're not going to put on 40 pounds in the first year, then go off those steroids and keep all those 40 pounds. But the guy since then has gotten even bigger.
Why don't you like Takis? They're over-seasoned, and they also don't have a really good texture. They're, like, too thick and hard. So, yeah, they're just not great. They're way over-seasoned. You can't, like, sit down, watch a movie, and just go through a bag. Like, after just eating a few, you're, like, just blasted with way too much salt and seasonings, and they don't even have a nice crunch. They're just too thick and hard.
And so considering I literally was at the gym having a workout with him, you've watched the video going through the poses. The guy is an animal. The chest, the arms, the shoulders in particular, they're huge. And he has a six-pack. He's very lean. And so if he were off steroids right now, I don't think he would have that physique. It's not as simple as just saying, hey, I'll do one cycle, I'll put on 20, 30 pounds, then I'll go off and then I'll just keep training and I'll have a head start. It doesn't work like that. You go on steroids, you're going to put on perhaps 20 pounds of muscle, you're going to lose half of that, and then you're going to slowly build up over several years. The guy has not lost that muscle. I've gone through his entire transformation. There's no time period where I thought, he's off there. I saw him continue to make gains. Whether he was on a bulk, he was adding more muscle, or whether he was on a cut, maintaining that muscle, simply getting leaner. And so these all points in his favor. But it's now the moment of truth. What are we going to see? And so the first thing I notice is creatinine levels are through the roof. Creatinine is a
They're not through the roof. They're a little higher than the reference range.
Measure of kidney function. Are his kidneys functioning healthier than last time? Now remember, people who abuse steroids, it's often harmful on the kidneys. And so if you have elevated creatinine levels, there's a good chance that you have experienced some form of damage and it's from taking steroids. And his levels are through the roof. It's not proof that he's taking anything, but it's at least something to keep an eye on. But the good news is there's only his creatinine levels that are out of the ref range during that general biochemistry. All other values are in the green. And so if he were in fact on steroids, he most likely would have something else out of the reference range. Next, creatine kinase. We can see it's through the roof. It's 449. It's not a yellow dot, it's a red warning sign. What is going on? Does he have rhabdomyolysis? We don't know. Well, here's the thing. That is a measure of muscle damage. The guy goes to the gym and does nearly every set to failure. I was at the gym talking to him. Hey, how many sets do you do to failure? Pretty much all of them. And so do you not think that's going to cause some muscle damage? And from personal experience, mine is always at least that high or even greater. I've had it over 2,000. And so that is just a normal occurrence from training harder than last time. Now, next up, let us see what are his IGF-1 levels. 35, exactly right down in the middle, in the green. And so essentially 100% normal. If this guy were taking MK677 growth hormone and so on, it wouldn't be in the norm. It would be way higher. And so because of that, we can conclude there ain't no MK677. What about orals? Look at his AST and ALT. It's in the normal, in the green. This guy appears he's not even drinking alcohol. And so he's not on orals, he's not on MK677. What else could he be on? Well, in terms of, well, perhaps he just...
Do you like coffee cookies? What are coffee cookies? I don't know what coffee cookies are.
Popped off. He stopped about a week ago. The albumin levels are also in the green. And so that is more measure of long-term damage to the liver. And next, FSH and LH, follicle stimulating hormone and luteinizing hormone. When you're on performance enhancing drugs, they crash. Your body no longer needs to produce testosterone. Think of it. You're getting it from an exogenous source, and so your balls, they go on vacation. They shrink down. And so it's not an OnlyFans channel, and so I'm not going to have him send me a picture of his downstairs. But because of the results, I'm going to say they're of normal size. Hey, perhaps you could ask his special friend who's perhaps seen those things, but I personally can attest to the size of the downstairs. And so notice in his recovery, if he didn't...
You ever make up with Mike the Vegan? No.
Fact was on steroids, that the LH is higher than the FSH. This would be the exact opposite. And so if he had formerly been using steroids, we would have seen FSH higher than the LH. Next, SHBG, it's 28.4. That is in the reference range. When you're on, for example, HRT, it's going to be in the toilet. And so also when you're dieting too hard, your SHBG normally goes a lot higher. You remember Vitruvian Physique? I went over his blood work and it was through the roof. That is because the guy was dieting for a bodybuilding competition. And so in comparison to a guy like Vitruvian Physique, this 22-year-old is far, far superior. He would beat Vitruvian Physique without even dieting. He can walk up on stage and beat Vitruvian. And Vitruvian has what? 500,000 followers, does videos, been training for years. This guy, far greater athlete with only 2.5 years of training. Up next, the moment you've been waiting for. If the guy was on testosterone, it would be through the roof. And
he has some pretty fucking developed pecs.
If he was on other drugs, for example, Masteron or Tren or something, the testosterone would be down. SARMs, any other steroid, it's going to cause your testosterone to go lower. And so what were his testosterone levels? 21.4. Nanomoles per liter. Remember, it's not nanograms per deciliter. You're thinking, he's the next Zaire Miranda. 24. He's crash. He's a fake natty. If you convert it to nanograms per deciliter, it's 617. And so, very good. Not below average, not above average. Somewhere within the norm. What you would expect for a guy like this. And so, oddly enough, he said, hey, My testosterone levels, I'm a little disappointed. How come it's so low? People have been brainwashed. They're thinking everyone has to have 1,000 nanograms per deciliter. Let's say his test results came back and they were 10. If I look like this and I had testosterone levels of 10, I'm thinking I want testosterone levels of 10. It's not the number, but the results. How does he feel? How does he look? And his bioavailable testosterone, the testosterone that his body's going to actually use. Because remember, what good is having a lot of gas in a tank if you can't use that gas? And so his bioavailable testosterone, 11.24. Notice how that green bar is even higher than his total testosterone. That's the testosterone he's using. That's in the high normal. And so that is the testosterone he's using. That is what's causing him to put on all that size. And so despite the fact that he's natural, his testosterone levels are as high as many people on HRT. And so this is a very good blood work result. Certainly indicative of a guy that could put on all this muscle. One more thing. Cholesterol. When you're on steroids, HRT even, oftentimes your HDL is going to go down. Anytime I did blood work when I was on steroids, my HDL was very low. It was crashed. His HDL, it's right in the normal. It's at the middle of the reference range. And so no indication that he was using steroids. And
LDL 3.08. That sounds high. Yeah, 119. He has very high cholesterol.
And one more thing, people are going to say, yeah, but he's on enclomiphene. If you were on enclomiphene, his LH and FSH would be through the roof, be very high. His in the
either he has like, you know, bad genes for cholesterol, or he's eating like a fair bit of saturated fat. What's this guy's fucking name? Should look at his diet next. Oh, hey.
In 2024, if an influencer with a substantial Twitter following expressed an interest in trying MMA, they'd probably have to
Cool.
fend off a rabid Dana White with a stick. But in 2006, with the WWE and UFC frozen in a forever war, even someone with mass market appeal like Lesnar had trouble getting Dana's attention. Brock said, "I win my first MMA fight, Dana White won't take my phone calls from my lawyers and my manager, so I said fine. Randy Couture was fighting Gabriel Gonzaga for the heavyweight title, so I said buy a ticket and we'll go to the show." Lesnar turned up at UFC 74 with less fanfare than the release of a new R. Kelly album. The UFC will normally trip over themselves in an attempt to highlight any celebrities in the arena, but Brock couldn't even get an awkwardly lingering, clenched fist pose close-up. He was just another face in the crowd, albeit a face that looks like he grinds the bones of Englishmen to make his bread. Once the show was over, Brock seized his chance. If the mountain won't come to the meathead, then the meathead would have to go to the mountain. He hopped the barrier and made his way cage-side. After finding Dana, he asked for a private audience, and Dana agreed. Brock explained that he didn't have the time to work his way up in a minor league, and he wanted a shot in the UFC. And honestly, the thought of a superstar like Lesnar having to beg Dana for a shot like some rookie clamoring for a place on The Ultimate Fighter is genuinely insane. If Mark Zuckerberg wanted to fight Dennis Seaver, Dana would find a way to travel back in time and make it the main event for UFC 300. But somehow, in 2007, when the UFC was still firmly a niche outsider sport, Dana had morals about hiring a global superstar who was 1-0 in MMA. Dana had to have known the value of signing Brock, and I imagine all the ignored phone calls were maybe just a way to make him sweat a little, given Dana's troubled past with Vince and the WWE. Whatever the reason, Dana eventually acquiesced, and Brock officially joined the UFC. All that was left was to announce it to the world at large, and who better to do that than consummate professional Joe Rogan.
I'm here with one of the most exciting acquisitions ever for the UFC, Brock Lesnar.
You had one job, Joe. Lesnar's debut fight
was set for UFC 81, February 2nd, 2008. His opponent was well-known music enjoyer Frank Mir. Mir is a former UFC heavyweight champion, although in terms of title reigns, his is definitely emblematic of the bad old days of heavyweight. He had won a vacant title after it had been stripped from Tim Sylvia for failing a drug test, and without even a single defense, Mir's title reign ended after the belt was stripped from him due to inactivity while he was recovering from a motorcycle crash. Despite his less than stellar time as heavyweight.
How do you deal with sweet and salty cravings? If you're craving something salty, you should probably just take an electrolyte supplement because that will contain salt. I'm taking electrolytes right now because my diet's very low in sodium while I'm dieting. And I get really bad muscle cramps as well, but I haven't craved any really salty things since I've been taking an electrolyte supplement. And if you're having cravings for sweet things, best thing to do would be to just drink artificially sweetened beverages. So they do have artificially sweetened juices now that are very low in calories. So if you want to have like a blueberry juice, something like that, or I think Minute Maid also has a low-calorie lemonade, which is really good. I think it's like 5 or 10 calories per serving. And you can just eat artificially sweetened sodas. Those have 0 calories, so like Cherry Coke Zero.
It's the first round, baby, and here we go. This is the real thing. There's no substitute. This is not a college wrestling match. The first thing...
Alright, I'll watch that later. Let's look at this guy's diet, if he has any... Doesn't seem to have any diet-related content. That looks like pasta. Don't know if this guy has any shit where he shows what he eats. Just a bunch of supplements there. Yeah, he might... You know, like, he was standing next to Greg, and Greg is a fucking... like, Oompa Loompa. I don't know how big he actually is. Because if he's well under 200 pounds, and he's also barely benching 315, he's actually probably natty. What's your opinion on ACV? Is it beneficial? I don't know what ACV is. Yeah, I can't find any content that he makes about his diet. Does he have TikTok? Yeah, I can't find anything. Yeah, he either eats a diet that's relatively high in saturated fat, or he's just got bad genes for cholesterol. Because usually when people are that lean, even if they are eating like some red meat and stuff here and there, they're still gonna have an LDL below 100.
Iran struck back at Israel yet. Now, this is kind of interesting because...
Seymour Butts donate $2. Yo, shout out my nigga Aaron P, trap god of the bayou. He the goat. Hexcorn, you a bitch. Now watch this. Oh. Oh my god. I think he's eating a banana. That's a nice bat. I like bats. Bats are nice. Thanks for the donation, Seymour.
Because Iran really is on a deadline here. Yeah, it's only going to take a finite amount of time to load rockets onto launchers, or to load these rockets onto the TELs or transport erector launchers. But for every day that Iran delays attacking Israel, that's another day that American carrier strike groups that are on their way to the Middle East have to cover that distance. So for every day that Iran delays, it makes the consequences of actually launching worse. So I can think of two options here. The first option is that Iran doesn't actually intend to strike anybody, or perhaps they're trying to get all their proxies in place to have their proxies actually perform some kind of strike against Israel. But there is one other thing, and some of this is kind of superstition. You know how people say celebrities always die in threes?
Oh, apple cider vinegar. It's not like some magic potion that just makes you healthier.
Bag.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Marxist and University. Yeah, so if you're having some digestive upset, like trouble digesting food, you can try taking some apple cider vinegar before you have a meal. Otherwise, I wouldn't really bother taking it.
What's up, guys? It's Friday.
Less sex makes you happier.
Sup, chooms? How y'all live?
That is total bullshit.
Hi, everyone. Forget the usual.
Okay.
Foreign trolls are constantly commenting on my channel, saying that
All right, I'll take a look at those in a minute.
Well, there's this holiday called Tisha B'Av, and I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but I'm sure a lot of my Israeli fans will let me know in the comments how wrong I am. But Tisha B'Av is basically the 9th of Av, and
Is eating tuna ethical? I would say probably not. Oh boy.
Av is a certain month in the Jewish calendar, or I guess the Hebrew calendar. And what's kind of interesting is that Tish B'Av it's a day when a lot of bad things happen. A number of disasters in Jewish history happened on that day. Supposedly the first temple was destroyed, so was the second temple. And there are other items throughout history, such as expulsions of Jews, that all happened on or around that particular day. That's kind of why I say it's kind of like the celebrity death thing, because something might happen close to Tish B'Av, and people are like, oh, well, it happened on Tish B'Av, when really it happened like 2 days earlier. But around that time seems to be the big thing. So the question is, would Iran actually wait for that day to launch some sort of attack? And I think that the answer might actually be yes, because there might be some sort of psychological factor in executing a devastating attack on that particular day. However, I think if that day passes and
Aaron P. donated $2. Should I buy Robocop for $30? How much for a loan? Please watch. Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty good deal. Robocop's a really good game. I'd say it's worth $30.
Oh, hi there. I'm Natalie Fox, and I'm a registered dietitian, and in this video, we are going to...
Oh boy, that's gonna be retarded. I don't think I should watch this on stream because the Olympic Games blocks my
Linares of Colombia
shit.
competes in the long jump at Lucerne.
Let me see, does she have a big butt?
That's a great jump of 6.61.
That is a nice, thick, brown butt.
Nice jump. Final jump.
Yeah, she's got a nice, big, brown butt.
Hello, everyone. It's me again, your sexy teacher, and today I'm wearing body art. Put a like and post a comment with a time code with your favorite moment. Clean. Here are the vinegar solution. Remove
This got 6 million views.
large paint. Begin cleaning the mirror.
It's that easy, huh?
Hi, I'm so happy you're here with me. Today I'm super nice.
She's got a nice butt. Jesus. You can, like, literally see her asshole. Well, apparently that's allowed on YouTube. Thanks for the donation, Aaron.
And Tish B'Av, by the way, would technically be the 12th of August today. So I think if the 12th of August passes, the likelihood of Iran actually launching an attack will be a lot lower because they sort of missed their window, and American carrier strike groups will just be too close, and it will just be too dangerous for them to do anything. And honestly, this would be the ideal outcome. Yes, Israel struck a high-ranking non-state actor inside of Iran, and that's very embarrassing. But do you know what else is embarrassing? Losing your entire freaking country. And let's not forget that in both Iran and in Israel, there's real people that are going to suffer the consequences of any kind of strikes. I have a lot of Israeli fans and I have a lot of Iranian fans. And the one thing they both have in common is they both don't like the government of Iran. So that's kind of the situation. I just thought of that Tish B'Av thing, or Tish B'Av, and I want to mention that if Iran doesn't strike by the 12th, I don't know if they actually will. I am still in Las Vegas right now. I'm probably going to make some content with Jake Bro in a couple of hours. We're going to go to lunch and do some stuff. As of right now, Ukrainian forces are 40 kilometers inside of Russia right now, moving toward what either might be Kursk or a little to the left of Kursk, and now I think they're up to 8 brigades.
Sounds logical.
Hey, we're back, and so you know what time it is. It's time, and this week, you know who's back? They on my 2024 bingo card.
Because you're ready to go all the time. What effect does it have on your longevity? It turns out meaningful effects on your longevity as a man, and for the man's partner, assuming it's a woman, similar effects on the woman. Why? Because I track my daily happiness for the entire year. How much do I like my life? Do I like my job, my career, my family life? Just how good was today? There is a really clear ejaculation hangover for men. That's what the Taoists were saying. Don't waste your chi.
Don't waste your ejaculate. You know, don't.
That is complete and utter nonsense. Men who have more frequent sex report being happier.
Don't have sex all the time. You know, if only we had human studies that looked at sexual frequency and the risk
I do not have a twin.
of mortality. Oh, wait, we do. First of all, he claims that he tracked his happiness and his ejaculation and knows he was happier, but he's ejaculating less. Okay, if I tracked my happiness in line with that, pretty sure we'd find the opposite. But, you know, that's just me. You know, that's why we have, like, data and studies. So we're not just, like, going off of what some dude says who's wearing really weird pants on stage and orange glasses inside. Let's see what the data says. Pulling up a study here, and I quote, overall, participants with a higher sexual activity frequency were at lower risk of all-cause death in a dose-response manner. I'm not saying go out and hump everything that moves. I'm also not saying peel one off 3 times per day. I think that probably people who are in relationships where they have more frequent sex are probably happier overall. That's kind of like a non-vicious cycle where if you're happier, you're probably having more sex, and if you're having more sex, you're probably happier. I think there is a clip of Chris Rock saying, people think people stop because they start fighting. No, they start fighting because they stopped. That's funny, but when it comes to sexual frequency, intimacy, long-term relationships, the data tends to suggest that people, especially in coupled relationships, when they have more frequent sexual intimacy, that they tend to have better long-term health outcomes. If you're going out and you're being very sexually promiscuous, that can have some downstream consequences.
Hope everything is Nova and you're all having a preem week. So recently I've been doing research on a video about 2.5 milligrams of dutasteride, but apparently the only thing anyone wants to talk about these days is using topical sugar to regrow their hair. I've got to be honest with you, chums. This topic isn't particularly endearing or interesting to me, since even taking a cursory glance at the research here, I could tell it is pretty overhyped, but since nobody is going to leave me alone about it until I make a video covering this subject, I might as well get this over with. I'm just kidding. You know I love talking about this shit, chums. So, as it turns out, to my great surprise, this isn't just another theory that explains everything on Reddit. No, there is some actual legitimate scientific research on this rather than just a bunch of optimistic speculation online. Now, it isn't human research we're talking about here, chums, but at least it's actual science rather than just some blowhard Redditor claiming to have found the next broccoli or castor oil miracle. Okay, so now that you've heard about that, are you guys certain that you really want me to make a video about this? Fine, I will, but that's only because I like you guys and I aim to please. The 2.5 milligram dutasteride video could wait a few more days, I suppose. So let's go ahead and go balls deep into this research, and I promise I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. Well, this sugar study was being hyped up all over the media recently, like this article here that is titled, quote, "Hair Loss Hope, Natural Sugar Stimulates Significant Regrowth," unquote. And here's another article from the BBC titled, quote, "Scientists may have finally found a cheap natural cure for baldness," unquote. But the actual research study behind all this is based on this one here titled, quote, "Stimulation of hair regrowth in an animal model of androgenetic alopecia using 2-deoxy-D-ribose," unquote. So keep in mind, like I said, that this is just a mouse study. It's not a human study. That doesn't make it worthless by any stretch of the imagination, but it is still very preliminary.
No, it makes it worthless. Animal research literally is a flip of the coin. There's a 50% chance, roughly, that that research will apply to humans, and there's a 50% chance that it won't. It's no different than a coin flip, so it is pretty much by definition useless. Take any like sort of treatment or drug. You don't even have to study it on animals. Flip a coin, and whatever the coin flip result is, it's literally the same thing as doing animal research.
Research we're talking about here, chums. Also, we're not exactly talking about rubbing table sugar on our scalps. This is a very specific type of sugar. Specifically, it is called 2-deoxy-D-ribose, and you can see the formula right here. But this isn't some rare, obscure type of sugar either. It's actually a sugar that is found in our DNA. So, in the article, the investigators abbreviate the name of the sugar to 2-DDR, and I'll do that too. Apparently, these investigators were doing research on using the sugar to promote wound healing, and they noticed, incidentally, that there seemed to be a stimulation of hair growth in the areas adjacent to the wounds. So it kind of reminds me of the story of topical minoxidil, where they were using it for controlling blood pressure, but then they found out by accident that it causes hair growth. But anyways, based on the researchers' previous experiments, the investigators have a theory that 2-DDR stimulates a growth factor called VEGF, which stands for vascular endothelial growth factor. VEGF stimulates the growth of the capillary blood vessels that supply blood to the hair follicles. We know from studies that VEGF is suppressed in both men and women with androgenetic alopecia. In fact, suppressing VEGF is one of the downstream effects of increased DHT levels in the hair follicles. This is what leads to the regression and the destruction of the capillaries that give blood to the hair follicles, which then leads to miniaturization and the eventual death of the hair follicles. So, the theory behind 2DDR is that it could increase VEGF in the hair follicles and therefore help prevent this loss of capillaries that occurs as a consequence of increased scalp DHT in androgenetic alopecia. Now keep in mind here, chums, that this is not the blood flow theory that we're talking about. In the blood flow theory, it is the large blood vessels of the scalp that are supposedly squeezed off by the tight muscles or tight gallia apodorotica, and this is what's supposedly what causes hair loss, but it's all complete bullshit, of course. In reality, there is no limitation of blood flow in these large blood vessels, and since I brought up the blood flow theory, I'll go ahead and link some videos below explaining why it is a bullshit, obsolete theory. But getting back to the point of this video, when we look at the sugar study, the investigators theorized that 2DDR would stimulate VEGF and thus stimulate hair growth. So the first thing the researchers did was develop a specific hydrogel containing as a base a compound called sodium alginate. The researchers prepared a placebo version of the gel and a version containing 2DDR. They showed that the gel released the 2DDR slowly over a period of 96 hours. The researchers chose a very special strain of mice that develop hair loss when given androgens like DHT or testosterone. This is a bit more useful than a regular mouse model since it is a mouse model that simulates androgenetic alopecia in humans. Anyways, these mice developed hair loss just by injecting them every other day with testosterone for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks of getting testosterone treatment, the hair of the mice was removed using a hair removal cream. The mice were then divided into 6 groups. The first group were just the mice who didn't get testosterone or any other treatment. These were the normal control mice. The next group, called Group T1, were androgenetic alopecia mice who got no treatment at all. Group T2 were androgenetic alopecia mice who got the placebo version of the gel. Group T3 were androgenetic alopecia mice who got the gel that contained the sugar 2DDR. Group T4 were androgenetic alopecia mice who got 2% topical minoxidil, and finally, Group T5 got topical 2% minoxidil plus the sugar gel. So that's a lot of different groups we're talking about here, chums, but I gotta be honest, it is a little bit disappointing to me and frustrating that the investigators chose just 2% minoxidil. I mean, we know 2%
Corny donate $2. Let me see. Yeah, whatever. Okay, that girl's getting a massage. Okay, she's eating gross food.
Hey, it's Dr. Jamie. My pronouns are she or they. I'm an associate clinical professor of psychiatry. I am a researcher and I'm somebody who works in the space of gender affirming care. Question, because I think it speaks to trans girls talk, trans men talk, is that if you didn't tell the gatekeepers that you hated your penis, that was one of those invisible walls that would prevent you from getting into one of these programs. I think it's really important to note that even if you said all the right things and got into one of these programs, there was still really no guarantee that you would get surgery or not. And you can imagine how devastating and difficult this was for transgender people to have their identities dissected, to be gatekept, and then only to be refused surgery, right? It's just really sad. But this idea that someone needs to...
Would you call people who are vegan but eat organic? No, I don't think I'd do that.
hate their penis in order to want GRS really speaks to the...
Forgot my namification to $20. Didn't Brock Lesnar rape Vince McMahon's wife when Vince was pimping out his wife to people? I didn't hear anything about that. I know he had some woman working for him where he intended Brock Lesnar to have sex with her, which technically would have been rape because she wasn't consenting. But from what I can tell, Brock Lesnar didn't know about the circumstances around that. But that ended up falling through. There was like a snowstorm and Brock Lesnar couldn't make it. I didn't hear anything about Brock Lesnar raping his wife. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my notification.
Gatekeeper bias, right? It really speaks to what the gatekeepers thought about trans people, right? They were really projecting their own anxieties upon us, right? So in their minds, for someone to want to alter their anatomy, to alter their body, they would have to truly hate who they are. And I don't think many trans people actually hate every part of themselves. Like, I know many of us dislike a part of ourselves, but hate is such a strong word, right? So I know for many of us, we feel euphoria when we are able to align our gender identities with our gender expressions. But sometimes what we actually feel is we don't feel revulsion or hate, we feel disconnection. And that's something that I really experienced as I began to transition, is that disconnection started to become connection. I began to experience euphoria where there was no feelings before. And where there was dysphoria, that started to go away. For it. But
Okay,
also,
well, that's interesting.
Even at the youth sports level, let the coaches do their job. The parents should be having their son.
Minoxidil works, but almost nobody uses it anymore these days because we know that 5% topical minoxidil is a lot better. There are already plenty of mouse studies that use 5% topical minoxidil, so why couldn't they use it here? It used to be that 5% minoxidil was the brand marketed towards men and 2% minoxidil was marketed towards women, but these days both men and women will typically use 5% topical minoxidil, and that is because we know from randomized controlled studies that 5% minoxidil is superior to 2% minoxidil. The only people who should even consider using 2% minoxidil are people who get side effects from 5% minoxidil, which isn't common, but it does happen. Anyways, the treatments were continued for 20 days and then the results were analyzed. So let's see what the investigators found. Here's the figure showing the main results looking at the hair growth in the mice. Let's take a look at the row labeled 21st day. So if you look at the column labeled NC, these were the normal control mice who did not have androgenic alopecia, and they grew back all their hair normally after 21 days. If you look at the columns T1 and T2, these were the mice who had androgenic alopecia and who got no treatment or just the placebo gel. They didn't grow back their hair very well. The last three columns show better hair growth that is closer to the normal control mice. Column T3 is the 2-DDR group, T4 is the 2% topical minoxidil group, and T5 is a combination of 2-DDR and minoxidil. One way to measure the results is by looking at the skin color changes of the mice. The reason why this matters for mice is because mice have a synchronized hair growth cycle, which is completely different from humans where the hair growth cycle is unsynchronized. But also, in the case of mice, the skin darkens when the hair enters the androgen growth phase because of melanin production. So this graph here looks at the changes in skin color in the different groups over time. As you can see in groups T1 and T2, which are the two groups with androgenic alopecia that weren't treated, the androgen phase had not been reached at day 20, while in all three treated groups, meaning group T3, T4, and T5, the androgen growth phase was achieved, similar to what happened in the normal control mice. When the investigators measured hair length and thickness in the sugar group, it was similar to the control group. When the actual hair diameter was measured, the greatest diameter was in the normal control group. After that, it was followed by the minoxidil group, and
React to this pro-Hamas attacking a trans person.
Hello everyone, this is Darcenovia here. Before anyone does anything rash or hasty, I'm going to make this known, I do not condone harassment. So, just because I'm criticizing Jesse Journer doesn't mean...
Kid Beater Tillers, YouTube needs to bring back Tommy Sotomayor and Low Tier God. Yeah, I mean, they are funny. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
I want her harassed because that's not the goal of this video. It's to hold her accountable and critique her 4-hour documentary on Zionism, which, yeah, I've said a few things in the comments that can be trusted. He's a traitor to his people. He slanders the Palestinian people. He lies about Palestine. He pushes Arab racism against the Palestinians. Violence.
Okay, I don't really care about this guy.
And then the sugar group, and then finally the minoxidil plus sugar group. The hair diameter in all the treated groups was better than the untreated androgenic alopecia mice. It was also found with 2-DDR that there was an increase in the ratio of androgen to telogen hairs, meaning that 2-DDR was keeping hairs in the androgen growth phase. There were also more blood vessels found in the skin in the 2-DDR and minoxidil groups. So even though the investigators speculated that 2-DDR might do all this by increasing the levels of the growth factor VEGF, they didn't actually measure VEGF in this study. So the investigators concluded that 2-DDR stimulated hair growth in mice with androgenic alopecia, and that it might work by stimulating VEGF production, though they did not verify the mechanism of how it actually works. The researchers felt that the results with 2-DDR were similar to using topical minoxidil, though
Would you cut off vegans that are Trump supporters or far right? I don't know what you mean by cut off. It kind of depends. Like, I'd obviously talk to these people, see what their actual views are. If they end up being, like, crazy fascists, then yeah. Most people who are Trump supporters are either fascists or they don't actually understand any of Trump's political positions and they just think he's like based or something because they saw a bunch of memes and shit and some of their friends are Trump supporters. So I'd want to know what their actual position is before like I cut them off.
I should point out again, most disappointingly, the researchers used a weaker version of topical minoxidil, just 2% instead of 5% topical minoxidil, which is considered the standard dose these days for both men and women. I mean, why would they do that? Wouldn't most of them prefer to know how this treatment compares to the type of minoxidil that most people actually use? I don't know. Anyways, when it comes to how it compares to 2% topical minoxidil, the investigators felt that 2-DDR achieved about 80 to 90% of the efficacy of 2% topical minoxidil. So it isn't even as good as 2% minoxidil. Now, I know some of you in the comments section are about to write, but Kevin, even if it isn't as good as minoxidil, could it possibly be stacked with it to make it more effective? Sadly, the answer to that question seems to be no. This isn't like stamoxetine where using it with minoxidil has a synergistic benefit. Using 2-DDR along with topical minoxidil didn't have any increased benefits. In fact, some parameters looked even worse when the two treatments were combined, which makes this treatment completely worthless for minoxidil users. So, in light of all this information, is it possible that this sugary treatment is going to live up to all the hype it has received in the online media? Well, let's examine some of the pros and cons. First of all, the good news here is that this kind of treatment is very cheap, it's readily available, and it probably doesn't have any adverse side effects. The downside, though, is that we have absolutely no human studies to verify the results in this mouse model, and the mouse model doesn't even show very good results to begin with. Even though this is a mouse model that simulates androgenic alopecia in humans, it isn't actually androgenic alopecia we're talking about, and there are likely to be interspecies differences that haven't been accounted for yet. Because of these interspecies differences between mice and men, we have no idea if 2-DDR would work in humans with actual androgenic alopecia. But the biggest problem of all is that this stuff just doesn't seem to be all that powerful. It falls a little short of equaling 2% topical minoxidil, which we know is less powerful than 5% topical minoxidil that most people use nowadays. Also, it looks like there is no synergistic effect by adding 2-DDR to topical minoxidil similar to other treatments like tretinoin or stamoxetine. That is a little strange to me, since when hair growth stimulants work by different mechanisms, that usually means that they will have an additional hair growth benefit when they are used together, but using 2-DDR and topical minoxidil together doesn't have that benefit. In fact, it seems to make things even worse. So there is literally no benefit to using this treatment for minoxidil users, and that's...
I'll be sitting down.
That is good to know. Is he complaining? Yeah. He's complaining about the court case he had. This is going to be nothing but lies and gaslighting.
With an expert, whatever that means, and they're going to do whatever it is they think they can do to make me into an entirely different sort of creature than I am. And so I'm sort of morbidly curious about that. Yeah, the re-education of Jordan Peterson, coming to the airwaves soon.
Hey, Dad.
Hey, Mick.
So how are you doing? What have you been up to recently?
Up and down. Well, your mom
What's
and I
up?
and you, of course. Well, let's go with what's down first. We got back from some funerals, so that was rough. The same week we launched Peterson Academy, and that's up in a big way. And so that's gone great, and that's quite fun. We have 12,000 students already, and people seem to be very interested in the opportunity to learn, which is exactly what we were hoping for. And the trailers and the courses that...
It won't take long for you to see a wave of bad reviews. It won't take long at all. Some of these courses are literally just 8 hours total. So after a few weeks, you'll probably hear some people saying, this is the same shit I could have learned on YouTube or something for free.
that you guys put together look superb. Really, they exceeded my expectations by a radical margin. And so...
oh, wow, they've got that fraud teaching nutrition. Introduction to Nutrition with Max Lugavere. That guy is a complete and utter retard. He has no nutrition degree, by the way. He doesn't have any sort of... he's not a dietitian. He hasn't taken any nutrition courses. Like, he's not a certified nutritionist with any organization. He's just a fucking YouTube blogger. And they paid him to make courses on nutrition, and this is going to be the same shit that you can find for free on his YouTube channel. So yeah, you're going to end up seeing a wave of reviews saying this isn't worth it. It's mostly either weird, slanted political bullshit, or it's crap that you could have learned online for free.
Guys put together look superb. Really, they exceeded my expectations by a radical margin. And so we've upped the ante on the higher education front, and that's fun. And we've been able to bring these to people at a very reasonable cost. That's for sure. Yep. So that's very exciting. And it's all lovely to have all of that laid out, in the midst of this other struggle. So that's good. Oh, well, and then of course there's today's news.
Yes, today's news. Well, that's what I thought we should have a conversation about. You popped up in the news again.
Oh, yes. Well, it's been a while, so I guess it was time. So do you want to fill people in on the background?
Yeah, so a brief overview. You've been being investigated by the Board of Psychologists in Ontario for the last, how many years has it been? At least 2, 4? A long time.
Off and on since 2016. More on than off, but very intensely for the last at least 3 years.
Yeah, so this investigation is caused by people around the world filing complaints against comments you've made on social media about the government, trans issues, and things you said on Joe Rogan. So you appealed, I think the last time we did an update, you were appealing to the Supreme Court of Canada to see if you could avoid the mandated re-education that the College of Psychologists wants you to do. And for everybody who doesn't know, that re-education means they're assigning someone they choose to train you on what to say on social media, which I find
more
hilarious.
Than that, even I would say more than.
So, by the way, for those of you who aren't caught up on the story, Jordan Peterson said a bunch of questionable things on social media. The Canadian College of Psychiatry investigated. They determined that there were quite a few posts that he made on social media that went against the ethical values of the college. So in order for him to maintain his psychology license, did I say psychiatrist by accident? Yeah, so for him to save his psychology license, they mandated him to get social media training. Now, there was a hearing about this. Jordan Peterson was able to make arguments against, this finding that they made that, he said inappropriate things on social media. Jordan Peterson, this is all public. They even linked it on his YouTube channel. Jordan Peterson agreed that what he said on social media was inappropriate. He agreed with the college. What he disagreed with was that he needed educational training. He said his wife and some of his staff members would just monitor his social media use and make sure that he wasn't making any, stupid posts. The college said that isn't adequate. None of them have a particular interest that aligns with the College of Psychology. So they said, you're going to have to get the training. Now, because Jordan Peterson's upset with that they're mandating this training and he doesn't just get to do whatever the fuck he wants, he's gaslighting everybody into thinking he never did anything wrong in the first place when he admitted guilt. He admitted what he did on social media was wrong, and it wasn't in keeping with the ethical standards of the board of psychology that he's a member of. So he's just lying about all of this.
They want to retrain me with regard to how I conduct myself as a public intellectual, let's say. And so, and that retraining is, of course, at my expense with their deemed expert. They have someone who styles herself, I believe, a social media expert, whatever the hell that is. And apparently they believe that her intercession in my affairs will bring me to heel. That's the plan. And so they've already sentenced me to that. We appealed that through the Court of Appeal first in Canada, now at the Supreme Court.
And by the way, like, again, he's ignoring the fact that he agreed he was not doing shit that was, acceptable on social media.
The Supreme Court announced today that they rejected my appeal and they want me to pay court costs for the College of Psychologists. A college is a board that licenses people professionally after they've completed their education, just so everyone knows, and you have to stay in good standing with the college. There's a membership fee generally, and the colleges in principle were there to ensure that the public was well served by people with professional designation, but they've become radically politicized, just like everything else in recent years, and the college obviously has...
Yeah, because Jordan isn't radically politicized. Like pot calling the kettle black.
Who are none too pleased with me for being right about things, and now it's time to be re-educated.
So that is a total lie. They're displeased about me being right about everything. You can look at the court documents. He admitted what he said on social media was wrong, and he will try not to do it again. So that's a lie.
And just so people know what have been the accusations. Well, they take three forms. You alluded to them. I've been very vociferous in my objection to the butchery of children that goes, and their sterilization, which I regard as a crime against humanity, by the way, and which my fellow colleagues on the psychological, psychiatric, and medical front have proved themselves none too courageous in opposing, shall we put it that way. And I'm perfectly happy about what I've said on all...
So again, this is a lie. He admitted he committed wrongdoing.
...those fronts, because I regard what's happening with regards to so-called gender-affirming...
He is absolutely lying through his corn niblets for teeth.
...as the worst professional scandal, I would say, since World War II. It's absolutely appalling on all sides. And it's certainly the case that since I made the comments that were objected to by the various complainants, none of whom, by the way, were clients of mine or even new clients of mine, since I've made those comments, most European countries have radically backed off with regards to the support for gender-affirming surgery after it's been revealed that everything about it is a lie and a scam. And
everything about you is a lie and a scam. You're lying right now while demanding honesty from other people. Like, this guy is just full of shit.
Far worse than that. That just, what would you say, brushes the surface. And then I criticized Justin Trudeau, which is something I'm actually pretty happy about because he's what would you say, he's an incompetent narcissist who's made Canada a much worse place, and he's certainly not done with that yet. I criticized some of the members of his staff, and I made some comments about climate on the Joe Rogan podcast, not the last one, but the one before that. And someone submitted the whole bloody transcript of that to the college and said that, I don't know, what am I doing? I'm doing something unethical by pointing out the fact that the climate scam is a preposterous pack of lies generated by people whose fundamental aim is nothing but power and control. And I'm also pretty happy about that. And I would also point out that since I did that, and I'm not attributing this to me, it's part of the whole process by which these things unfold, the climate apocalypse narrative is looking increasingly shaky. Let's put it that way. The net zero proposal.
Oh, so just blabbing about how he doesn't believe in climate change because he's fucktard.
Proposals look economically preposterous and devastating. Germany is deindustrializing to its own detriment. The whole green scam is going to disappear. And
the issue with Germany is they banned nuclear power, which fucked them over because now they can't get natural gas from Russia. Them moving to more clean energy wasn't a problem, though. The problem was they got rid of nuclear energy for literally no reason.
I happen to be on the forefront of opposition to that, and I'm also perfectly happy about that. So it isn't obvious to me at all how this re-education is going to go. So, as I said, I've already been sentenced to that.
No, didn't debate the chipmunk dude yet. He said he'd debate me tomorrow at 7 p.m. I just messaged him again to make sure he's going to show up. Hasn't messaged me back yet.
So yeah, I'll be sitting down with an expert, whatever that means, and they're going to do whatever it is they think they can do to make me into an entirely different sort of creature than I am. And so I'm sort of morbidly curious about that. So, like, who are they going to get to do this? How are they going to proceed? How are they going to make it very difficult for me to undertake that? Because that'll certainly be one of the tricks. So that's the situation. On to the re-education camp. And I'm going to comply with it because I could tell them to go to hell. I'm not that thrilled about being a member of their club anyways, because I'm pretty sickened by...
So notice his wording here, re-education camp. He's acting like this is some sort of Chinese Communist Party, you know, fucking concentration camp where they try to like brainwash you. By the way, this is kind of a normal thing that happens. This also happens to medical doctors if they've been shown to not keep medical records properly, if they haven't been conducting surgeries properly, if they have poor patient care. They'll also get reviewed by the medical board, and then they'll either be given the option to relinquish their medical license or go through retraining. This is a normal thing that happens in the healthcare industry, and he's making it seem as though this is like a fucking concentration camp he's going into to be brainwashed.
The disgraceful conduct of my fellow psychologists in their absolute cowardice in failing to oppose this abysmal treatment of young people. So I guess my next step is to contact the college and tell them, you know, on with the show. So I don't even exactly know how to do that, but I guess we figure that out, or maybe they'll be in contact with me. And then we have to negotiate exactly what that'll look like. And I have no idea what that'll look like. And I don't want to give them any ideas. So we'll see how that unfolds.
I think the best case scenario would be that Canada's still up in arms about COVID and you could do it over Zoom and then you could do it from America so you won't get arrested in Canada. I'm worried about how this is going to go.
Yeah, well, being arrested is a low probability event. But having said that, I should also point out, for those of you who are watching and listening...
Sorry, what? Arrest? Arrest over what?
You could do it over Zoom and then you could do it from America so you won't get arrested in Canada.
What that'll look like, figure that out, or maybe they'll be in contact with me. And then we have to negotiate exactly what that'll look like. And I have no idea what that'll look like. And I don't be in of young people. So fellow psychologists in their absolute cowardice in failing to oppose this abysmal treatment of young people. So I guess my next step is to contact the college and tell them, you know, on with the show. So I don't even exactly know how to do that, but I guess we figure that out, or maybe they'll be in contact with me. And then we have to negotiate exactly what that'll look like. And I have no idea what that'll look like. And I don't want to give them any ideas. So we'll see how that unfolds.
I think the best case scenario would be that Canada's still up in arms about COVID and you could do it over Zoom and then you could do it from America so you won't get arrested in Canada. I'm worried about...
What are they talking about arrests? Arrest for what? He didn't commit a crime. Like again, they're just lying and trying to promote some like stupid crypto-fascism agenda. So again, this isn't a legal proceeding. This is just a college saying that you can't keep our psychology license if you're going to behave this way, and if you don't go through this retraining. If he refuses to go through the retraining or disagrees with the retraining or anything, he can't get arrested. He didn't commit a crime. Like again, they're making this up. And they're acting as though, oh, Canada, the Canadian government is forcing him to go through this, like, training course, or else he'll go to jail. No, if you don't go through the training course, you just lose your psychology license. They're literally making this shit up.
About how this is going to go.
Yeah, well, being arrested is a low probability event. But having said that, I should also point out, for those of you who...
Yeah, low probability as in 0. You didn't commit a crime, you lying jackass.
...are watching and listening, especially in Canada, you guys are in a very awkward position. Like, the first thing I should say is there isn't really much that the college can do to me, practically speaking. Okay, so I don't practice as a clinical psychologist, except insofar as I still have the designation. And insofar as I'm doing psychological work, let's say with my lectures and seminars and so forth. And so I have no income that's dependent on that. And as I said, it's a club that I'm increasingly appalled to be a part of. And the simplest thing for me to do would be to tell them to take the designation and do what they want with it, let's say, and wash my hands of it. And so why am I not doing that? Well, some of it's just pure stubbornness. It's like I'm not going to let a pack of half-witted ideological jackanapes steal something from me under the guise of moral intervention that I worked very hard to attain, that was difficult to attain, that was at one point very valid, and that I have served with distinction and appropriately the entire time. It's absolutely incumbent on psychologists to do what I've done, which is to stand up and...
Nope. When he got his job at the University of Toronto, they immediately tried to fire him because he didn't know how to do his job, and he was speaking complete and utter gibberish during his fucking lectures. So, by the way, you can look up reviews of his private practice. he had middling reviews, like a lot of 2, 3 out of 5 stars. So he's not a particularly good psychologist or therapist, or whatever you want to call him. And he was absolutely terrible at his job at the University of Toronto. He's not a good psychologist, just plain and simple.
And say that there's no evidence whatsoever for any of the claims that are being made by the gender-affirming, ideological, monstrous sterilizers and mutilators of children. And if that happens to be something that I'm being gone after for, it's like, bring it on, you sons of bitches. And we'll see how that plays out. So now in terms of personal gain, mostly that's just annoying. You know, I don't need to spend 30 hours talking to someone about how I should reform everything I know from first fundamental.
That's not what they're asking you to do. So again, he's lying about this. They just want to make sure that he's not making posts on social media that are threatening, harassing anybody, spreading misinformation or hatred towards certain groups of people. That's it. If he thinks that trans people, or trans children specifically, but it's really just trans people he's talking about, this whole protect the children thing is bullshit, by the way. He just hates trans people, period. He talks about how he thinks, like, allowing children to gender transition is, you know, this, I don't know, it's child abuse or something. The first person he ever attacked online for being trans was a 35-year-old or like 38-year-old trans man. It was it was that fucking that person who was an actress who transitioned to being male. I think they're 38 years old at the time. So, like, this isn't about children. He just fucking hates trans people. Yeah, Elliot Page. He went out of his way to attack Elliot Page for fucking transitioning. Fucking 38-year-old adult. Like, if he cared about children, then why the fuck would he, like, single out Elliot Page? But yeah, like, he can have these stupid opinions that he thinks transgenderism isn't real, or it's, like, child abuse to allow a trans kid to transition. They just don't want him making certain posts on social media that are attacking individuals, that are spreading misinformation or hate. That's it. So he can still have these opinions all he wants. It's just the way he posts on social media has to change. So he's lying about this. It's not a mind control psyop they're trying to do to, like, fundamentally change his, like, political opinions. They just want him to control what he posts on social media so it doesn't make the college look bad.
But I'm going to go through with it. Why? I'm a citizen of Canada, subject to its laws, such as they are. And so I'll play the bloody charade out till the end.
This has nothing to do with Canadian law. This is about whether or not the college has an interest in allowing him to be a part of their college. This has nothing to do with the law.
Now, what should Canadians think about this? There's a hard question, because you're between a rock and a hard place now. You can either assume that I'm the right-wing scoundrel, unable to control my tongue, that the left-wing radicals who don't like me would like you to presume.
Just Random Vids donated $2. Let me see.
Alligator grabs you. It might start a death roll, a terrifying spin meant to dismember prey. To survive, you should try to roll in the same direction as the alligator. If you have a free arm, aim for the alligator's eyes, or try to jab its nostrils. And if all else fails, play dead. Sometimes the alligator will release its grip, giving you a chance to escape.
That's some good advice. Well, that gorilla is eating lettuce. They're pretty goddamn fucking huge, dude. It's pretty insane how gigantic gorillas are. Smash or pass the granny lull. I think I would pass. She's a little too granny-like for me, but seems like she's in pretty decent shape. Thanks for the donation, just random vids.
And perhaps they're right. Or you can assume that the Canadian judicial system and the regulatory system and the legislative system to some degree.
This has nothing to do with the Canadian judicial system. He went to court over the college making this determination, but the court has no say over whether or not he goes through this training or not. He can just choose not to. It's just that the court determined the college has the legal right to take away his license if he doesn't go through the training. That's all they did. Like, again, he's just lying about this whole situation.
As well as the education system and the healthcare system has become so bloody corrupt that it can't be trusted in its dealings with you as individuals or in its dealings with professionals such as myself. And I suppose if I was the typical Canadian, it would be a lot easier to presume that I'm the unruly, far-right scoundrel that the leftists insist upon than to make the terror.
Yes, you are an unruly far-right scoundrel. You are a fucking crypto-fascist. Buddy, this guy does speeches where he says you need to admire Hitler.
Judgment that the jig is up, boys and girls, and the Supreme Court of Canada itself can no longer be trusted to bear the responsibility to make the decisions that are appropriate to its domain. But, when the news came in today, and it was quite a blow. It made me shaky, and it made it difficult to stand up. And even though I fully expected it, it's exactly what I thought would happen. Why? Well, it's no easy matter to be, what would you say, taken to task by your regulatory board, hypothetically your fellow professionals, and then the Supreme Court itself. What am I claiming? That I'm right and they're wrong? Yeah, that's what I'm claiming. Should you believe me?
Are you well rested? Does Frank have anything new?
Well, to be honest, James, I am fucking tired as shit. So tired, in fact, I feel like I might die. But unfortunately, Frank does not have anything new. So, you might have to wait another couple days for him to upload. Thanks for the donation, James.
I guess that's up to everybody who's watching and listening. It's a terrible decision. It's a terrible thing. It's much worse for members of the Canadian public, especially professionals, than it is for me. I can just take my privilege elsewhere and at a moment's notice. I don't need this in any way. I don't even need the designation, even though they're not going to take it from me without a war. But Canadians? Here's the situation that can...
What the fuck is he talking about? They're not going to take it away from me without a war. You went to court, you lost, the court determined that the college has the right to take away your license if you don't go through the training that they're mandating. Now you're going to go through the training. And I guess it's up to you if you decide to not go through with it, if you really don't like it, but what is, like, this guy is such a dramatic fucking crybaby. Like, go to war. Like, yeah, right, dude.
Fronts you, Canadians. Your professionals are now mandated by law and their own regulatory boards to lie to you. That's all your teachers, that's all your engineers, that's all your lawyers, that's all your physicians, that's all your psychologists.
No.
Sounds like you should end the stream now.
How about this? If you give me at least 150 PayPal buck, I'll end the stream. Otherwise, I'm going to keep streaming for a while longer. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
All the people you depend on to tell you the truth when crunch time comes can't do so. So, I'm trying to demonstrate that. And it's expensive, and it's annoying, and it's stressful. I had a big scrap with your mom yesterday, not least because of the cumulative stress. And so there's a personal cost to all of this. It's very annoying. And, I've scoured my conscience. I don't regret any of the things I said. And lots of my friends took me to task because of the harshness with which I said them, let's say. How harsh should you be when you're talking about the mutilation and sterilization of confused children?
So he's lying. He attacked Elliot Page, who is a 38-year-old man now, because she ended up transitioning into a man.
Good evening, VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, did you hear that Trump claimed that his January 6th rally was just as big or if not bigger than Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech? Lamau.
If you look at January 6th, which a lot of people aren't talking about very much, I think those people were treated very harshly. When you compare them to other things that took place in this country where a lot of people were killed, nobody was killed on January 6th. But I think that the people of January 6th were treated very unfairly. And they were there to complain, not through me, they were there to complain about an election. And, you know, it's very interesting. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I said peacefully and patriotically, which nobody wants to say, but I said peacefully and patriotically. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken to, and you've seen Maggie, I was at the mall, I was at the Washington Monument, I was at the whole thing. I had crowds, I don't know who's ever had a bigger crowd than I have, but I had it many times. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken before was that day, and I'll tell you, it's very hard to find a picture of that crowd. You see the picture of a small number of people relatively going to the Capitol, but you never see the picture of the crowd. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken, I've spoken to the biggest crowds. Nobody's spoken to crowds bigger than me. If you look at Martin Luther King, when he did his speech, his great speech, and you look at ours, same real estate, same everything, same number of people, if not, we had more. And they said he had 1 million people, but I had 25,000 people. But when you look at the exact same picture, everything's the same because it was the fountains, the whole thing, all the way back
Dude.
to from Lincoln to Washington. And you look at it, and you look at the picture of his crowd, my crowd, we actually had more people. They said I had 25,000, and he had 1 million people. And I'm okay with it because I liked Dr. Martin Luther King.
Dude, who the fuck could vote for this maniac? He clearly suffers from narcissism. Only a narcissist would say this. Like, he literally has to think in his head he is like the most popular, most beloved person on earth. So he has to make up the stupid lie that more people came to riot on January 6th than showed up for Martin Luther King's speech. How the fuck can anybody vote for this guy? Like, he's an absolute fucking deranged lunatic.
Quote, nobody died on January 6th. Ashley Babbitt in hell right now seething.
Yeah, that too. Thanks for the donation, retard.
What, we're supposed to be nice about that? I don't think so. Let's be nice to the local serial killer. No, I don't think so. Let's be nice to the professionals who are so cowardly that they aid and abet what I think are crimes against humanity, performing surgical transformations on people who are too young to give informed consent.
Oh my god. So, if he's gonna say minors can't give informed consent for surgery, then does he think all surgeries are immoral on minors? Like, by the way, any kind of surgery for trans children is extraordinarily rare. The only thing that you'll end up seeing is like double mastectomy, and that's it. So like breast removal. That's it. And by the way, he's so, like, he complains about surgery so much, but he's also against giving kids puberty blockers, which would prevent the need to have double mastectomies. So, bravo, you're an absolute fucking genius. Forgot my namification, donate $2. Oh yeah, you're right, I misremembered the story. Brock likely would have done the deal if that snowstorm hadn't interfered. Fuck that guy, he was one of my idols as a kid, especially when he went to the UFC and whipped Randy Couture's ass. Oh well, life sucks. Like, again, it doesn't sound like he knew anything about the rape going on. So I can't say he's a rapist or anything. Like, he is just a jackass. He does hunt animals and he kills animals, and He actually got the reason he had to get a big part of his colon removed was because he was basically only eating meat, and he wasn't eating any vegetables, and he ended up getting a blockage in his colon because of that. He's a fucking asshole. Thanks for the donation, though. I forgot my notification. Jared donated $2. Can autism be easily diagnosed? I don't know what the diagnostic criteria for autism is, and I'd imagine it's harder to diagnose the more mild the syndrome is. So if you have extremely severe autism, I'd imagine it's fairly easy, but if you have very mild, I'd assume it's harder. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
If objecting to that costs me my license, it's like, okay. So, well, what do you think about it?
I think it's going to be 30 hours of detention with Dolores Umbridge.
Yeah, well, that's yeah, when we'll see how they deal with that. Yeah, well, the thing is, they're not trying to re-educate me. It's complete bloody rubbish. They know perfectly well that, A, they're not going to be able to hire anyone to do that. I can't imagine who they're going to hire to do this to begin with. Who would even agree to do that? Like, it's so... I guess I could... What would you say? Put forward a warning to whoever wants to do that. Don't do it.
I think there are going to be people lining up to retrain Jordan Peterson.
That's why I'm wondering. It's like, it's like you have no idea what you're tangling with. Like, you have no idea what this is going to do to your life.
You have no idea. I'm going to sit with my arms crossed, and I am going to have a very stern look on my face the entire time. And you are not going to like it because it is not good. Like, dude, you're a fucking pussy. You're one of the biggest fucking crybaby-ass pussies I've ever seen. Your bitch-ass cries when you watch Pinocchio. You're the most pushover fucking bitch I've ever fucking seen. All you can do is cry and complain, and you will do nothing. You will sit there, you will listen, and I guess if you get too bored, you'll leave and you'll lose your fucking license. So get fucked. Yeah, act tough. You'll have hell to pay. Oh, it'll be life-changing. Like, yeah, I'm sure sitting in a room with your fucking stinky-ass breath from your rotting-ass teeth is difficult for most people, but, like, wow.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't get involved in this. Don't come and re-educate me. You think it's your moral duty. It's like your life will never be the same. And so you've been warned. And I'm not making a physical threat. I'm just, you don't want to get close to this. Not unless you're naive beyond.
Yeah, right. Like, dude, as if you can, like, physically threaten anybody. I know little girls who could beat your ass. Dude, you're built like a fucking daffodil. You're a fucking frail old man. You almost fucking died recently because he had to go off fucking benzos. Like, give me a break.
Jordan literally had a one-sided beef with Elmo. How is he taken seriously?
Yeah, seriously. He was complaining about fucking Elmo on Twitter. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. This guy has fucking arguments with imaginary puppets. Like, it's... Oh, dude. And then he, like, tries to act hard. Like, oh my god, it's just insane. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
Redemption. So,
well,
30 hours of detention. Yeah, well, the thing is, it's 30 hours. The training course is indefinite, and there's no criteria by which it can be determined to be successful except theirs.
So, okay, so they're not going to be able to retrain you because you're not going to change the way you're thinking on the points that they want you to change. So how many hours are you going to do this if it's indefinite until you're retrained? This is such a waste of time.
Till whatever happens next happens. You know, the goal isn't to retrain me. The goal is to get me to utter something approximating.
The goal is to retrain you. I don't know why you think they'd have a fucking interest in just wasting your time. It's just social media training. That's all it is. They're not trying to change the way he thinks. They're trying to change the way he posts on social media.
A public apology. And, like, I wouldn't go so far as to say there are no circumstances under which I would do that, but there's no imaginable circumstances under which I would do that.
Adam donated $2. Let me see.
This is my idea. And if you want to be a fellow, sure. But vegan, that means to only consume plants, and that's it. You consume plants. How can a jar of curry be vegan? It's plant-based, but when you look at plant-based stuff, it's got dirty sugar in it. There's like 1 billion people woke. Maybe 2 billion. But yet there's 10 billion. Dead bodies. Yum, 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 yum. Maybe we do live forever, and because we eat dead bodies, I'm vegan. But that's what kills us.
None of that made any sense.
So I don't know how that's going to go. And so I suppose we'll play out the charade until they decide that I'm incorrigible, and then they'll take my license, which is the goal anyways. And so, you know, and some people listening might think, well, Dr. Peterson, don't you think you have anything to learn? It's like, no doubt I have things to learn. But
Who's thinking that?
Well, who the hell?
Complained?
That isn't the issue. The issue is, no, the issue is, so I asked the college, for example, because I sent them a series of questions, all of which they responded to with the phrase, with a response that was something like, we don't have to answer any of your goddamn questions. And so I asked them, okay, well, how do you define social media expert? Like, is that some sort of professional designation? By what standard is a social media expert accredited? Do they have 5 million followers on X, for example? Like, what makes them an expert? They got a certificate from some DEI organization that deemed them expert? It's like, okay, well, and let's say they are an expert, which they're not. So then what's your evidence that retraining a recalcitrant psychologist by exposing them to a social media expert makes that psychologist a better psychologist? Like, is this person also an expert psychologist? Like, and are they an expert psychologist like I'm an expert psychologist?
So, first of all, he's not an expert. He's a fucking quack and a whack job. Secondly, this person doesn't have to be an expert psychologist. They're just somebody who does social media training.
Just because I doubt it. And so what are they going to do to demonstrate to me that I'm wrong? Dr. Peterson, you could have been...
They don't need to demonstrate anything that you're wrong. You admitted you were wrong. Just look at the fucking court documents that you published on your own fucking YouTube channel, dumbass. We can all see the public record. You admitted you weren't making appropriate posts on social media. So go fuck yourself. You're lying.
Be nicer. It's like, I'm not that interested in being nice to butchering, narcissistic, greedy, child mutilating psychopaths. I don't think being nice to them is the right approach. And I don't regret what I said.
Okay, so he's just rambling about the same thing over and over again and just repeating the same lies.
Oh, hey, speak up. I didn't see you there. Hello, you guys. Welcome back to my channel.
Of course, she's living alone with a cat. Life cannot get any better than this.
Another day, another vlog. So we are starting today's video bright and early because I'm going to be doing a perfect summer day in my life.
Yeah, literally living alone with a cat is just what life is all about.
This donation has a part 2 shortly after. That debate guy was bigoted as fuck, insufferable. Answering the question how Israel should have responded with waiting a bit longer and see. Just let them bomb a bit longer. Must have a lot of brainwash and peer pressure.
Well, the guy was clearly an anti-Semite. Like, he might not realize it himself, but he clearly has a massive bias against Jews. Like, he's a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, Fat.
And when you were getting irritated about his fuckery and you raised your voice and called him for what he was, he used that as an opportunity to say you're mean, therefore you're wrong. I'm sure he anticipated to do this after seeing other debates where you got impatient.
Yep. The good old, you're being mean to me, so you lose the debate.
Was up, my negus? Hope you are doing great. Draw Elmo beating the shit out of Peterson while his daughter sucks Elmo's big red furry dick. Ruin everyone's childhood memories, my lord. Mwahaha lulsbos.
Okay, I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, less is more. But yeah, like, when, like, it's funny too, because I called him like a toddler, and then he goes and uses that argument, like, oh, you're being mean to me, so you're wrong. Like, that's exactly what a fucking little bitch child would say. The guy was a fucking moron. Everyone is just a fucking moron, dude. But what can you do? Okay, let's see. Wait, I think I'll redraw his hand a little bit.
That was the first time I heard another vegan tell you straight to you no one likes your approach or some crybaby shit. What a little bitch, ha 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 ha. Probably cat meat anyway when he asked you about culling carnivores.
I've heard some other vegans say that, but again, I don't take people like that seriously. Like, I could give a fuck, you know? But, thanks for the donation, dude. All right, well, there's Elmo beating Jordan Peterson with a baseball bat while Michaela Peterson is sucking Elmo's dick. I hope you enjoyed that drawing. I think that's one of my all-time masterpieces. That's pretty good. I think I drew Elmo pretty well from memory. I didn't even look up a reference. Did Jordan Peterson pretty all right, too. All right. Let's see. Excellent Mangus donated $2. Oh my god. Whoa. That is amazing. Holy shit. I need to get a meerkat for my cat. I did not know meerkats and cats make such good friends. Those are good friends. Oh my god. Oh. Wow, he's looking at the rain. Oh my goodness, what a good little boy. Whoa, that is a special cat. Oh my god. He's 15% orange. Oh my god, if I saw a cat like this out on the road, I'd take him home. Wow. So majestic. That is amazing. What religion is this? I want it. What the fuck is going on here? That's really weird. Thanks for the donation, Excellent Mangus. Kid Boo donated $2. So they're just gonna show a bunch of Kamala gaffes?
We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I mean, I don't understand the point that you're making. Talking about the significance of the passage of time.
Yeah, as if Trump doesn't have way worse fucking gaffes. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Yeah. I'll be right back. Let's see.
The double standard you get from Trump supporters. Lol.
Let me take a look.
Kamala Harris had been on Epstein's flight log 7 times, how would you react? For real, pause the video here for just like 2 seconds and answer this question honestly. I assume your reaction would be pretty bad, right? Then why are you okay that Trump was on Epstein's flight log 7 times? Take a listen.
What would you say if I told you that Biden was on Epstein's flight log 7 times?
I would definitely believe that. I know he has, as a liberal, he has a lot of ties to like the Clintons, who also have a strong tie to Jeffrey Epstein, and I would not be surprised to hear that.
But the person who's been on Epstein's flight log 7 times was Trump.
Really? I'm guessing you guys aren't for Trump. I see.
If Kamala Harris had been on Epstein,
They don't care. They don't care about facts. They're just delusional fuckwits. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Living in New York City. This video is inspired by my girl Hannah Lee. Shout out to her, go watch her video. But I thought it'd be such a fun vlog to show you guys some of my favorite spots in New York City. Like my favorite cafe, places to eat, places to vibe. We are literally going to be doing all of my favorite things to do. And I'm so excited to take you guys along with me. And yeah, we have a very jam-packed schedule today, so we gotta get going. You already know, I love to start my days off getting my feel-good hormones, getting a workout in. That is definitely the start of a perfect day for me.
Yeah, exactly. The feel-good hormones from a workout, which have never been recorded in history. Your cortisol goes sky high, adrenaline, you feel
Cortisol does not get elevated from exercise.
horrible. Your face expression alone already shows that. But yeah, feel-good hormones, just in your head.
So let's go to the gym.
I guess endorphins and dopamine don't exist.
Oh my God, can it even get much worse? You live alone in New York City, the dirtiest, most polluted city on earth, and then
the dirtiest, most polluted city on earth would be somewhere in China.
you go to the gym while living alone with a cat. It's just, this is the definition of slavery.
Alright guys, we're starting off this perfect summer day. Not that strong because your girl forgot her headphones. I'm at the gym already, I can't go back, so we're
I can understand that the music at gyms is pretty horrible.
quite literally gonna raw dog this workout. No headphones, just pure determination, my own thoughts. Still, I'm excited because we're hitting legs. You guys know it's my favorite thing to hit.
I don't really get it. How is it your favorite thing to quote-unquote hit if you look absolutely miserable? You look like you don't want to be there whatsoever.
Just finished my little leg and glute workout. Now I'm headed to one of my favorite local smoothie stores. The man's is coming with me. I get a lot of
A smoothie, the cherry on top.
questions asking how I'm able to vlog in public. And there's weirder things in New York, okay, than a girl holding a camera to her face. Also, the way that I look at it is like, this feels like a FaceTime call with my friends. So for me, I feel like I'm talking to people. I'm talking to you guys. From the outside, people are looking like, this girl's so weird, she's talking to herself. In my head, this is my life, and I'm the main character. Scared. If I can do it.
Yes.
Hello, you guys. So your girl just finished writing my journal, my very own journal, the day-by-day journal. And I'm actually reading through all of your guys' positive reviews of my journal. And I just want to say thank you to those of you who left 5 stars and such a sweet review. Like, it literally means the world to me. So cool to see so many of you love my journal. Yeah, I'm so happy. My journals are also sold out currently. So those of you who didn't get a journal yet, we are going to be restocking soon.
I don't really get it. People buy her journals and then read what she did in a day, or I don't get it. What are they about?
I got off the shower and now I'm getting ready to have ourselves a little day out in New York City. I have a lot of fun things planned for us today. But yeah, those of you who don't already know, I've been living in New York City for the past almost 6 years, which is crazy to say. But I'm actually from North Jersey, so I grew up like 20-30 minutes outside the city. So since I was like, you know, a baby, I've been visiting New York, living around New York my whole life. So it genuinely feels like home for me. But yeah, I figured as we sit here and I get ready, we do a little chit chat, talk about some pros and cons.
Does New York really feel like home to anybody? It just doesn't have anything to do with what you would think of when you think of a home. It's the furthest away from a so-called home feeling. A feeling where you're safe, you're actually at home, at peace. It's just the exact opposite.
I'm living in New York City. Pro, it is literally so motivating living here because everyone's just hustling, bustling, doing something. They call it the city that never sleeps for a reason because people quite literally don't sleep or
Relate to them the way we can relate.
And it was like at a nice expensive restaurant. I was literally sitting eating dinner by the window. She's talking to me, I'm listening to her, and I just see something moving in the corner of my eye on the
Who on earth wants to self-help? Of course I care about you. Cookies on top of some kind of wrap product.
Well, that was a pretty boring one.
Or in trouble. And I think you're going to question everything that you thought you knew about modern medicine. I voted on it, and I really believe it was originally designed to scare people from taking too much of certain things. But at the end of this video, I'm going to share with you who really started this whole thing, and it will all make sense. And if we just take a look at 600 IUs, international units, how many
The RDA is 2,000
milligrams is that? That's just a little bit more than 1/10 of ways. We use sunbathing called heliotherapy back in the tooth decay sunblock. Vitamin D can be toxic. What you need to know is
So there's no evidence that sunscreen actually reduces vitamin D production. And secondly, who cares? You can just take a supplement.
D can be toxic. What you need to number 600 IUs has been pushed on people. That's in vitamin D3, where you have.
Okay, this is just all bullshit.
2 to 3% economic growth we've seen over the last century. With advanced AI, we could be looking at an explosive 30% per capita annual growth rate. That sounds pretty close to living in a technological singularity. What would such an unprecedented economic boom mean for our jobs and our daily lives? How feasible is this scenario, really? Keep watching to learn more. This video has 3 parts: ingredients for economic growth, the explosion economy, and will humanity participate? Part 1. Ingredients for economic growth. The topic we're concerned with in this video is how much value AI will add to the global economy, and what will happen to the human jobs in the economy. No one knows the truth at this point, but we can make projections. These 2 questions are very tightly tied together, as it turns out. Of course, human wages could decrease or go to 0 if a job is completely automated. On the other hand, wages could also increase, or they could increase but slower than the rate of inflation, or slower than the rate that the economy is growing at, which means that humanity as a whole gets poorer. The reason these 2 questions are tied together is that if AI adds enough value to the economy, it's quite likely that many jobs will be carried along with that tide. Also, the intentions of those controlling these AI systems is a massive factor in the eventual outcome. But we're putting that question aside for the moment and focusing on the thought experiment of how much value will AI add to the economy. Most of this video is based on a report written by AI researcher Ajaya Kotra, who is associated with Open Philanthropy. There's also a Vox article that dives into this topic at a slightly higher level and is very engaging. So the links
I think I'm gonna go take a nap, and I might be on again in like a couple hours or something, but I'm gonna have to take a nap. I am far too tired. But no guarantees, but I'll likely be back on in like a couple hours. So, hope you guys had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you all later.